Okay, so today I'm going to watch maybe episode 3 of Yona, but I kind of wanted to do Dragon Ball, so now I'm caught between them. I guess I should do Dragon Ball episode 1 first, and then if I have time. Reasonably, I should have time for both, but it just feels kind of right to give it a little extra time for review and stuff, so... My background on Dragon Ball, obviously, is I've seen Dragon Ball Z. I saw it when I was younger, and I've seen it, at least in parts here and there, probably at least 2 or 3 times more, since then. Like, I probably saw it a full time straight when I was older, and then how you see, like, certain clips hundreds of times. I've seen Cell's death probably a million times. I just love that moment where, the whole Vegeta's character arc and this, that, and that coming to a head and saving Gohan and stuff like that. So that's like my favorite death from the series. Like, Frieza's death is actually kind of stupid. Like, so I haven't seen any of the newer stuff. I'm talking about the original Frieza. Like, Goku doesn't even kill him, and then Trunks comes and kills him in a very anticlimactic way. I hate stuff like that, where it might seem like a cool way to introduce Trunks, but it sort of just shits all over the epicness of what was supposed to happen with Goku and Frieza. Like, all that stuff is thrown out the window, and oh, look at this guy, just comes out of the blue. So, I don't know, it was just stupid the way that sort of trivializes the whole previous saga. Just to try to introduce a new saga doesn't mean you have to shit all over the last one, but whatever. And then they keep doing that, like, oh, let's trivialize it further with Super, Resurrection F, and all this kind of stupid stuff. It's nothing more than sequelitis. Like, you could just come up with better new ideas, but oh no, we have to recycle the old ones just because it's easier. That's really all there is to it. Or I love this one little observation I had about, Toriyama had this thing where he said, rest in peace, of course, but at the time he had said, like, the reason why he didn't do Cell is because the whole dots on his body and everything made him so cumbersome to draw. So you're trying, like, in other words, why did he choose Frieza instead of Cell to bring back? And that was an explanation that was floated, what he said. So the point is that you're trying to tell me that you wouldn't recycle a character and have most of the work done for you just because you're too lazy to draw the little polka dots on Cell, right? Like, this is really your excuse for not recycling content and, have so much of the work be done for you. Imagine just drawing a new character from scratch. Like, that would be more work too, but it's like a very high-class problem that you would run into with, the simple fact that, what do you call it? It's a high-class problem, like, oh, you're already spoiled with the fact that it's been so successful, and again, not that you didn't deserve that or earn that, but then you're going to be like, oh, I'm already recycling a character, then I'm already being lazy about which character I'm recycling, then I'm complaining about, oh, that one's too cumbersome to draw, like, when you're already having so much of the work done for you by the fact that you've already done it, and a lot of the character development and the writing, that we already know. And then they brought him back supposedly in the superhero thing, which was maybe just the imperfect Cell, and he maybe doesn't even talk or anything. They made him more like Broly. I haven't even seen it, but just from what I had heard about him. I end up getting spoiled on a lot of stuff just because when I would watch clips or something, you'll see it in the suggested, or you might actually watch a little bit of a clip here and there, which is a bad idea, and I tend to try to avoid that, especially with movies and stuff. I don't want to see a clip that'll then spoil stuff because if I do end up wanting to watch it later, it'll sort of ruin it. And oftentimes the clips that you might get suggested and you might watch are actually very, some of the best moments too that you're spoiling. But no, I haven't seen Dragon Ball at all. I know a few little fleeting things about it. I've seen Z obviously multiple times. I love the Bruce Falconer score. That's one of the long time debates that I've had. Like, people defend it. I've seen the Japanese version too, right, in full, so I've appreciated the music there, but I obviously didn't see that originally. It's sort of more low-key and a different style, but also it's stupid when people try to criticize Falconer's score, like, oh, it's too action-packed, like, as if the series isn't an action series, like, oh, it's too heavy and it's too loud. The one fair objection is that, oh, they play it sort of wall-to-wall, but that's more of a direction issue, not the music itself. So I do think the music is better from Bruce Falconer. I think it adds something to the series that, again, the Japanese score is good, but I think Falconer's is really all-time great. And I even would say I wouldn't have enjoyed the series as much. It made a really transformative impact. I would have liked it, but I don't think I would have loved it if it hadn't been for that score. I haven't seen really Kai too much. I saw some of it, and then I haven't seen Super at all. I've seen most of the old school movies, most of which I would sort of be disappointed by, because the way the villains die is sort of underwhelming. It sort of happens too fast, and for a series always drags everything out. Right, those ones happen in super short time, and they're sort of rushed and disappointing. Broly in particular, I have no fucking idea what happened with that. And they did like 2 other Broly movies, I guess, right, where he comes to Earth apparently, and Gohan kills him with Trunks and whatever, and then right, like Trunks has a similar moment to Vegeta against Cell, where like Gohan and Goten are both having a beam struggle with Broly, and obviously Trunks throws like a little ball into his thing, and that causes it to fuck up a little bit and distract him, I guess. I don't know exactly why that would have such a big impact when he was already helping them before. And then obviously, what you need in a series like Dragon Ball so importantly is sort of game theory and logic to it, which so many of the characters are so stupid, and they just, you could count the number of times. How many times does a character prolong a series, an element of the show, a saga or a fight, just because they're arrogant, like Frieza does it? Well, first of all, like, let's rewrite Dragon Ball Z. Maybe I won't even I'll watch an episode still of Ball here, but what I want to do is like I'll go through and show like all the flaws of the series. One of the characters actually were straight to the point and didn't mess around. So Raditz would have killed Piccolo and Goku basically, or maybe, I guess he could have. Right, he knocks out Goku and then they team up with Piccolo and Goku. So if they weren't messing around, they would have just done that. He could have just killed them, it would have been over. Or even when Goku has Raditz grabbed, then you basically are in a position where Goku lets him go again, and then like Gohan has to save them or something like that, and then Goku ends up getting killed too. But the point is that there's a few problems. Let's give like a little critique, even as obviously great as it is. The whole problem is that I'm kind of too tired to even watch anything, but I guess this is just meant to be relaxing anyway. That's like a first world problem too. Toriyama's too lazy to draw the polka dots on fucking Cell, and I'm too lazy to watch the show and react to it. But no, it's a simple case where you're able to... There's a lot of filler that sort of drags stuff out. The fights are dragged out way too long. Just filler episodes. Goku and Piccolo go driving, learn how to drive, even though those can be funny sometimes, and even though the build-up can be good with some of the fights, right? I think everybody would acknowledge it's still dragged out a bit too long, so that's fine. And then basically, there's not much game theory, like I said, where the reason why a character wins a fight is because they just have to win the fight, and that's what transformations are. Not only do they drag out, like, and that's even worse now with all the other series, Super Saiyan 4 and GT and Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, whatever the fuck, Ultra Instinct, all these kind of other ones. The whole point is that whenever the plot calls for it, a transformation just has to happen, and it's just sort of arbitrary, right, where I don't really feel too strongly about it. And it sort of trivializes the previous ones, like, oh, nobody in 1,000 years has become a Super Saiyan. Now everybody does it. Vegeta does it. The kids do it. Fucking maybe Pan should do it too. Like, it becomes no big deal at all. Goten does it. Trunks does it as a kid. Just Trunks, even as the time traveler, does it. So it's not really a big deal. In fact, Trunks does it in the past, but then I don't even get that part. Like, Trunks does it, but then he still doesn't kill the androids, and he still gets his ass beat. Right, I guess? So he never kills them. Then he comes to the future. Then he helps them with their current predicament. Then he goes back, apparently, to his own time, and then kills them, right, in the badass way that sort of... in the badass way that, he goes back, and this is for Gohan, and he kills 18, 17, and Imperfect Cell all together. And even that doesn't make sense, because, like, Cell wasn't there at the time. Like, there's so many contradictions with the whole time issue. I'll just deliver, like, my whole thoughts on the series, like, all my takes over the years that I maybe mentioned in my past. I would talk about all kind of random subjects, even though I would do a debate format that was pretty serious, or I would do, like, movie reviews. I would sometimes bring up some of these other things randomly. I would talk about basketball, I have some takes there. I did, like, a week worth of talking about that just randomly. My 1 week as a sports podcaster sort of thing. And so the point is that if every character took everything seriously, and you might say, oh, that's part of the storytelling, like, characters really are arrogant, and they might do that from time to time. But that shouldn't be the sole reason why the show happens. Like, Raditz messes around with Goku a little bit, even that I'll accept. I won't rag on Raditz too hard. He gives them a chance to join, and then he says no, and he brings Piccolo. That's not too big of a deal, right? But then Vegeta totally fucks it up. Nappa and Vegeta are there, and they could kill everybody, and then Goku comes to fight Vegeta, and he gets beaten. Like, this is one of the takes that people miss. When they say, even Vegeta says it himself, but he's wrong. I lost to a low-class Saiyan like you. But he didn't lose to Goku at all. Not only does he not lose to Goku, right, they fight each other, then Goku's on his back and basically knocked out the whole fight. He gets hit by a Spirit Bomb, he gets hit by the Kamehameha. But Vegeta is insanely resilient, and so what ends up happening is, kind of like against Kid Buu, even though he's weaker than Kid Buu, right, he still lasts so goddamn long, so he's extremely resilient. But then Gohan becomes a giant ape and fights him there. Then Krillin gets him with the Destructo Disc. Then Yajirobe hits him with the sword in the back. So it's like a 4v1, and you might say, well, those characters aren't really relevant, but they were at least more relevant at that time, right, where especially Gohan as the ape is kind of an anomaly. So the whole point is that it's like a 4v1, and Vegeta still doesn't really lose. He's able to escape, or he's about to be killed by Krillin. So the point is that Vegeta does not lose that fight. In fact, technically, he doesn't lose a fight to Goku ever, because that fight he wins, and then through external help. Because, like, you might say, oh, well, that's just the nature of the fight, but let's have Vegeta have Raditz help him, and Nappa help him, and, all during that fight with Goku, and let's have him bring in somebody else, just other Saiyans and stuff. Like, no, Vegeta's by himself. Nappa's dead. He killed him himself, so I guess that's his fault, sort of, or his choice, but still, right? He doesn't have, like, 3 or 4 people helping him, where, that Goku clearly does. So it's not a fair, even fight at all. So Goku actually loses that fight. He's on his back, knocked out, basically, just struggling to even move. And then Gohan helps, Krillin helps, Yajirobe helps, just because Vegeta's energy has been drained so much that they can still, poke a dent in him a little bit to the point where he's kind of going to be knocked out as well, and he's still moving. So Vegeta actually wins that fight. He also wins the other fight as Majin Vegeta, even though you could say Goku chooses not to go Super Saiyan 3, but he tricks Goku and knocks him out when he's reaching for a Senzu Bean, and could have killed him right there. Vegeta also could have taken over the planet, like when Goku's gone missing. He could have killed everybody, got the Dragon Balls, wished for immortality like he wanted to. This is like after the Namek Saga, because nobody's strong enough to challenge him. But no, like, the whole idea with Vegeta is he could have made it so easy. Instead of waiting around for Goku to come, you should kill everybody first, just kill Tien, Yamcha, Gohan, kill everybody. Everybody's dead. Now Goku, which he could have done easily in like 5 minutes. Vegeta himself, or even Nappa, almost, was basically doing the same thing. But everybody's dead. Now when Goku shows up, he's all alone, so you don't get that 4v1. So Vegeta absolutely destroys Goku because it doesn't matter. All your Kaioken plot device bullshit, this is one critique, wouldn't save you because it didn't save you. He was still going after all that. And so now you have, this is the one critique I have is Goku not only gets carried by plot device things like transformations are often used that way, like a character is not strong enough to win. So how do they win? Oh, they just transform conveniently because they get angry or, at some major loss, which that's kind of an okay way to portray it, but still, the fact that that can be sort of manufactured a little bit is a little, just, you can't do that by choice, but just have some character die and then grieve over them and then you transform again, right? Or like the cynical way that they almost try to exploit Zenkai boost, that's also a plot device. Like Vegeta's like punch me and then heal me. It has Dende heal him like on Namek, and there's a Zenkai boost. Like they're almost making fun of their own plot devices. So Kaioken is a plot device where you can become much stronger than he actually is, right? That's just a convenient thing for Goku. And then so is and Vegeta had heard of Kaioken, apparently, but he had never used it himself, obviously. But no, Kaioken is a plot device. The hyperbolic time chamber is a plot device, right, where you can just train as much as you want within a short period of time. For like a year, it becomes a day. And then you have, what else? You have Kaioken, you have hyperbolic time chamber, you have transformations in general. All are just sort of plot devices. You have the fact of, Zenkai boosts are also that. It's just so convenient. Right. By that logic, why didn't Goku become substantially stronger like earlier in life? He gets almost killed by Piccolo in Dragon Ball, right? He gets beat up at other times, right? Like, why not? It's almost like a way of him being spoiled that he never had like real opponents that challenged him, except for Raditz and Piccolo. So, whereas other, Vegeta might have been fighting tougher opponents, so he was able to become stronger, quicker that way, or not even quicker. But that's the whole thing. Vegeta trains his whole life to be like a power level 20,000 or something. Goku goes from like weaker than Raditz to stronger than Nappa and almost as strong as Vegeta, right, in the Saiyan Saga in like a matter of a couple years, just between, it's the exact same plot device as the attack of the androids. Like, that in a few years the Saiyans will arrive because Raditz says it over the scouter. Right, he says it that, Vegeta and Nappa will come here in a couple years, so you have a few years to train. So in that short amount of time, Vegeta had his whole life to train, and he got to like 20,000 power level, and Goku does it in a matter of a couple years because he's as weak as Raditz, and he just magically jumps up because of King Kai and Kaioken and this and that. Okay, so the point is that, and of course the Dragon Balls themselves are a plot device to sort of minimize characters' deaths that are supposed to be impactful, but then they just become a joke after a while. There's even supposed to be the rule that, you can only be revived once by them, but then they somehow poke a hole in that, or something else happens. Like one of the Supreme Kais does it for him, for Goku, where he's able to bring him back to life. But no, it's a case where, how come Vegeta's whole life of training with tougher opponents out in space didn't amount to more than that, whereas Goku, just at the flip of the switch, can just do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, there's so many major power jumps that he has. So there's a lot of plot devices like that, and again, Goku has plot armor basically to that extent, that Vegeta could be the harder worker, but just somehow it doesn't materialize. So, like, in the Namek Saga, so just think about it. In the Saiyan Saga, he goes from being as weak as Raditz to stronger than Nappa, and much stronger, just like that, in a matter of a couple years, whatever, just by training with King Kai and stuff. Then in the Namek Saga, he goes from being weaker than everybody on Namek, right? Like, when he leaves Earth, he wouldn't be that much stronger than, it's not too long after, I don't think, the whole Vegeta confrontation. Right, so what happens is he's basically the same strength as Vegeta, like the 20,000 inch power level, if even that. And so now he goes from that, and then as soon as he appears on Namek, think about it, just on the fucking ship to Namek, he trained so well that oh, now he's stronger than Jace and Birder and Raccoon, and he beats the shit out of them. Like, how does he become that strong? What is he doing? He doesn't even have Kaioken or, King Kai bullshit to blame now, because he was already doing those things. So somehow he just, again, that's a total bullshit plot device moment. Vegeta should have had a bigger Zenkai boost too, or I guess they both would have had a big one from that, but they both almost died. But why did Vegeta not get stronger that much, and yet Goku did enough to clown everybody, and now he's as strong as Ginyu? Like, how? How is he this strong? All of a sudden, his power level is like 100,000, I think. So how the fuck did you go from 20,000-ish, like where Vegeta was when you fought him on Earth, and now you fly to Namek, and now it's 100,000 just because the plot requires it? Like, it's not even consistent within itself. At least the hyperbolic time chamber gives you a little bit of time and circumstance. It makes no sense. He just does it because he has to do it. And then you're as strong as Ginyu, then you get knocked out by Ginyu, he rips your heart out, fucking should have killed you, but then you basically do it in such a way that you're recovering in this little chamber, in this little tube, right? Where he's like on the whatever. He's like recovering his health, right? And in doing that, he's getting a major Zenkai boost. So now he comes out and being stronger than Ginyu, he becomes as strong as Frieza. So it's not a question of him potentially becoming the strong that I question. It's the fact that he does it in such short periods of time, right? Or not as strong as Frieza, but as strong as some base form of Frieza, like the final form when he's only fighting at 1% or whatever. So he leapfrogs everybody, right? He hasn't fought Frieza in any other form, and even Vegeta's doing this to a degree. Like, Vegeta goes from, fighting the first form of Frieza and struggling a little bit, the one that looks like a kid, and then getting his ass beat by like another one, but then he goes from that to, now all of a sudden, he's able to fight the final form even a little bit. So he should be so outclassed. Like, how is his power level changing that much when he's just on Namek? Not that much time is elapsing. It's because of a Zenkai boost. Like, and by that logic, you could just exploit the shit out of those, right? Just almost kill me and then heal me, and then almost kill me and then heal me, and keep doing it. I'll reach Super Saiyan God in no time. Like, you're just sort of trivializing your own material, right? Where it's not even happening organically at all. So, yeah, Goku does a lot of those jumps. I think the Android Saga is maybe the worst one, where he's in bed because of the heart virus. So he's basically as strong as Android 19, maybe a little bit stronger, right? But he loses the fight because of the heart virus thing. So now he's knocked out. So he goes from being weaker than Android 17 and 18, right? If he had fought them at that point, he would have gotten destroyed, because they even say, like, Vegeta is stronger than Goku, which is hard to measure with the whole heart thing going on, but they're about the same, right? So Vegeta gets his ass beat by the Android 17, 18, and so Goku is weaker than them at that point. So he goes weaker than 17 and 18, and he's bedridden, to now being stronger the next time you see him, right? He's stronger than fucking semi-perfect Cell. He's as strong as, I guess with the hyperbolic time chamber thing. So think about it. The whole Android and Cell saga, Goku goes from, he's as strong as Android 19, weaker than 17 and 18. Right now, he's in bed, and then he gets out of bed, and then he goes in the hyperbolic time chamber once. So now think about his leapfrog. He leapfrogs Android 19, Android 17, 18, which is a big jump. Then he leapfrogs Android 16 even, imperfect Cell. Then he leapfrogs semi-perfect Cell. Then he's at perfect Cell's level almost, right? How the fuck does he do it in one time? That's all he does the whole saga. He goes from, I'm in bed, to, I do the time chamber once, to, now I go from weaker than 17 and 18 to as strong as perfect Cell, basically. Like, what the fuck is that? That is such bullshit writing that it's just not even acceptable. And compare that to Vegeta. Like, Vegeta goes in and he goes from being, being weaker than the Android 17 and 18 to being stronger than semi-perfect Cell. So even that is a huge jump, right? He gets destroyed by the androids, I think, right? 17, 18 beat him up. Mainly 18 beats him up. Sad for you. And then he goes to the time chamber, and now he comes out and he becomes stronger than semi-perfect Cell, who is much stronger than imperfect Cell, who is also much stronger than 17 and 18. So you're leapfrogging a couple levels, but Goku just says, fuck it. I'll go from being weaker than 17 and 18 to being stronger than semi-perfect Cell. Like, that's just insane, right? So it's just plot device writing because nobody else gets to do that. Nobody's questioning Goku's potential or even talent, but we're saying, like, how can he do it in this short amount of time? The bro isn't even part of the whole fucking saga. Like, he doesn't do anything. He's not training. He's in bed. He goes in the time chamber once, and he's just full power Super Saiyan. So the whole idea here now is, what else would I criticize? Like, in the Buu saga, he's already Super Saiyan 3, so, you know, I don't know how much their power levels really change there. In fact, Goku's might not change that much in the Majin Buu saga. At the beginning of the saga, he can go Super Saiyan 3, he just chooses not to, and then by the end, he still can go Super Saiyan 3. It's just like, how much stronger is that Super Saiyan 3 than when he fought Fat Buu or anything else, right? It might not be that much of a difference. Kid Buu versus Fat Buu, you know. He's stronger, but he's not that much stronger. Vegeta doesn't really improve that much either, right? Like, he's improved since the Cell saga, but he's like, he's Super Saiyan 2 at the beginning. Or, you know what I almost interpreted that would have been cooler? I thought the implication was Goku had become Super Saiyan 2, right? We didn't know about Super Saiyan 3 at the time, right? Goku had become Super Saiyan 2 in the amount of time between the Cell games and the Majin Buu saga, right? When we see him fighting, like, what's the guy's name? The guy who sucks up all the light and stuff, one of the Babidi's minions, right? So when he does that, he's like powering up, and he reveals the fact that, oh, I became Super Saiyan 2, right? And then Vegeta's pissed because he didn't know that, and so now Vegeta feels left behind because he hasn't reached Super Saiyan 2, and so that's why he agrees to become Majin, or why he plans that out. He becomes Majin Vegeta so he can become Super Saiyan 2, because that's the first time we see him transform into it as soon as he's having the face-off with Goku as Majin Vegeta. Oh, now, and then Goku's like, wow, Vegeta. So, in other words, that's the first time we see him transform to Super Saiyan 2 to imply that that was the little boost he needed to get there. That was the way I interpreted it. Not the fact that, oh, they were both already Super Saiyan 2 and Majin just makes him a little bit stronger, right? That's kind of dumb. I kind of like my interpretation better. Goku had secretly achieved Super Saiyan 2 in these last 7 years, right? And Vegeta didn't know that, and Goku didn't show it off until, oh, he had no choice because he's overloading that monster who's sucking up all his energy and the light, and then he blows up. But by doing that, he reveals, oh, look at him, he went Super Saiyan 2 for a second there. So I didn't know that. Now I'm mad because I'm Vegeta and I'm jealous. And so now he's like, oh, the only way I'm going to catch up to him is if I go Majin Vegeta, which allows me to leap, make that jump and become Super Saiyan 2. That would have been a better way to explain it, instead of, oh, no, they were already Super Saiyan 2, and it's no big deal, and they just become a little bit stronger. Like, it makes it sort of anticlimactic, right? You barely even realize that that's what they're doing. You get that little blue lightning sparks is the only real difference. The hairdo might be a little bit different. I like how those transformations come with all kind of wardrobe and shit. The Super Saiyan 3 with the hair. So we never see Vegeta go Super Saiyan 3, or maybe you do, like in Super, but like, what, does Vegeta really leapfrog it to become Super Saiyan God without even becoming Super Saiyan 3? Like, even if you think of Super Saiyan God as like Super Saiyan 4 from GT, right, you see he leapfrogs it there too. So there's like some rule that Toriyama has that Vegeta's just not allowed to become Super Saiyan 3. Yeah, those are some of my critiques and stuff, like the leapfrogging of power levels, plot devices, things like that. And you might think, oh, I'm nitpicking that, but in a series where it's all about fighting, you at least want that to be more logical. Like, oh, they don't win just because, oh, the plot requires them to win. It should be something strategic, like, oh, I trick you and I do this really cool technique or gambit, not just that, oh, I get mad because I'm losing and then I win, like, because the plot requires it. Right? There should be a little more strategy to it. Like, one of the only great moments of strategy I can think of is like when Trunk bulks himself up against Perfect Cell, and then he's stronger than him, but he doesn't realize, oh, by bulking up so much you're slower, and so now Perfect Cell is too fast for you. Right? That was at least a good strategic moment that, sure, anybody can just pump their muscles up and become stronger, but you have to control the speed. And then Trunks even realizes, oh, Vegeta could have done that, but he knew its limits. So Trunks is kind of bragging to himself that I'm even stronger than my father, but he's really not. So that was at least a cool strategic sort of moment. And so my favorite villain takedown of the series was Cell, and some people don't like this episode. In fact, I think I saw on IMDb it might be one of the lowest rated episodes or something, or at least it's pretty badly rated. I think it's one of the best episodes in the series and the best villain takedown, because the whole episode is committed to the final beam struggle between Gohan and Cell, and so it's so cinematic. The whole world is going to blow up if he fails, etc. It's Gohan versus Perfect Cell, Super Perfect Cell, I guess, at that point. And then, he's got the one arm because he tried to save Vegeta earlier. And I always argue that point, though, it's like, oh, Gohan would have easily won if he had both hands. But the fact that Perfect Cell was able to render him armless shows how strong he is in the first place. Cell was getting his ass beat. Speaking of bullshit plot device things, I guess villains get it too. That's one of the most contrived moments ever, even though I like the final confrontation. They sometimes do this where one character's getting beaten so badly, it should be more evenly matched. Like Super Saiyan 2 Gohan shouldn't have been destroying Perfect Cell. It should have been like, it's still close. It's still a close fight, but Gohan's winning a little bit. And then whatever happens, and then Super Perfect Cell, whatever. Instead, he's getting beaten so badly that now it's hard to believe. How does he improve that much? He blows himself up, and then I'd be like, okay, so what? I'll just kill you again. But, oh, now you're suddenly magically way stronger. And so, but the fact that he's able to destroy his arm that easily shows you that, it's not that, oh, I could have beaten you if I had both my arms. The fact that I was able to render you armless shows you how strong I am in the first place. That's all I had to do. And it seems like the worst thing for Cell to do, because why not go for hand-to-hand combat against an opponent who only has one arm left, right? But instead he chooses a beam struggle, which, arguably it still matters to that extent. It just feels like if you were to try to fight him hand-to-hand, it would have been no problem at all. But no, I love that one because it's so high stakes. The whole episode is dedicated to it. The beam struggle is like a clear back and forth thing going on, very identifiable, not like beating around the bush, getting straight to the point. And all the characters have like their own moments. Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, they all try to help. They all get emotional. They all feel like they owe it to Goku. He didn't think it would make a difference, but he tried to help anyway, like Yamcha says or something. And then Piccolo, so they're all emotionally trying to help, even though they're so much weaker and they can't do much. And then finally, Vegeta has a great character developing, defining moment. So that's actually game theory, right? Gohan, as strong as he is, can't beat Super Perfect Cell. He can't do it. He's going to lose. He's going to die. So you need somebody to help you, and in that case, it's Vegeta. And so the point is that obviously you have, everybody chips in. Everybody's like having this, different reason for helping because, Goku turned my life around. Goku inspired me, Tien says. Krillin, I've been your best friend. What kind of friend would let you sit there and let you die like that? Piccolo is, emotional. I love you, Gohan. You showed me what it means to have a friend. All these kind of things. And it's such a, everything sort of comes together. All the characters feel like they're relevant and trying. Like the stakes are truly there. It's not just a case of, a character being stupid or something that makes it challenging. It's like it's genuinely that high stakes. Frieza kind of goes out sad a little bit. Super Saiyan Goku's just too strong for him. And then he dies to Trunks anticlimactically. Kid Buu doesn't even really talk, so yeah, that is definitely the best villain death of the series, and I love that episode because it really encapsulates everything. Like, you have the intensity, you have the high stakes, you have the back and forth. Cell has a lot of good one-liners. Don't you realize yet you're up against the perfect weapon? And also, like, just talking shit the whole time. No chance. You have no chance. And he just feels like he's very validated in his confidence. And then, Gohan's having these bursts. He's getting coached by his dad. He's getting encouraged by Piccolo and held by everybody. And Vegeta has to overcome his pride and try to make it up to Gohan for saving his life earlier. And he has like this sort of unexpected moment that Cell didn't expect him to help because he has the cells in him and he knows Vegeta is too proud to attack somebody from behind. but it's one of those things like if I can give it to you, I can take it away, where he allowed Cell to reach his perfect form. And so because of that, he feels right in his pride. This is just my interpretation, but that almost feels right, like a Machiavellian way of explaining it, like it's only justified because you let him become perfect in the first place. So if I can give you your perfect form, I can take it away, even if Vegeta normally wouldn't do that. So yeah, that's a good game theory moment. So the one thing that I have issue with, again, is all these moments of characters being dumb, or just, again, why does the Saiyan Saga even happen? Because, Vegeta is too cocky and he doesn't just kill everybody as soon as he gets there, right? Piccolo and Gohan and everybody just standing there. He could just kill them, and then by the time Goku arrives, it's too late, it's over. And then Vegeta just wins. He could get the Dragon Balls. So it's just purely his own arrogance. And then also it happens with the heroes too. Like, first of all, Frieza is an example of this. Frieza is way stronger, obviously, with all his forms, but even without them, he doesn't just immediately kill all the characters, right? And so he could have gone to his final form from the beginning and then just, easily done whatever he wanted. Or even when he's fighting Goku still in his final form. So, like, we stall out 20 plus episodes probably, right? I forget exactly how many, but we stall out like 20 episodes of him. This isn't even my final form. So I go from my first form that looks like a kid to the one really tall one that looks like a demon to the weird one that looks like, has like a long head, long face, to, I think, finally after that, you get the final form. And so the point is that you're basically in a position to say that, you're toying with them that way, that you're just not showing your final form for like 20 plus episodes. Then you're toying with them even in your final form. I'm only using 5% of my power, and then I'm only using 50%, and then I can power up even more once you become a Super Saiyan. Like, it's so contrived, because, like, why not just fucking end it then? Why are you wasting so much time? Right? So it's like, this is the most epic thing ever. Look at Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. But I look at it kind of as lame, how you got there. Not the event itself, but how you got there. Like, the villain just had to toy with you for like 20 episodes and until it finally happens, like almost like they want it to happen. Like, even Cell says something similar. I want you to get mad. I want you to transform. Right? I want to see this hidden power that everybody's talking about for Gohan. So he's deliberately doing it when he could just kill him in the first place. So Frieza toys with you for 20 episodes until you finally transform, right? Again, if it happened more organically, like, it's more of an even matchup, and then you finally break away and become more powerful. But Frieza's, like, way stronger than Goku, obviously, right? With Goku not being a Super Saiyan yet. He's way stronger in his final form, and he's not using, like, all his power. So, again, you're just wasting everybody's time. You're just dragging it out. You're being stupid. So, again, all these... Vegeta could have ended the show earlier if he just didn't wait for Goku. And then Frieza could have ended it if he just didn't toy around with Goku for an insane amount of time. And then... I want to see somebody, like, just sneakily use the Dragon Balls, too. I guess that's what Garlic Jr. did to turn Goku into a kid. But, like, why does it have to be a big spectacle? What if some random person just somehow gets all the Dragon Balls and then wishes for immortality? Like, then what? Right? Like, who's really stopping you from doing that? It's only when it's, like, super conspicuous that you happen to be there anyway or whatever. We're like, we were going to Namek anyway for some other reason. They weren't going to fight Frieza. They were going to look for the Dragon Balls there, I guess, to wish somebody back on Earth. So what you have now is the ability to say that, again, Frieza toys for too long, and then the Cell Saga is full of these moments, like... Vegeta is fighting and then Dr. Gero escapes and releases the androids. So I guess that's not really a fault. Like, that's fine. Like, he actually just gets away, which is kind of stupid. But what happens is they fight 17, 18, then he becomes more powerful than them. So, like, Trunks is the one character who doesn't fuck around. So I'll give you credit there. He goes back to the past. He kills 17, 18 Cell just like that. And he kills Frieza just like that. And he was willing to end the saga too against semi-perfect Cell right when he tries to kill him, despite the fact that Vegeta wants to see the final form. So look at all these dumb moments where it's a recurring trope that the villains do it, the heroes do it, everybody does it. Goku does it, Vegeta does it, like everybody. So the point is that, the only one who doesn't really do it is Trunks. So you have like this cocksure mentality that you're able to Vegeta comes out, and then he's fighting Semi-Perfect Cell. So at this point, he could easily just kill the androids, and even Trunks should have done that. Okay, so Krillin doesn't kill Android 18 because he has a boner, and he has a crush on her. So that's dumb move number one. Then Trunks doesn't just kill 18. That would have been the best way to spite your father. Don't beat up Semi-Perfect Cell. Just kill 18. Even he's telling her, run away. But don't run away. Just kill her. Just blow her up like you did. This is for Gohan. And just blow her up. Now it doesn't matter if Semi-Perfect Cell's out there. It would have been over. Right, just blow her up right in front of Semi-Perfect Cell's face. And of course he could do that because he's owning Semi-Perfect Cell, knock him off to the side, and just blow him up, blow her up, which would be easy for you to do now since you're way stronger, obviously. So what you have now is a simple ability to say that Krillin is dumb because he has a crush on 18, so it doesn't kill her with the little trigger. Or I love that. He crushes it like with his foot. But what if the act of crushing it with your foot accidentally triggers it? Or like, I'm just going to put my foot on the button and try to break through the thing, but I'm accidentally going to actually press it with my foot in doing that. I don't know what angle he does that at, but the point is that Krillin is dumb because of that. Then Vegeta is dumb. I want to see the final form. And then also Trunks is dumb. Or no. Well, Trunks is at least trying to do the right thing. He knocks away his father and tries to beat up Semi-Perfect Cell, but he should have actually just killed 18. And you might think, he didn't have the chance, but he's even telling her, run away. Don't tell her to run away. Just go after her and fucking blow her up, which she's completely outclassed by you, right? Just like how Vegeta is destroying Semi-Perfect Cell. Even Imperfect Cell was stronger than 17 and 18, so obviously you have that. But no, like all the modern, newer stuff, sequelitis trivializes the old school stuff, right? Like, now 17 is going to be stronger than anybody, or Krillin, a mere human, is going to be stronger than like fucking Cell was and Majin Buu was, or whatever. So I appreciate them trying to get those characters to keep up with the power level, but it really doesn't make sense, or it becomes one of those things where it's hard to even measure the scale of what is impressive anymore. Like, I remember that line I made fun of from GT. Omega Shenron destroyed an entire city with a single blast. You know who else who did that, right? Nappa did that. He destroyed an entire city with a single blast. Like, Omega Shenron should be able to destroy a whole fucking galaxy with a single blast. But sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like, they're holding their power back so they don't blow up the planet. That makes sense and they're only trying to focus it in one area, like on their opponent or something, right? But that makes sense for Goku and stuff to do that. But why would Omega care? Just, I missed you with my little ki blast, and that ki blast is enough to destroy the planet 10 times over, so, fuck it, it's gone. So the power levels become trivial. Yes, they're still relevant relative to one another, like, you need a Super Saiyan 3 to deflect a blast from Majin Buu or something. But what you don't have is the scale of destruction. You could destroy a whole, even Cell says it. Super Perfect Cell says, like, I could destroy the entire universe with the entire solar system with my energy now, which I don't know what that means, because I guess if Gohan didn't stop him, it would have destroyed not only the Earth, but everything. But then, you redirect it. So I get why the heroes do that sometimes, but what I don't get is why, again, whoops, I accidentally misfired and I'm going to just blow up the planet. Like, it's just that easy. Or I like that too. Kid Buu blows up the Earth, right? And even Goku says, we can't stop that, and so they just have to leave. So as soon as you go to the Supreme Kai's planet to fight Buu, what happens? I'll just do it again. I'll blow up this planet too, and you can't stop that, like Goku just said. So now you're fucked. Like, you know what I mean? He could just keep doing it, and there's nothing you can do. Like, why actually fight it out then when you could always just destroy the planet? And a lot of these other beings can breathe in space. Maybe like Frieza at least can do it. Cell could do it because of the cells from Frieza. So what you have is, again, it doesn't really make sense, especially when you're losing. Cell tries to destroy the planet by becoming all fat like that. But you could always just hold that as a threat. And again, it's impressive. You can destroy a city with one blast, but you could have done, even Vegeta, as a scouter Vegeta at the beginning of the series, was able to obviously destroy a planet. You see him destroying planets with these. So if he can do that, then nothing you do is impressive when it comes to a particular planet. You could destroy a whole solar system. You could destroy a whole galaxy. So everything being contained, like, oh, look, his ki blast missed and it blew up a whole city. No, his ki blast, Super Saiyan God. No, his ki blast missed. I guess that's why Super maybe somewhat takes place in the universe. Like, a ki blast misses and it takes out an entire fucking cosmos. It takes out the whole Milky Way. Like, that's literally what it should be. There's probably a joke in Super like that. It's not like, oh, I missed and I blew up somebody's car, like in a city, the way that some of these fights are shown in the show. That might have been true at the beginning of the series, but like by the Majin Buu saga, you miss one of these ki blasts, it'll destroy the fucking sun, right? It'll destroy the whole planet. So it's no longer impressive what you're really doing, and so what you have is it's only impressive in terms of the scale of who you're fighting. Like, okay, you were able to beat up the Super Saiyan God or whatever, so therefore it's impressive. But anything you're doing to the planet and that kind of damage just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And then the other thing was like in Super, so they're fighting in some galactic arena or something, right? Out in outer space, and so now, oh, whoops, I missed a ki blast and I just destroyed your planet or your whole solar system just with that. Like, I wasn't trying to, but I accidentally did. So that's the kind of stuff that can happen with relative ease. So what you have now is the simple ability, what else was I saying? All the dumb moments for people. So in the Cell Saga, Vegeta's dumb for allowing that to happen. Krillin's dumb. Even Trunks is a little dumb for not killing 18. And then once you do that, you have a case where Cell returns the favor by being equally dumb. He knocks out Vegeta and he overpowers Trunks and humiliates him with the whole speed thing that he was telling him, right? That, oh, I'm stronger than you because you're too slow if you buff your muscles up. So what you have now is Cell could just kill him and then destroy the planet, and that's it. It's over, right? Goku's still in the time chamber, so I don't know how that would work. You could just blow up everything, blow up Kami's lookout, etc. But the whole problem is that you're in a position where Cell has won, and then he even says, even Trunks is questioning, why don't you just kill me now? And then he's like, oh, that's boring. I want to hold the tournament. The Cell games, like, why the fuck? That's one of the worst moments in the show. Why the fuck would you delay and wait? Oh, I want to face Goku and this and that. And yeah, what kind of games is it? There's only two people who participate in it, right? Goku comes and fights him, and then Gohan. That's it. Nobody else even fights. Or they all kind of break the rules and just, join in anyway later on. But the whole point is that you're in a position where that doesn't make sense. So Cell wants to fuck around. I could kill everybody and I just win, but then I'll be bored or something. So let me toy with them a bit. And even the fact that there are the Cell games and you're giving them that chance. Trunks is beaten, Vegeta's knocked out, you could just kill them and that's it. It's over. Use the Dragon Balls or do whatever you got to do. Right? Take advantage of the planet and then destroy when you're done. But instead, you would think Cell wouldn't miss such a chance. It's not like he doesn't know about the Dragon Balls. So knock out Piccolo so he's not dead, so you can still use the Dragon Balls, and then, wish for immortality or whatever that you already might have, since, just of how Cell is made. But the reality is that you're in a position to basically do something here. What was I saying? Like, you're able to basically do it in such a way that Cell is dumb too for allowing the Cell games and dragging things out. Like, wait, why wait? Because, he has the arrogance of Frieza and Vegeta and all these people combined, which means he's combined all these stupid-ass clown moments that I'm criticizing, and you get the ultimate one with Cell. So I hate that moment. See, the game theory way to have it happen would be, there's some other reason. Like, he's not doing... he's not that much stronger than everybody, or there's, Goku gets out just in time. But instead it's completely done just for the sake of the plot. Like, there's no reason for him to wait, but he just waits anyway, just because, right? That's stupid. It should be, oh no, Goku comes out right now and they're ready to fight, and that's how it starts. But no, let me make the Cell games, let me make a big spectacle out of it. And then even if that wasn't dumb enough for the Cell and Android saga, right, the number of times this happens, Goku, first of all, Cell hears about Gohan's latent talent, so he wants to see it play out. Right, so I'm choking you and I'm trying to get you to transform. I want you to get mad. So Cell wants to see, doesn't just want to win the fight. Oh, I want to see Gohan's hidden talent. And then when he sees it, now Gohan has the upper. So Cell has the upper hand, but he chooses not to take it because, I want to see Gohan's final form. And then Gohan has the upper hand after becoming Super Saiyan 2. But then, no, I want to torture him a little bit. I don't want to kill him right away. And then as a result of that clown behavior, now his dad dies and the planet almost blew up. And now Super Perfect Cell comes back, and at least he doesn't fuck around. He kills... I like that, at least. See, Super Perfect Cell is a good example. Trunks and Super Perfect Cell don't fuck around. He comes back, he kills Trunks immediately, right, just with his appearance. And then he's about to kill Vegeta, and then he's about to kill Gohan, and it's just like, it's fucking over, dude. Like, really, he would have just killed Vegeta if Gohan didn't do that. So he doesn't fuck around at all. He's not toying with him either. He's really just trying to, end the beam struggle. Maybe he's toying a little bit, but it seems like he's going all out. And he's winning most of the way. That's the whole thing. But there's some real quality game theory with that like, Gohan really needs help. He just can't win the fight. And so it's not Deus Ex Machina, like, the spirit of his dad just comes out and saves him, like against BoJack or some dumb shit. Or, whatever. You just win because you get mad, and now you become Super Saiyan 3, too. No, or like even see how it wins. When he wins, Gohan has a burst of energy and his eyes go all white. But that doesn't matter, right? He still couldn't have done that and won because only Vegeta's opening. So it's game theory, like, Gohan can't beat Cell. So the reason why he beats Cell isn't Deus Ex Machina. It's actually, Vegeta's actually there, and Vegeta overcomes his pride, and Vegeta actually helps, and that gives him the opening he needs. That's sometimes all I want for the strategy, and that's very important to the series. That's why it's so good. Not only is it a good character-defining, developing moment, but it makes the circumstance and the death of Cell feel so novel. Like, everybody had to help, everybody had to do their best, and you could still barely do it. If Krillin didn't help, Gohan would have died, because whatever little minor distraction he provided, right, helped delay Gohan's death for a little bit. If Piccolo and Tien and Yamcha didn't help, right, that wouldn't have delayed it for any time at all. Then Cell knocked them all away, and then, if Vegeta doesn't come in right there, Gohan's gonna die, and the planet's gonna blow up, and you're all fucked. Like, it's just that simple. So you needed that everything, it's not like, we could have easily won, or we could, even some of the other fights are like that. It always comes down to a spirit bomb in the end, especially like with Omega Shenron or with Kid Buu, some of the strongest opponents. I was like, why not just use the spirit bomb from the beginning, right? Why fight for an exhaustingly long amount of time and then be like, we can't win, we got to use the spirit bomb? Like, just start the fight and immediately do a spirit bomb and just say, fuck it, right? It's already over. So if even in the Majin Buu saga, there's dumb moments like that where, Goku says a really stupid line like, I could have beaten Majin Buu, the Fat Buu, as Super Saiyan 3 if I wanted, but I just didn't want to. I wanted to give the kids a chance to show off, right? Give them a chance to save the world. And like, what the fuck, dude? And then even Gotenks, when they fuse, is all arrogant. I can excuse that a little bit because they're kids, but they're still dumb. Like, I'm not going to kill you, kill Super Buu because I want to toy around with you, have fun. And then even Ultimate Gohan is beating Super Buu's ass. I guess he doesn't really toy around, maybe, or maybe he probably does. But then he gets absorbed, so maybe that's not entirely his fault, but they're trying to, like, fuse even Ultimate Gohan and Goku. But wouldn't he have to be equal power level? So it'd be like Super Saiyan 3 or something. And then it ends up being Vegeta. So again, all these opportunities you have to just end the show, right, where you have, even the whole thing with the Supreme Kai, like, oh, we can't just destroy the ship. That would release Majin Buu, even if he's not at full power. But in the end, Majin Buu gets released anyway, and he is at full power. Like, what the fuck? Or even like sensing people's power is sometimes anticlimactic. Like, oh, you think somebody's dead, but then they're not. Like, you can sense them all the time anyway, so you would know exactly whether they're dead or not. But what you have is like, okay, so Goku could have been Super Saiyan 3 and killed Fat Buu, but he chooses not to. Then Gotenks could have killed Super Buu, but he chooses not to. Then Super Buu could have killed everybody, but he chooses not to because, I'm waiting because Hercule's daughter, Videl, tells me not to, and I like Hercule. So therefore, I'm going to wait, and then you end up fighting Gotenks. So Super Buu doesn't end it when he could have. Then the other one is the fact that Ultimate Gohan doesn't end it when he could have. He gets absorbed. Then Vegito doesn't end it either because he's playing around, and then the fusion runs out. And then, so like all these moments that are like a comedy of errors where you could end it, but you just choose not to because you're just arrogant or stupid or toying around. Well, that's a lesson that they just never learn, which in some ways is just not good writing because it shouldn't require that. If the conflict is really serious, your villain's really capable, you shouldn't need to fuck around to give them a chance. They should just be so capable, right, that they do it anyway. And so now you have finally Kid Buu. And so even against Kid Buu, they still say something dumb like, they're about to fuse and then they destroy the earrings. And they say, oh no, that would make it too easy, or it's not my style. I don't want to stay like that forever. Even though that's so stupid. They're going to stay like that forever, but then they don't because they get absorbed. Like, why would that matter? Or it's not even that the fusion runs out, like I said. It's the fact that they get absorbed. So, whatever. So they destroy the earrings and they don't fuse, even though the act of fusing could have saved the planet and the universe. So they're just fucking around. And then they fight for a long time. And then they finally win because of the Spirit Bomb. So the point is there's so many plethora of moments where characters are just toying around and they're able to basically, it trivializes the story. Sometimes I can be excused like, oh, Vegeta's just arrogant, so I get it. But it's also like, it's also a case where you're able to have, I don't know, like, it shouldn't happen that often, because again, within game theory, you could often have the same result. Like, the result is, you end up beating the villain, or whatever happens has to happen. But instead of it just being like, oh, just because I got angry and I just transformed, that's enough to beat the villain. It doesn't really feel earned, right? Like, again, that's why the Cell one is good, because everybody's working together and you needed every bit of help that you could get. Or like, it shouldn't always just be that, oh, we could have won earlier, as if you're not taking it seriously, but we didn't because we were just toying around. Oh, I could have gone Super Saiyan 3 and just ended it. One theory that I have on the Majin Vegeta fight, though, is actually that if Goku went Super Saiyan 3, he would have actually lost the fight. And the reason why is because we see the incredible endurance of Vegeta. Even though he's much weaker than Kid Buu, look at how long he lasts against him. So because of Goku's burnout phase with Super Saiyan 3, where he has to keep charging back up, like in the Kid Buu fight itself, he fights for a little bit, but then he's able to have to rest for a little bit, but that's what would have happened. Goku would have been stronger than Vegeta, Majin Vegeta, obviously by a lot, but it doesn't matter because Kid Buu was stronger than Vegeta by a lot too, but he kept getting up, he kept fighting, right? And so Super Saiyan 3 Goku didn't need a man like that in his life, right? Like in Rocky 2, we don't need a man like that in our life right now. I saw you hit him harder than any man been hit before, and he kept coming after you. So the reason why is because of Vegeta's insane endurance, he would actually keep getting up, and even though he's weaker, then Goku would burn out of his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, and then Vegeta would actually win. So that's actually a game theory explanation I would like to say for that actually Goku wasn't stronger than Vegeta. He had to be Super Saiyan 2 because he could conserve his power better and fight longer. Whereas if you became Super Saiyan 3, yes, you would kick his ass for a minute, but he would survive, and then you would burn out, and then you'd be screwed. Because, again, that's always what happens with the Super Saiyan 3. Or, like, one major question of the series is, like, why do they let people transform? And the way that maybe I could explain it, like, why do they just sit there and watch? On one hand, they could just be arrogant and, like, oh, let's be respectful. It's almost like an honor code, I assume. Like, this is some Japanese samurai honor code as a kid that they just do it out of respect. Don't interrupt somebody when they're top 3 Japanese tips for life. Always say the name of your attack when you do it, and always, be honorable and let your opponent power up, and always fight only 1v1. All these kind of things that they don't have to do. And so what you have is, it could be that it's happening in a lot faster time, in real time, just like everything else does in the series. Like, obviously, they're moving at light speed and this and that. So it might seem like a 5-minute transformation, but to them, it could be taking a few seconds, even though everything by that logic is like that too. Which is one contradiction, like how human characters can sometimes speak to or hear them. Like, during the Cell games, you wouldn't be able to hear what they're saying because they would be talking just as fast as they're moving and fighting, especially when they're doing it while they're fighting, right? So you wouldn't be able to really hear what they're saying, because they'd be talking at light speed too. Like, how can they talk at normal speed, but they're fighting at supersonic speed, right? It doesn't really make sense. And so it's just one of those things that's hard to convey to the audience, but at the very least, it wouldn't make sense that the other people would understand it. That, like, the people on TV and the reporters and stuff, but they absolutely do hear what they're saying. So it doesn't make sense, because that'd be way too slow. But regardless of that, you have the case of I don't know, like, where Cell is able to, what was I saying? Like, just, we have, I can't remember what I was saying. You have all these stupid moments that people do brain dead stuff. You also have, not enough of game theory type moments. What was the topic I was just saying? I can't remember. It was like, one of the gripes is the fact that it always comes back to like the transformation in Deus Ex Machina and stuff like that. What else was I saying? Like, Vegeta's good vitality and endurance is pretty impressive. His whole work ethic and everything is good. But yeah, there's too many convenient moments, like, oh, don't destroy the ship or he'll get released, but then he ends up getting released anyway, so he would have been better off, than he would have still been in a weaker stage. But you let him get the exact optimal conditions, ideal conditions, as Paragus would say from the Big Green Dub. But yeah, I completely forgot what I was saying. Yeah, those are just like some of my various thoughts on the series. So I didn't actually end up watching an episode. I'll watch it tomorrow then, episode 1 of Dragon Ball, and I'll maybe watch episode 3 of Yona. It's good enough that I don't mind continuing it, otherwise I'll keep changing that one. But Dragon Ball can be in like a sort of a separate slot, and I don't know, it makes me feel like I want to watch it every day then, in a continual sense, on a regular basis, but I might not, because then next month I might do the Netflix thing. So what you have now is the realization that, what the fuck was I saying? I was in the middle of saying something. It's just the fact that it's a good series. It relies on the action a little too much, but it shouldn't always rely on the stupidity of characters, right? Like, everybody should be going all out all the time, and the defining factor is something actually clear. Like, it's not that, oh, a character just gets angry or a character just wins because they have to. It's that, oh, strategically they had to do something, or they had to get help from some external factor, external force, right? Things of that nature. Yeah, I like Z. as a kid, I liked it. Even in retrospect, I do like it. Some of the main flaws are some of the filler, some of the slow pace of it. Like why do characters allow the power-up to happen? It could be happening a lot faster than what it seems like, but also it could be that, they have like a force field around them as they're doing it that's strong enough to repel people from attacking them. I guess, like it would knock them back, sort of. You would think against a really strong opponent, it wouldn't really work. Or you could, charge up your final flash in the amount of time it takes for them to transform. Kind of like even with Perfect Cell, right? That he was so vulnerable to the final flash. So as soon as he starts transforming, you start charging that shit up. And then by the time he's done, you'll hit him with that and he won't be able to react necessarily. They do try to attack Cell actually when he's going to perfect form. Which is kind of cheap and dishonorable in a way, but I'm just saying you would think it'd be something. So, and also like the 5 minutes meme with Frieza, the way you could try to explain it is, okay, in universe, it seems like it's going on forever, but this sort of gives you a good time lapse of how, every fight that goes on for so long is actually happening maybe in a few seconds. Like the whole fight between Frieza and Goku could be like 1 minute, but in reality, or like that whole sequence could be 5 minutes, but it just seems longer to you because they're slowing it down. So you can actually see and follow what's happening, Because otherwise it would be just sort of light speed and you can't see anything, and it still sort of appears like that. So it kind of makes sense to the extent that, you have, everything slowed down for your benefit. So when he says 5 minutes, he means 5 minutes. But again, since you're seeing everything slowed down, if you were seeing it like in real time, as if it was in real life, you wouldn't be able to follow anything of what's happening and be over way soon. So even when you see them fighting so fast, they're actually slowing it down for your benefit. That would be the way to explain it, obviously, but it's just I don't know if it's really an error or what they were saying with it, but... Okay, so today I'm going to explain 2 objections I have to scenes from the Star Wars prequels. So the first one is the Darth Maul losing to Obi-Wan at the end of The Phantom Menace. And so the problem with this scene, again, the movie's not terrible. I don't hate it as much as other people do. Basically, my thoughts on the prequels are that Phantom Menace is like mediocre, Attack of the Clones is actually really bad, and Revenge of the Sith is good. It's like a masterclass in storyboarding, where I always say that with Lucas, that he's great at storyboards, which means the events that happen, right? So, Order 66 and, Obi-Wan fighting Anakin and all these kind of events in sequence are great. It's like a rough draft. But what he needed is somebody like Dave Filoni or whoever, I don't know, all the other writers for Star Wars with all the expanded universe and series over the years, but he needed somebody like that to go over it with a fine-tooth comb and actually correct and improve the dialogue for the final version of the draft of the screenplay. But what it seems is very rough. Like he just wrote the storyboard, all the ideas that are all the events that are happening, and then it ends off with, there is no final draft. He just left it like that. So you get very banal expository dialogue that doesn't live up to the epicness of the events that are actually happening. Right, so the sequence of the story is really good, right? All the things that are happening is very interesting, but the dialogue is just sort of mundane and bogging down. The worst of which that I always made fun of was like, you have become the very thing you swore to destroy, right? Towards the end of the movie. It's so memeable because it's so template. Like, that's the exact thing you would expect him to say in that situation. That's exactly what's happening. But it's too much on the nose that it has no identity or nuance to the universe. Like, it's just very, very basic and on the nose. And I think the original trilogy actually shows a lot better dialogue, even though he was criticized for it by a lot of the actors then. At least that's more impressive because he's introducing the universe for the first time, right? Nobody's ever seen it before, right? It's all just coming from his head. It's fairly original, at least within context. So it's a little different when you have the prequels. Now you have so much of an advantage, but you're kind of just plugging stuff in and just not putting forth the right level of nuance that you have to. So the Darth Maul scene is bad because of this. It's a very disappointing ending to the first movie of the prequels because what you have is a far superior opponent that is established pretty well. Like, they're having a 2v1 fight where it's Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan both against Darth Maul. So that shows you he's a superior opponent to either one, and the only reason why it's much of a fight, right, the Duel of Fates that is so epic and long stage of a fight, is that it's a 2v1, so that makes it even. So what Darth Maul's whole strategy is, as a smart fighter that he is, even though we don't get much dialogue, most of what I'm judging this from is just from the movies. I'm not looking at any expanded universe stuff, any retcons later, none of that. Just looking at it as the movie if you were seeing it at the time, right, period. And so what you have is, you have a case where it's only a fair fight because of that, them fighting 2 versus 1. And so he keeps trying to separate the two. He kicks Obi-Wan down, and then he's hanging on for his life while he's fighting Qui-Gon. So he keeps trying to separate the two, so it gives him a clear advantage in a 1 versus 1 match. And that finally happens with the force field, where they're separated there, and Obi-Wan is forced to watch. So now it's no surprise that he would quickly dispatch Qui-Gon in a 1v1, because now he's no longer distracted by Obi-Wan, and it's, he's clearly outclassing both of them. So now what happens is, okay, Qui-Gon's almost dead. He's on the ground, right, weak and tired. And then Obi-Wan comes in through the force field when it finally opens, and then they have a fight. So now the point is, Darth Maul is far stronger and should easily be able to beat him, and he basically does. He has him hanging down by the ledge. And now this scene is too extreme because it's basically one of those plot armor, Deus Ex Machina moments that you didn't need, in contrast to the game theory that I'm going to present as the possible solution. So what happens? Obi-Wan's hanging on a ledge beneath a far superior opponent, and the far superior opponent might be cocky, might be overconfident, fine. But he was maybe cocky and overconfident the whole time. Maybe he's always like that. But that doesn't stop him from still being a far superior opponent in a very major advantage position. And so what happens? Does Obi-Wan come up with some crazy strategy or anything? No, he decides he just wants to win the fight, so he just jumps up above Maul, exposing himself the whole way, and then just grabs the lightsaber and just kills him. Like, he just wins because he has to win. It was one of the worst, most unconvincing scenes that you could possibly have, because it feels so unearned. Like, you just won because you knew he had to win, so there you go, right? That's because you obviously know he's in the future movie, so he's still alive. But that's not a very good explanation. My game theory solution would have been Qui-Gon's still alive and on the ground, so Obi-Wan might make a similar maneuver and have faith, like, okay, I'm going to focus all my energy to try to jump up and sort of kick Maul or something, just distract him, but then I still have no chance of winning because I don't have a lightsaber, and that's Maul's whole idea. But then Qui-Gon grabs his lightsaber even as he's dying on the ground and throws it to him. Now Maul is caught off guard, and that might give you the opening. So it would still be the 2v1 scenario, right? Because now they're back in the room together. That would give you the impetus to say, okay, at least Qui-Gon helps him and throws him a bone, and if he hadn't done that, he would have just died, because Maul isn't just going to stand there and just let you jump over him. And then also, this ties into the other moment, the high ground moment from Revenge of the Sith, but that's the whole fallacy. Obi-Wan is able to beat a superior opponent in that moment, Anakin, because Anakin in Revenge of the Sith at the beginning beat Dooku, and Dooku tossed aside Obi-Wan like it's nothing. So even at the beginning, before he's further empowered by going to the dark side, Anakin, he's already much stronger than Obi-Wan. So that fight in itself doesn't even make sense. Anakin should easily be able to kill Obi-Wan, even if he knows his technique and this and that. He beat Dooku in a 1v1 at the end of that fight, right? Anakin does. And Dooku is far stronger than Obi-Wan by the movie's own logic, because he gets tossed aside like he's nothing, right? He's a weak link in that fight. Anakin's still getting beat up a little bit at the beginning, but clearly it's a mismatch. So Obi-Wan stands no chance against Dooku. Anakin's able to beat him in a 1v1, and now he gets further empowered by going to the dark side, so it makes no sense. Realistically, Anakin should have destroyed Obi-Wan in that fight, and it would have been over, right? There's no actual good explanation for why that's even an even fight, except for the fact that it just has to be for the sake of the story, I guess. They could have still thrown in that Obi-Wan's being helped by somebody else, and it's like a 2v1, and then he's able to win like that. But the point is, the high ground gives Obi-Wan apparently the advantage to beat a superior opponent in that situation, whereas he otherwise wouldn't be able to, right? So that's how significant supposedly the high ground is, and I always criticize that scene because of the way they show it is just not very convincing. They've been jumping around the whole time anyway, so why couldn't Anakin just jump off to the left or the right? He doesn't have to jump right into him. Or why couldn't he just used that little device that they're floating on? You're trying to tell me that I can only move left to right and not up and down? He could just go up a little bit, or he could just move it in towards the ground a bit and then just jump down, right? He's on this highly mobile vehicle that they've both been sort of moving on, riding on. So why couldn't they do that? Why couldn't they use the Force to move it, further up. So now I have the high ground because I just use that thing to lift it up a little bit, and now I'm above you. The way they show that with like the slope of the ground is not very convincing. Like, it doesn't seem really all that high. He's not really standing that much, above him. And that vehicle that they're on seems to be very mobile, and they could move it up or down either with the force or even with its own capability. So everything about that seems kind of unconvincing. Just the visual of it, I've sort of mocked. Like, it's not really convincing. Maybe that's why it's made fun of. Maybe for other reasons. Like, it just feels kind of dumb and contrived. At least that's a good way to try to give an explanation why he's able to win the fight. In other words, it was even, or Anakin was even winning, and it wouldn't have had a conclusion, but because of the high ground and Anakin's arrogance, like, that'll be the explanation a lot of people give, is either retcon stuff, expanded universe that I don't really care about. Like, we're just looking at it in a vacuum for the quality of these scenes. But the problem is that, it'll just be their arrogance. But that doesn't stop them from still being competitive in the fight up to that point. So I don't like that, suddenly their arrogance cost them the fight, even though they were arrogant the whole time or whatever, that's just their nature. So that doesn't make sense. Or even the, Anakin's emotional or something, but that's part of the dark side, is actually being emotional is a good thing, or it's kind of what it feeds into. That's where you get a lot of your strength from. So that's not even a bad thing necessarily. So the way that the high ground works here contradicts the other scene, that not only is Maul already a superior opponent who just beat his master in a 1v1 and was easily fighting both of them in a 2v1, right, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, he could easily whoop Obi-Wan in a 1v1, which he kind of does, even though Obi-Wan puts up a better fight than you might think. But the thing is, now not only is he a superior opponent, and Obi-Wan is disarmed, lost his weapon, and he's hanging down a ledge, but according to the series' own logic, Darth Maul has the high ground advantage against Obi-Wan too, right? So now you have a superior opponent with the high ground against an inferior opponent. So you should have, and he's also hanging on for dear life and doesn't have a weapon. So there's pretty much a 0% chance, as they show it like that he should be able to win, especially without Qui-Gon helping or distracting Maul somehow, throwing him this, throwing Obi-Wan the saber, right? At least that would have tried to qualify it a little bit. But otherwise, it just feels like total plot armor Deus Ex Machina, because the way it's shown is like he wins just because he has to win. But in a similar situation, Obi-Wan now has the high ground in Revenge of the Sith against a superior opponent, right? So Obi-Wan wins against a superior opponent in both cases. Anakin's stronger than Obi-Wan based on the Dooku, obvious conclusion. And so the point is, Obi-Wan doesn't have the high ground against Maul. Maul has it. So Maul is a superior opponent who has the high ground, but he still loses to Obi-Wan just because. And then Obi-Wan is an inferior opponent who has the high ground against Anakin. So you might think, that'll level the playing field. But the problem is that now he wins because he has the high ground. But if it makes the difference that an inferior opponent can beat a superior one because they have the high ground, then why shouldn't a superior opponent who's already beating you not be able to win when they also have the high ground too? Right now they have the advantage on top of it. They don't even need it, but it's just a bonus. So it's very contradictory in and of itself. And of course, the way that scene is visually shown is very unconvincing, right? Why couldn't Anakin just jump off to the side? Why couldn't he just move that vehicle around a little, up or down or left or right, and then it'll be fine? Or why couldn't he do anything besides just jump right into him or try to jump over him? Or even again, the same way that I think that's even part of a retcon explanation. He's trying to do the same maneuver that Obi-Wan did against Darth Maul, where he just jumped over him. But the point is, that's not a very good maneuver. It's leaving yourself completely exposed, right? As you're jumping over him, what's your defense? Maul is just kind of looking at you in shock. He could just slice you in half the way that Obi-Wan does in that same moment. The same exact thing should have happened, or it could have happened. So it makes absolutely no sense. It's just that's why it's not convincing. The outcome would be the same, right? That you would be able to say, okay, you would still win, but have Qui-Gon help in a game theory sense. Again, just throw you the saber or do something minor or distract Maul for a second. Then at least it makes a little bit of sense, right? Even though it still would feel a bit contrived. The way it's shown is very unconvincing. So those are two visually flawed sort of scenes. Again, the high ground doesn't seem high enough. Again, the vehicle they're on seems very mobile, so you could easily just move it down further and then jump on a safe spot on the bottom and then climb up and fight him or something like that. So yeah, my main thing is if you show that scene, look at the difference in the high ground. It's not really that major the way they've shown it, that it should make that big of a difference, assuming that it should make that much of a difference in effectively a sword fight anyway. When they have the Force, when they have all these other things at their disposal, they've been jumping around, like crazy the whole time. and moving on that thing, it shouldn't really be that difficult to just, land, just lower the thing. Even if you can't raise it, lower it so you go all the way down to the low ground, then walk up and fight him. Like, why would that not be something you could do? Right? There's been no indication in the fight that, like, oh, you're not going to be able to just simply jump down and then fight him with him being slightly higher. Why does the high ground matter in a sword fight? It's not like a fight with artillery or guns where you have the high ground and you can aim at them, but they might not be able to aim at you or something like that, right? So since when does the high ground matter in that kind of context anyway? Okay, so yesterday I was thinking I was going to do the first episode of Dragon Ball, but then I wasn't really I almost didn't want to do anything because I was just tired. But then I just did like a very long-winded recap of my thoughts on Dragon Ball Z. So overall, I liked it as a show. I definitely thought the Bruce Falconer score was phenomenal, so it'd be interesting to see. I'm going to watch it in English. Did Bruce Falconer do the score for, first of all, GT, which I have seen, but I don't remember if he did or not. I think he did. And did he do it for Dragon Ball? I think it's maybe unlikely he did it for Dragon Ball because that might have been before, or maybe somehow they even did it after. Like, no, I would think it would have been done beforehand because, like, Dragon Ball was still popular enough to be transported over and then to English. And then once that was successful too, they would have done Z because Z was obviously a sensation. So I think they did it in order, but for some reason I'm thinking, oh, Z was so popular that then they went back and did Dragon Ball after. Right, that's possible, but yeah, the point is I've never seen Dragon Ball. I might have seen like a clip or two over the years just by sheer accident or whatever, but the only form of the plot that I know is that, Bulma and Goku meet at the beginning, and Goku tries to find out whether she's a girl or not, like, whatever. There's that classic scene that's been made fun of or whatever, right, where he's never seen a girl before. So I know that, and then I just know that, a lot of the characters appear from the show, like Krillin and Yamcha and Tien and Piccolo's like the final boss, Demon King Piccolo. Although I don't really understand that, because there's like an old version and then a young version, so, like, does he, like, maybe that happens earlier on, like he kills King Piccolo and then he had a son and then they fight later too? Something like that. So what Piccolo is, though, is basically, even at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, he's like that, where they have some animosity between each other. He's sort of the original Vegeta, where, they have their issues, but then they come together and work together. But then after a while, Piccolo becomes kind of nice, maybe after he fuses with Kami. But even before that, he has like a certain relationship with Gohan. So it's like, he ends up being like this sort of anti-hero that ends up helping you out. So Piccolo was really the original Vegeta in that way, but in a less, it's ironic too in the English dub because they're both voiced by Chris Sabat, who does a great job, but I think maybe the Piccolo one is a little bit, they shouldn't give him such a workload. They didn't really need to do that. Then he starts to become so nice that you forget about that, and then you have, Vegeta take over that role. So, it's just interesting to think about that they were very similar. So I know that he's a big final boss. I don't know who a lot of the other villains are. I think Garlic Jr. has is it Garlic Jr. or am I thinking of somebody else? It's like, it's the guy who has like the Red Ribbon Army people, like the one girl and the cat or something. I can't remember. I think it's Pilaf. It's not Garlic Jr., it's Pilaf. I'm confusing the two. So one of those appears prominently here. You don't actually see Dr. Gero, I don't think, right? Because people have said that, where they mentioned that Goku let somebody live, and that person they let live was Dr. Gero, and he turned out to be, obviously so impactful. So Trunks even chides him that your mercy that day cost a lot of lives and all of this, right? I love that line, even though, again, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't think even in universe you see it, right? He just let certain Red Ribbon Army people survive. And because of that, like, he lets General Tao survive. And I know he's from Dragon Ball. How do I know all this when I haven't seen it? This is the problem with spoilers and YouTube suggestions. And even if I haven't seen the clips, I've seen, like, maybe references to it, like in titles and stuff like that. So I know just the general outline, but I think it will be pretty fresh. And the thing that you're going to realize is it's not going to have that much action, I don't think, compared to Z. I think it was more of an adventure series. And Z really went full on with the action. There'll be a lot of character interaction development. And the one cool thing to see will be, yes, Goku will still be really strong, but, it won't be as much of a wash. Like, all the other characters will be more relevant, like Krillin and Yamcha and Tien. They won't be outclassed by Goku completely. They'll only be slightly outclassed, if at all, right? So they'll be, or maybe even some of them will be stronger than him. So basically what it'll do is it'll address a lot of the questions that you probably have, like who are some of these people and what the hell is even going on, like Mr. Popo and Kami, and like who are they really? Like, well, how much of that do you see in Dragon Ball Z? You kind of just see them and there they are. Like, there's not much character introduction. With Piccolo, you just see, oh, there he is, there's Goku, there's the, you're kind of seeing what's different from, what happened in the past. Like, oh, look how old Goku is, now he has a son, all this kind of stuff. But it's a case, I'm assuming he doesn't have Gohan in Dragon Ball. Maybe you just kind of see him for the first time in Dragon Ball Z. But the point is that you just kind of see a lot of these characters. I don't remember them really explaining who Kami is in great detail or giving you a lot of backstory. You just kind of see him, there he is. That's it. Like, there's a lot of the, the cat, like Korin and Yajirobe, and you're getting a lot of these characters' backstories that you don't really get there, right? You kind of just already know them or are expected to know certain things. So yeah, we're gonna watch the first episode of that, and then if I have time, I'll also watch like the first episode of the third episode of Yona. So I'll sort of alternate between these two. Or Dragon Ball, I'll just kind of watch anyway, and then the other thing I'll watch. It could vary. If I get bored of Yona, if there's a bad episode like a C grade or below, even a single episode, I can switch the series to something else, and we'll kind of keep doing that as the Crunchyroll randomizer. But yeah, I think Dragon Ball would be a good base series. The problem is I'm probably not going to watch the whole thing, because like next month I want to do the Netflix series, so, or maybe I'll wait till we finish Yona one way or the other. So either I watch the whole thing, or if it ends, then I'll do the Netflix. But then I don't want to be subscribed to both, unless Dragon Ball is also on Netflix, which it might actually be, because it's such a well-known series. So again, I've seen Dragon Ball Z, I liked it. Obviously, I've seen it multiple times because I've seen the English dub, then I've seen the Japanese dub, then I've seen plenty of clips, Ocean dub, Big Green dub, maybe not the full thing in those, but just like, I just have such a wide experience with kind of rehashing it, watching certain parts. So I've seen in full Dragon Ball Z at least multiple times. I've seen in full Dragon Ball GT, and I at least have a better opinion of it than most people. Like, it does some things pretty well. The pacing of it is quite good. And, Dragon Ball Kai, I watched maybe a little bit. So a lot of those I've seen in bits and pieces, but it's kind of hard to explain. Like, I've seen certain episodes or certain fights or certain parts of Dragon Ball Z many, many times. So it gives you the impression that I've seen the series even more than I actually have, right? But at least, probably 2 full times worth in English, at least 1 full time worth in Japanese. And then again, GT, I've seen at least 1 full time in English. And then beyond that, I haven't seen Super at all. I saw a very little bit of Kai. I saw none of Dragon Ball, so my experience with the series is pretty good, but it's interesting to watch it sort of backwards like that. Like, maybe it would be better, right? Because if I had seen Dragon Ball, maybe I wouldn't have enjoyed Z as much. Because there's a lot of moments of surprise, like, you're kind of meeting these characters for the first time, and sort of, I don't know, in some ways I kind of like it. Because now seeing him as a kid might diminish all the epicness of the Z, because now you already know everybody too well, right? There's a lot of surprises about the universe that everything just kind of comes in fresh, and you can kind of piece it together, like, oh, Piccolo and him have a bad past, and, obviously you're meant to know kind of what they're talking about, but, yeah, and they kind of maybe show little references and flashbacks to stuff, but the Red Ribbon Army is going to be the main antagonist, I guess. I don't know if Pilaf is to do with that. I don't think Garlic Jr. would make an appearance, but maybe he does. What else do we have? Like, I'm just trying to think all the villains that I know. General Tao, I guess, is a big deal. But yeah, he's going to be like, you're going to constantly see this trope, I guess, of like, look at this little kid, how can he be that strong? And then it's like in Full Metal Alchemist, like the whole running joke, oh, how can, you see Alphonse in the armor, and then Ed is this short little guy with just a metal arm and a metal leg. It's like they all assume that Alphonse is the Full Metal Alchemist, but it's actually Edward, so you'll keep hearing that. So here the whole trope and running joke is, oh, it's just this cute little kid, what's he doing over here? You've gone a long way from home. He's in like the Red Ribbon Army base or something, let's hypothesize, right? And then he's able to tank bullets, and he's able to fucking destroy tanks and all this kind of stuff, and they all run away scared, like, oh, this is a monster, and then he becomes an actual monster by becoming the big ape, right, that we know from Dragon Ball Z, obviously, which you don't see a lot of that, really. You see Vegeta do it, you see Gohan do it, but then throughout the rest of the series, I don't remember anybody really doing it, right, in the after you start dealing with the Super Saiyans and stuff like that, and Cell Saga, nobody's becoming an ape. Like, they just kind of gave up on that as a mechanic, and you don't see it again really till GT. And I thought that was a good way to come full circle with, sort of harnessing that ape form fully, thus implying that makes you Super Saiyan 4. And then Pan sort of snaps him out of it. See, I don't even dislike Pan, but it's just maybe the overemphasis on her character and how she's sort of integral so much is what people find annoying. But yeah, what else do we have? Just everything will be sort of downscaled. It's sort of like an anti-power creep moment. Like in video games, like, oh, remember when things used to be so much simpler and you didn't have all these abilities and everything was, there's a certain value in that where sometimes less is more. Or even like in movie series, like, remember when it wasn't 10 superheroes and it was just one and it was kind of more simple? Not even because special effects are limited necessarily, but just sort of the sequelitis that's like, oh, now we have Super Saiyan, now we have, we have Kaioken, now we have Super Saiyan, now we have Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, God 2, 1 million, Ultra Instinct. The point is it becomes sort of bloated where everything becomes trivialized, and the series does have a bad habit of doing that. Even, Frieza was the most epic fight ever between Goku and Frieza, right? But then, he gets killed by Trunks, and now it's no big deal. You don't have to diminish the previous material just to prop up the next, that the androids are going to be way stronger. Like, by that logic, let's say the Z Fighters didn't become as strong as they were, then the androids could have killed Frieza. Like, that's what you're telling me. And, that just trivializes everything. So Dr. Gero could have taken over the whole universe or whatever. Just, kill Frieza and go planet to planet and do whatever he's got to do. And so the point is that... And yeah, really, what stops anybody from just, like, shooting down Goku's ship? Like, if Goku's ever in space, you could just shoot his ship down, which is not going to be that hard to do, right? If you're Frieza or any of his minions. So just shoot his ship down and then he dies because he can't do anything. Because he'll die in space, right? That's the whole irony of it. The whole win condition against Goku is pretty easy. You just destroy the planet he's on, which you might not think, oh, that's not so easy, but it is. Because even Vegeta could have done that with the Scouter. Like, when Vegeta was going to kill Goku, he was intending to die himself. Because he was going to destroy the whole planet with Gallic Gun, and then he doesn't because Goku blasts him away. But, like, if he succeeded, he would have blown up the Earth, and then he would have been out in space or whatever, and he would have died because he couldn't breathe either. Like, there was no escape plan, right? You're not going to get back to your stupid pod or whatever in time, so everybody would have died, including himself. Whereas with some villains can say, Frieza can breathe in space, so it doesn't matter, or Cell can breathe in space, so it doesn't matter. But it would be a lot easier to kill all of these fighters than you think, because all you'd have to do is just blow up the planet they're on, which, again, even Vegeta with the Scouter could do, and then they can't breathe, and they'll just suffocate and die. So no matter how strong you are, that's always the weakness. Like, just bring them out into space, and they'll die, or put them underwater, and they'll die. So that's kind of cheating the process. No matter how Super Saiyan God level you get, I don't think they ever probably would address that, they can still die to basic things like that. So it'd be interesting to see now the power level, again, get diminished, and sort of the simplicity in that. You can kind of get more immersed because it feels more like a big deal, where, yes, I'm sure Goku will still be very powerful, but he'll be sort of untrained, unharnessed, and it's a good sort of game theory explanation, too. Like, he sort of learns it backwards, where, how there's that line, like in Man of Steel, where General Zod questions Clark's ability to, where did you learn to fight? On a farm? I was in the army, I was in the military, etc., right? Like, so Goku learns his combat training, he becomes world martial arts champion or whatever, right, in Dragon Ball, and then after doing that, now he learns that he's a Saiyan and he learns all those other things, so that gave him a big boost, all the stuff he learns from Master Roshi and stuff like that, so he'll be younger, So we get to see a lot of background. It's almost like, oh, this prequel series to Dragon Ball Z is pretty lit. This is pretty cool stuff. But the point is, it's not a prequel series because it's actually, that came first and it was actually in chronological order. But that's almost what it feels like as you're watching it here. Like, oh, this famous story gets a prequel, like how they do with, what's the series that's sort of written like that? I can't remember off the top of my head. Or even like a movie series, like they'll go back and try to tell you Rings of Power for Lord of the Rings is kind of supposed to be like that. Or yeah, even like The Hobbit. Even though it wasn't originally written like that, the Hobbit movies came out after the Lord of the Rings movie, so it's like, oh, that now we're watching it backwards, like in a prequel sense. So, that's always fun to see. Or again, even like Star Wars started with the later movies, but it's interesting that George Lucas had that planned out, but of course there was no source material, so he was just doing it all from his head. Like, A New Hope was episode 4, but you didn't really know it was episode 4. But you kind of did too, because he would have said it. Like, that was the subtitle to the movie still. So that's kind of a weird way of doing it, where, yes, the prequels are actually authentically coming after the original trilogy. Like, whatever, it was released in that sort of backwards order. So yeah, we'll see what happens with the whole character dynamics. I know he's going to meet Bulma probably pretty early. I wonder how they're going to address that part, though. Like, Master Roshi says, I found you in this little pod, right? Like, will there actually be a reference to that? Because that's one of those things that Toriyama hadn't thought of yet. Like, it wasn't actually how it happened, but we don't actually see where Goku comes from. But, like, his grandpa Gohan is going to probably die, and then he'll go out on his own, right? So we might see that very emotional moment. There's also some weird clip as a kid, Goku, that I've seen that isn't actually from Dragon Ball, I don't think, where like Android 8 or somebody dies and then he gets all mad about it. I don't feel like that was actually from Dragon Ball because it looked like the animation was much newer, so I don't understand what that's from. That must be like some OVA extra movie or something. But yeah, there's all this kind of stuff. So I mean, all those androids would correlate to Dr. Gero. Like, that was his 8th experiment, and by the time he got to 17, or even 16, they were powerful enough to, 16, 17, 18, 19, were all the ones that we see in the Android saga, so maybe we get to see all of them. That would actually be kind of cool. Even if we don't name drop Dr. Gero, which I'm sure they won't. The fact that Goku didn't just kill everybody, he's not like he's not the U.S. government or somebody who's going to just kill civilians and doctors and all this kind of stuff. He's not like Joel from The Last of Us, where he'll just kill the doctor. Yeah, he'll kill the doctor operating on Ellie in a post-apocalypse world where doctors aren't easy to come by or whatever. So what you have is a case where, because Goku doesn't kill civilians or just doctors and stuff, he ends up getting fucked over and the androids come back to bite him. Yeah, it'll be nice to see sort of the less is more minimalistic side of it. And what it almost makes you think is, let's even take away the fact that he's a Saiyan, because you didn't know that, or even Toriyama didn't know that. But, like, how do they explain it then, that he's that powerful, or anything, right? Like, why is he like that? Why does he have a tail? Like, really, what are they going to say? And, okay, so we know that there's Grandpa Gohan, which I feel like they probably don't get much screen time. Maybe the series starts out and he's just already dead. I'm just speculating all this, but I know that, or maybe he's already died in the past or something. So I know that he gets the 4-star Dragon Ball. See, I know too much, though. Even though I haven't seen it, whatever. It sort of ruins a lot of the novelty of some of this. He gets, like, the 4-star Dragon Ball from Grandpa Gohan. That's probably how Bulma finds him, with the Dragon Ball radar, I guess, that she already has made. And so she's looking for the Dragon Balls to maybe, whatever, do something. She wants to make a wish for something. And then she tracks down Goku because he has the 4-star Dragon Ball, either through the radar or somehow from some other means, and then they work together. Probably it's like Goku believes that if you do us a favor for me, I'll give you the Dragon Ball and whatever. So they become friends like that, and then they maybe change their mind that she doesn't want the Dragon Balls anymore or something, and then so that implies that Goku probably doesn't even know what it is, but he was given it by Grandpa Gohan, and that's obviously why they name Gohan in the first place, right? Or I think the way it happens is kind of organic. Chi-Chi is like chiding him, what would your Grandpa Gohan say if he saw you like this now, right? And then as soon as the baby, obviously, who turns out to end up being named Gohan later, is going to kind of react like they're kind of crying about everything, and then they say, whatever, he stops crying when he hears that name and starts to respond better to that. So Chi-Chi basically says it by accident. She's sort of chiding him, right, in some other way, even though probably she's never mentioned Gohan a long time ago, right? Like, I don't think she ever mentions Gohan's name for, the whole series, but it's a good way to at least do it organically. They don't just suggest it, but they don't suggest the name, I don't think, but she just happens to say it, and based on his response, he sort of chooses it almost himself. So yeah, we'll see those dynamics. These are all the main characters that I'm interested in seeing. We get to see Grandpa Gohan, which we don't see at all, obviously, in Z, because he's long dead, I'm sure. And then we see, obviously, we'll see Master Roshi a bit younger. Then we'll see Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, see how he meets them. Probably some of them he meets as rivals, I bet, right? Or like opponents in the world tournament and stuff like that. So, even Chi-Chi, I'm pretty sure, is a fighter there, so they probably meet like that. So we'll get to see how Goku rizzes up Chi-Chi that way. Sometimes I'm stumbling over my words just because I have to say it louder, because you won't be able to hear it over the fucking car. But no, like, we'll see how Goku rizzes up Chi-Chi. We'll see how all these other things play into it. Red Ribbon Army. So the Red Ribbon stuff must happen before the World Tournament. Because, like, this isn't just about Kid Goku. I know he grows up towards the end of it. And then you have the World Tournament and Piccolo and stuff like that. Well, that's at least a cool backdrop that you have. You're just doing a tournament just to do it. But also, there's something higher stakes where Piccolo might destroy the whole world. So you're also fighting. It's like how in Yu-Gi-Oh! With the card game tournaments, you're not just trying to win the card game tournament. You're trying to stop Merrick from taking over the world or something else too. This is almost one of those series I would have wanted to save for like when I get a better setup, hypothetically, or something one day, but I just can't figure out how to make this sound much better. Like when I'm driving. Like right now I'm stopped, but I don't know. Maybe it's just so long, and there's so many things. Like, I was making a list of those. Like, why not just watch some of the best known things? Or even those are like the best things to do as clickbait or whatever. Just, you'll get a lot of views for them. Like, do a reaction to Breaking Bad, do a reaction to Game of Thrones or something, and do it also with face cam, and do it also with showing, little clips and moments, edited down and show like just certain parts of footage from the actual show, which neither of those things I really want to do, not even just out of laziness, but I don't like showing the copyrighted content at all, even for a second, just in principle. And I also, generally at least, sometimes in a movie review I might show a very, very small portion, but that's different because the movie's like, whatever, you're not showing parts of every single episode, you're showing like 2 minutes of a 2-hour movie, but the point is that, and to illustrate a very specific point, the point is that I don't like to show that for copyright reasons, even just in general, principle. And then I don't like to do face cam just because I don't see what it has to do with anything, and I don't believe in that sort of culture personality basis. However, just even on the voice level, I would have liked to see somehow a better setup, but I just am too lazy to figure it out. Like, this is like an iPhone that I'm using that seems to be at least a little better than the actual it seems to be a little better than the actual case of the recorder I was using before, which is kind of sad. An iPhone you would get as a phone, and the recording is just a bonus. But when you buy a specific recorder, like a Sony recorder that I have, why should that be worse than just recording on an iPhone anyway, right, when that exists just for the one purpose? You might say, oh, because there's noise in the background, but that goes without saying. Like, let me actually listen to one of my own videos. One of my own videos in the context of seeing how it sounds like in the car. Again, it's not completely impossible to hear. It's just kind of quiet, and I have to kind of stress the voice too much. And also the point is the fact that the point is the simple fact that you have a situation where you do have subtitles for what that's worth. So, like, they tend to be pretty good at still picking up what I'm saying. Let me listen to, like, just the last one. So this is, like, my Crunchyroll thing. You could hear me burping there, at least. It's actually not too bad. Some of these, obviously, I'm doing when I'm not driving, too, but the vast majority of it is like that. It's me talking about, like, GT. But I know, I was almost doing it in, like, a troll way, because I see how other people do it. Like, yeah, it's ASMR mukbang, yeah, it's react content, it's such a lowest common denominator stupid thing, but somehow it's the kind of stuff that people like. And the sad part is that you'll realize, oh, the reason why you wouldn't do as well as other channels isn't because of the core idea of what you're doing. Like, imagine just sitting in front of a phone or sitting in front of a screen and just watching something that you normally watch, and who would want to just watch you watch something? But the real reason isn't just because you're reacting to something and how stupid that concept is. The reason is, because you're not doing face cam and you're not doing whatever. Your audio isn't as clear. So in other words, it's the technique of how, like, it's the presentation of how you're doing it, not what you're doing itself. Right, it's okay to just sit there and react to a movie and just talk over it. It's okay to just, do all these kind of dumb things. You just have to kind of dress it up better. So the core idea behind it is still stupid. And so sometimes by not trying to dress it up with all that, like face cam, cult of personality, better mic, better setup, showing clips from the thing, by not dressing it up, you expose how stupid the core idea behind it is. And actually, my commentary on average is probably a lot more insightful and in-depth. Not even that, you're full of yourself, but it tends to come from a different place, because I'm not just giving reactions to what's happening sometimes. I'm actually kind of reading a bit deeper into it, like, film criticism type stuff, which I assume the vast majority of people don't really do that, because they're editing it down and doing face cam and, just yelling and screaming at the scary part or whatever, like that kind of stuff. So what I object to is just, I object to the fact that it's just sometimes how you present the content, not the content itself. You're both sitting there, you're both reacting to something, you're both just, like, who would want to watch you just watching something? But they would if they get to see your facial reactions, lowest common denominator, living vicariously that way. Or they would if they get to basically see clips from the movie itself. So they get a very base, lowest common denominator experience, nothing like deeper analysis. Like, at least I try to make it like that. So I take away, I don't have the benefit of face cam for the, vicarious facial expressions or whatever you want to see, or cult of personality basis. Then I also don't show clips from what I'm watching, so you don't get that. You could watch it along anyway, but I don't benefit from that. So it's the base, just the commentary, just what I'm saying that should be the factor, not anything else. And so again, people might say, oh, you only have one subscriber or something here, but that's the sad part. It's not the fact that, oh, my commentary even is bad or something. It's probably on average better and more insightful than most people, or at least at the worst, it's probably about the same. Just base reactionary commentary, lowest common denominator, just, oh, look at that thing that happened, and I'll just have some basic reaction to it. That would be the worst case. So it's at least better, or it's either better or at least as good, probably in that regard, and at least more thorough and in-depth. And so that's not the reason. Right, and so it's not the form, oh, look what stupid kind of, you're just sitting there reacting to something, but there's plenty of content that does very well in that regard. So it's not the type of content, it's not the quality of the commentary even, it's the fact that, oh, the presentation, again, between the mic and the background noise and the lack of showing the face and the lack of showing clips from the movies and stuff, some of that is actually editing logistics that could be good, but some of that is just sort of the superficial dressing up of it that makes the difference, right? Just how you present it. So, yeah, it doesn't actually sound that bad, but whatever, I'll end up doing this anyway. But I was basically saving some of those series, for if I had like a better setup or something like that. This guy had messaged me and said, do you want to debate over Zoom? And then I said yes, which was kind of nice of him to even do. But then he never followed up, I guess. I don't see anything. The dark Brandon guy, but no, I hate the fact that, people still won't even admit they're wrong about that, like, oh, 81 million people were wrong for voting for Biden. Again, doesn't mean you have to vote for Trump, it's not a false duality, but it is strange. They'll double down and still do the same thing. So at least the best way to identify it is like this. Trump came on the scene and he was a candidate who had public popularity because, again, he wasn't a career politician, and the media didn't like him they liked him all the rest of his life, that's the whole duplicity of it. Oprah loved him, and all these late night talk shows loved him, and CNN loved him, so only when he ran for president, now they changed their tune, so at least I don't like their hypocrisy there. However, those are the same networks that built him up all those years, then they want to turn on him now. But my point is that he had genuine public support and popularity, and how do I know this? Because, yes, he was wealthy, yes, he had The Apprentice, but we've seen that before. We've seen Bloomberg run and other billionaires run, so that doesn't automatically mean you win. And we've seen, Ronald Reagan was an actor, Arnold was an actor who was obviously governor of California, so that can help, but I mean, there's more to it than just that. So, he had genuine public support, maybe part of it because of that and the knowledge, but ultimately, how he ended up winning in 2016, you can only explain it by genuine public support, because the media didn't like him, they said he couldn't win, they were very negative on him, potentially winning, so he didn't get any help, he just had genuine public support. And so from there you have a question to look at the other side. Hillary had plenty of help because the media was practically campaigning for her. And then identity politics, like, oh, because she's the first female president, which is totally inconsistent, because if it had been Harris or Tulsi Gabbard or somebody else, Joe Jorgensen, it would also have been the first female president. And then also, like in 2020, he also got negative media coverage his whole presidency who now in 2020, again, he got 74 million votes because of genuine public support that he has. The problem is on the other side, you see a lot of lack of genuine public support because, like, for example, Biden had run for president twice before, and his own party didn't select him as the nominee, and he didn't do very well with his own party. So that's not a partisan issue. So his own party didn't like him. Suddenly he becomes the most popular presidential candidate ever, 81 million votes. So something is always inconsistent. Suddenly, unpopular candidates become popular just because people are brainwashed by the media, and the media represents, the power structure, corporate ruling class, etc. So that's the whole irony of it, is that Trump would have genuine public support even if you don't like it and don't agree with it. These other candidates have constant public support, and so they have constant public support. So what happens is this is what you mean when you say selected, not elected. Like, it's very obvious. Like, how would a power structure control the outcome in the candidate? They would use their power over the media or their direct ownership even of the media. That's how simple and obvious it is. So why did Trump get 74 million votes? Because people genuinely like him, right? Why did Biden get 81 million when he had run before and his own party didn't even like him or select him? It's because of the media solely. So these two unpopular candidates suddenly do very well. Harris and Biden. So you can see the individual is interchangeable, right? These are just puppet candidates. You can switch one for the other just like that. It's no big deal. One day, Biden's the best thing, even though his own party never liked him, even though he's senile, old, all the same flaws that you would point out in Trump. And then, same thing with Harris, because you have, her own party didn't like her. She only got 1% of the vote when she ran in the Democratic primary last time. So, what does that mean, right? It means her own party didn't like her. Now, all of a sudden, she's the next best thing. So it shows you these corporate appointed candidates will keep winning, and they'll keep switching one for the next because they control the outcome. It's not up to you, although it is if you were smart enough not to fall for their bait. But I love how passionate people think they are about that, though. They'll brainwash you, Trump is so bad, but again, he's getting genuine public support despite negative media coverage collectively, and these other candidates are winning solely because of the media propaganda. So again, the media is playing the defining, dictating role, appointing these candidates who were not very popular. So unpopular candidate after unpopular candidate keeps winning. Right? Even by the admission of people who are voting, they're just doing it mindlessly because, they think Trump is bad. But the best way to test that theory is, why does the media like somebody so much? So even if you think, Trump is so bad and you want to vote directly against him, then you could vote for an independent. So if everybody did that, now I have less of an objection. So now what you have is, that's not the way that it goes. How come it happens to be the other major dominant political party, right? So you can see the power structure at work there, but I'm surprised people are so blind to it. The good guys are loved by the corporate-owned media, or that's how you know it's democracy at work. The fact that one unpopular candidate for another keeps getting switched out and keeps suddenly becoming very popular all of a sudden. In other words, people's opinions are being directly controlled by the media in that way. It could be anybody, as long as the media approves, they'll push propaganda for them. It's about as blatant and obvious as you could say, because how else do you explain it? The unnatural level of support that was not genuine, that was not organic. Right? How do you explain it? Even if you want to say, it's anti-this, that's even part of the result of the propaganda, but even then, it wouldn't apply to that specific candidate or that party. So to use that as false duality, that's how you can use it to justify anything. Oh, because Trump. But then you could use that to justify voting for an independent. You could use that to justify voting for another Democrat. You could use that to justify a lot of things. And so the fact that it comes out just to that one is sort of selective and strange. Because you're in a position where, that's like when you're doing something against something else, it could be anything besides that one thing. Or what are the chances that all this anti-propaganda for one side would lead to you voting directly for only the other side? It wouldn't lead to you not voting at all and just saying, okay, I won't vote for that guy at least. Or it won't lead to you voting for an independent. Or it won't lead to you, not one of the two major parties. Or it won't lead to you voting for an independent thinker even within the Democratic Party, like Tulsi Gabbard or Bernie Sanders. So now you have only this baseline sort of, and the whole irony with that is Biden sort of supposedly won because, he's like moderate-ish, and like he just seemed like this harmless old man who's not too, threatening, but, I just love how people are so willfully controlled. Like, it's so easy to see how much it was dictated by those outcomes. Like, imagine passionately supporting somebody, oh yeah, we're the good guys, that's why the corporate-owned media loves us. Like, how can you not see the process behind that? And people take it so far as to think on the other side then, that must mean he's the good guy. The fact that the corporate-owned media doesn't like him, I wouldn't even say so much it means they have to be the good guy, but at least it means that two different sides are at odds with each other. So you'd rather divide the interests of the powerful instead of, letting them align. That's how you get a one-party state. Or like what you have in China is very similar. Even though it might not entirely be a corporate-owned media situation, it's definitely state-aligned here. So it's very obvious that you can see that, but that would be a hard thing for somebody to explain. Maybe they would say, we wouldn't vote for an independent just because we don't think they'll win. But even that's kind of the whole point, is if enough people decided to do that, and it was the same one, right, it's the best opportunity in history to have an independent president win, because you would have everybody is not for something, they're all against something. So, we're voting against the big bad Trump. So you don't have to vote for the other party that you don't have any faith or conviction or belief in. You can just vote for an independent and they'll win. And therefore your goal of getting Trump out of there, right, and making sure he doesn't win would still be achieved by that. Right, so that's how you know there's a spin. Like, how does it always lead to the same outcome, the same side, the same conclusion? This is why you have to at least like Trump, that he made it so obvious. Again, my even hypothesis could be very different. Like, you have three different sides. What is in the public interest, the public's own interest, then you have, let's say, Trump's self-interest, and then you have the corporate-owned media and its power structure's interest. So the point is that the fact that they dislike Trump so much doesn't mean that he's out for your interest, right? But he could just be out for his own interest. But the point is that it comes to the same thing, because at least those two sides are at odds with each other. So it doesn't even necessarily mean he's a good guy or he's not looking out for his own interest, but it means that it's exposing the interest. Like, why does the media like the other side then so much, right? Why not just be as critical of them and hold them just as accountable? So that's the whole irony that you get. this reporter asked Trump yesterday a very heavy-handed question, like, because you said this and that about people, people are surprised that you're even here, like implying that he's racist. So did they ask Biden? You gave a eulogy to Robert Byrd, a segregationist in government, and you said you got things done with segregationists, and you worked with them, officially, and all these different things that you did, and you said that marriage is between a man and woman in 2008, like all these things that go against the image. Would you ask him that every time, like you, or any time? Like, all those things are valid. In fact, that's more valid to say somebody is racist because you actually worked with actual segregationists in government. For once, it's not actually hyperbole, right, to assume something or attach something to it. But this is what you can always catch people on, is like, anytime you criticize anyone, you can attribute it to their identity and say, oh, that's why you're doing it, but it's not, right? I'm criticizing you because you're incompetent. It doesn't matter what, like all people, I'm equal opportunity. Everybody's a clown. Yeah, she's asking all these things, like, ask everybody else that then when you say, so start a question with Biden with those 4 rapid-fire claims that she makes, like, how can you expect black voters to vote for you if you worked and consorted with segregationists in the government, and you even said you got things done together, and you even, as Harris, the VP herself, said, you oppose busing and this and that, and then you gave a eulogy for a KKK member, and then you also said black kids are just as talented as white kids, all that kind of stuff. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And how come you also said in the 90s you did the Biden crime bill that hurt so many black people, and he said he didn't care about the underlying causes. He just wants them off the street, criminals. But not even saying that has to do with race, but this is how you attribute it. Well, it's very selective. So that's my whole point. I've always been in favor of accountability and asking tough questions and things like that. So I just wish you saw it on both sides. Like, it's not even that, the media has been too mean to Trump, although it's a little selective and kind of, their incentive is kind of clear and shallow sometimes. But at least if you did that to the other side, I'm happy with it. So the whole irony is you want to see those two forces opposed, right? Like the media and the government shouldn't be on the same side. That shows you a good balance of power, that, you don't want somebody that the media loves because then they have their own incentives to go along with it. Because that's really what it's about. This is like the equivalent of an independent winning. And you might think, why would that, like Trump winning, why would that bother them so much? But is because then people break out of the two-party structure. And so Trump comes in on the scene, makes everybody look like a clown, beats them at their own game. And then they don't see that as an indictment of the whole structure and the whole, they won't look in the mirror and say, maybe we have issues with our parties, that people are so disillusioned with us, right, with both of them, that they would vote for somebody like an outsider like that. So look at it like that. If he is as bad as you say, then how bad are you that they would choose him over you, right? Meaning other Republicans or even Democrats. Like, there must be something wrong with it that way. But instead of admitting that, you would just say, oh no, he is as bad as we say, but everybody who votes for him is bad too, which that doesn't really work. Right, to try to discredit like tens of millions of people. So that's the core conclusion that you realize, is the fact that if they're as bad as you say, then how come right, they would win or have so much support. And your answer can't just be, oh, the people who support them are just dumb or bad, because then you could do that with anything ever, especially when it's such a large, not marginal number, like it's 74 million or something, for 2020. That's not a number you could just easily dismiss. That's more people than voted for Obama either time. So then just discredit that. Oh, they, whatever, all those people were just stupid. That's why he won. So instead of doing that, you can realize that you have a case where it should create some self-reflection that people are sick of the two-party system, they're sick of these same interchangeable candidates, they're sick of stuff like that, they wanted something different. And so rather than looking at that and acknowledging that and maybe even playing into that a bit, you keep insisting upon the sort of preconceived structure, like, again, these interchangeable people who don't really have strong ideas. That's why I even say Bernie, at least he wasn't independent originally as what he ran as, right, and then he has his own ideas, even if I disagree with them. Right, he is an independent thinker in that way, so at least I can respect that. But most of these people are not. So you have, okay, let me start this now. It's just kind of shocking to me that people are that stupid, though. You don't even see the voters' remorse like from last time, where, people won't acknowledge that we were wrong, that the guy had to drop out and that we were duped and we were brainwashed by the media. You won't even acknowledge that, and instead you will, wait, it's showing Z in that. Don't tell me they don't, oh no, they do have it. So it has little Kid Goku on the title screen. Let me actually read the synopsis, although sometimes it gives things away. Goku is a strange, I can't even read it right. The screen's all fucked up. Dragon Ball. Goku is a strange, bushy-tailed boy who spends his days hunting and eating until he meets Bulma, a bossy beauty with boys on the brain. Together they set out to, they hope they're not as young boys as him. Together they set out to find the 7 magic Dragon Balls and make the wish that will change their lives forever. So maybe she's just wishing for something vain like that if she's saying how much she matures from there. She does Capsule Corp and all this crazy stuff, like she's a bossy beauty with boys on the brain. You're really adhering to the stimuli acme here, I must say. So we're going to go ahead and watch this. It should have subtitles and everything. It should certainly be in English. Which, again, I'm almost questioning maybe they did Z first because that was more popular and then... But no, this must have been popular enough to do. It just probably wasn't as... I just don't remember anything, like, ever seeing it. Like, when I was younger, maybe the timing just didn't align. But I always saw Z on television, right, on, like, Toonami or whatever, certain things. And I even saw GT then, as that was relatively current, at least with the dub. So I remember 2 moments where they sort of cuck you with the TV. Like, they did, like... You're watching the Buu saga, and then right when the Earth explodes and they go to the Kid Buu arc, it just sort of stopped, and then they never showed that, or something, like... So I ended up having to go and find it online or something. So the Kid Buu arc was just never televised at the time that the series was running in current. They just went back, like, to the beginning. So it was, like, right when Buu blows up the planet, or maybe right when he eats them. It was one or the other, when he eats them or when he blows up the planet. And then they have, like, the final... Maybe just when he transforms into Kid Buu. Well, that would be kind of the same moment. Like, maybe when they escape from him and then he becomes Kid Buu. And then... The other thing was, like, in GT, somewhere along the line, they sort of reset and started at the beginning of the series when I was in the middle of watching it. So... Okay, let's see. Make sure this works. This is episode 1, season, Secret of the Dragon Ball. And of course it always says 1 season, but, like, 1 season, 150 plus episodes, but it couldn't be because they must have sagas and stuff. Like, even Z is like that, where it'll have, Android Saga, Cell Saga. Even if you consider the Cell Saga, the whole Android and Cell thing one collective season, it's still like, it's still split up like that. I don't see how you can consider it one season, like 200 plus episodes. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Or let me just do it again to be extra sure. This is a big moment. I almost don't feel like doing it unless it's absolutely perfect, but I may as well. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. And of course, this is on the Crunchyroll version, so in case there's some difference with the timestamp, that would be why. This is Toei Animation logo. And you got Funimation too, which at that point, I don't know, like, whatever. So we get to see the intro. We see something burning up in the sun. What does that have to do with, or this will be the classic, or no, wait, this isn't the Rock the Dragon or whatever. Or that was in Z, wasn't it? I can't remember. Or this is probably not a song that was actually there at all, that they've done retroactively, or... I can't really even fully understand what he's saying. Oh shit, I gotta actually analyze these lyrics. Are there no subtitles or what? I paused it, so now I'm gonna have to rewatch it. I want to hear all the lyrics to the song. Either the subtitles don't work for this, or I just can't make them out. It's not loud enough, maybe. Whatever, maybe we'll figure it out over the course of actually doing multiple episodes. We'll eventually hear them. But he's saying, like, oh, it'll be a bunch of mystery and this and that, which I wish it was more mysterious, because that's how Z was. Like, I didn't know who any of these people are or anything of how the show works. So, in fact, they don't even really adequately explain why everybody's so powerful. Yes, you could say, oh, Piccolo's from Namek and Goku's a Saiyan, but you wouldn't even know that going in. Like, that's the whole revelation in episode 1. Or I guess Piccolo doesn't discover it until Vegeta says it later, I think. Alright, so I'm actually going to restart, whatever. If I can't hear all the lyrics, that's fine, but it almost seems like the subtitles aren't working, or maybe they just don't work for the song. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. So you're at 1, 2, 3 on the timestamp. Alright, let's actually just do this. I'm just stalling because I'm kind of, whatever. It's going to be good, but I don't know if I'm in the right mindset to really do something this major. Or sometimes, like, my headphone just isn't loud enough. Like, this wouldn't be a problem if so we will watch the intro, so that'll be adjusted for the timestamp. Like, you have to account for that. Don't skip the intro. So you get a shot of the sun, but, like, we're not dealing with space yet, so why are you showing me the sun? We're going to be on Earth the whole time. Magic Dragon Balls. Climb aboard. Fantastic journey for your something mystery. I wonder if this is just a translated version of the same song that they sing in the Japanese version. Now, there's Roshi with a little turtle back that he has. So you have to respect this vision a little more than even Z, because this was the one that started it all. Without this, you wouldn't have had Z, so there was more imagination still here, because you're coming up with the world from scratch instead of just recycling it for action purposes. Right here, it's like all this stuff is just fresh. You get to see the ape there, which of course must be Goku. There's nobody else who's gonna be able to transform like that. You get to see Tien, or that was Yamcha. It's almost giving away too much that I almost don't want to see, but I assume this will be the same like every episode, so it's not that big of a deal. they're trying to paint it like it's a mystery show. So please tell me that the subtitles actually work. It does. Okay, go on. Abandoned in the wilderness, but was it in a space pod or what? So they just find him randomly in the wild. The secret of the Dragon Ball, so they're just getting right to the point. So you're in some mystical wilderness. And so he was just randomly out there. But how did he fend for himself then at that point? He just found a baby out there. Like, we obviously know, he must have come in the space pod. But how long would he have... And then he bumps his head. So does it actually show him bumping the head? It probably doesn't. Those are both probably retcons. The voice is at least very recognizable. He's already making puns. You're just hanging around. But no, it's like... the fact that he came in the space pod and that's where Gohan found him will never be revealed here because Toriyama hadn't even come up with that yet, unless they retcon it within the series itself somehow, and they add a reference to it. But then also the fact that, it looks like he's charging up a Kamehameha already. Which, of course, he wouldn't know how to do right now. But I would think he's rough in terms of technique, so he wouldn't be able to do all this. He's struggling to lift, like, what, a tree stump or something? Or why is he doing that? Just to show off, or he's actually doing it to cut wood? This would be fun in a game form, actually, with a more minimalistic combat style. Oh, and they're, like, all perfectly cut, too. So now what you have is... Bulma's gonna turn him into a radical. Is going to, what's the term for it? Like, she's going to corrupt him or radicalize him. Okay, so she already has the radar, which is very impressive, which shows you her whole capsule corp ideation. I guess her father was a scientist and stuff too, but I give her all the credit, like she's so smart. Somebody could easily steal it as you just leave it. So the grandpa's already dead, so you never even see Gohan. That's lame. I was promised a flashback of all the characters, but you never see him, actually. Shine bright like a Dragon Ball. But the retcon maybe can sense the other balls nearby. The retcon is the fact that he bumped his head and lost his memory. And the fact that he came in a space pod, right? Because neither of those were decided yet. That's my point. This is going to be pretty fun, though. It's going to be much slower pace. And I might talk over it, but whatever. I mean... I should almost rewatch the original Pokemon series because I saw that when I was a kid, and I wasn't even a fan of the card game or the games. I hadn't really played them, or I didn't even maybe know about them, but I had just seen the show and I liked it. So that's a compliment over like Yu-Gi-Oh, where they make you constantly aware of the card game, whereas Pokemon you could just enjoy as an adventure series, right? And even if you don't know about the games or they didn't exist, or the card game or the video games, it doesn't matter because you can just... We should try to assess his power level, too. He's strong enough to break a tree stump, whatever, like a log. And he's also strong enough to beat, like, a little lion here. Panther, whatever the fuck. Or this is like some kind of Tarzan type, environment vibe that you're going to get. Or that's almost exactly what it is. Bulma is like Jane or whatever, right? And she's discovering the wild Tarzan. Toriyama copied werewolves in terms of turning into the ape under the moon, and also copied Tarzan, and also copied Wukong, the whole Japanese lore of whatever, the Monkey King. So he's showing off the tail, too. Or, oh shit, he's smart. This is game theory. +1 character point. Wow, Goku was never this smart in any other. He uses his fucking tail as a bait. Oh, that is actually really smart. Maybe Gohan taught him that, but... his hunger still present here. This will last me till dinner as he pulls a huge fish. So, like, he still eats as much as he always used to. Or now she's going to hit him, and it'll prove how strong he is. So if it was an ordinary kid, he'd already be dead. Or he should have already been dead because he can't talk underwater like he did. Oh, she wants more than just your fish. Oh shit, he can lift the car too. Now, wouldn't she be like so freaked out that she would just leave? And he can just toss it like that? Well, that's his most impressive feat so far. I mean, his anger is justified. And he can just tank a gun too. So his bare skin with no power-up can just do that. You would think at least here he'd be so unrefined. So Bulma just tried to kill a kid. Like, he has no awareness of that he's a Saiyan or his power, so... You're trying to tell me a baby Saiyan can tank a bullet to the face with no knowledge of his own power. He's not powered up, he's not key charged or whatever. Right, so how did he just do that? Because it's the same logic as the Krillin with the rock. That's actually a major contradiction. He wants to stick his pole down your skirt. Oh yeah, because all girls are thin and scrawny. He's probably never seen another person, period. Oh, that's not good advice. After they hit you with a car. Died a long time ago. You haven't even been alive for a long time. That's actually a good way to play it off. Yeah, if it was a monster, it would have to be like a monster truck. You know, even for anybody, you're really strong. You just lifted it up and threw a car. I'm totally going to be shipping Bulma and Goku the whole time. They should have ended up together. But the age difference is hard to... It's not that different, though. So she's older than Vegeta, but the way the Saiyans age is kind of weird. But no, that gun thing is confusing. So she's playing along because she wants the Dragon Ball. Foreplay, before we play together. He doesn't even know, dude. Yeah, why are you being so sexual? She's obsessed with sex, and he's not. Like, he's an innocent little kid, and you're trying to corrupt him with your fucking devilish ways. This is truly an iconic moment, though. This meeting is so impactful. You wouldn't have been able to go to space without Bulma. You wouldn't have been able to train without Bulma in the special chambers and stuff. Capsule Corp, time travel. They're both pretty unique words. Names, I mean. But no, I'm a fan of Bulma, and I like this dynamic. No, but my point is, when Krillin throws a rock at Super Saiyan Goku, so Krillin is much weaker than Goku, he throws a rock and he gets hurt because his guard is down, even though he's still a Super Saiyan in that moment. So you're trying to tell me when Goku's guard is basically only slightly up, but he's not really powered up or anything to his maximum capacity now, and he's obviously not that strong yet, that he could tank a bullet to the face with no power up. This is at least good because she can't take advantage of him because he can just beat the shit out of her. You probably shouldn't just leave it out in the open like that, but I guess nobody comes here. I just did touch it though, haha. His literal interpretation. See, normally you could trick him into thinking it's worthless, and then he'll just give it to you for free because he doesn't know any better. But I like how quickly they just introduce it. Don't tell him this, then he'll be less likely to give it to you. But it would be hard to separate him from it anyway because you can't, because he has emotional attachment. So here's Pilaf, Dog, Emperor, and I don't know what the girl's name is. I think that girl and Trunks have a relationship later. For some reason. Like May, I think. I like how she mentioned that. If somebody evil got their hands on it, here's the evil person. So he thinks it only requires one. Bro is operating with only one ball. Skull dead emoji. The original. I hate to bust your balls, but you kind of need a pair of those. How do you know all this, dude? May's done this before. The women are all geniuses in this show. Bulma's teaching Goku about the real world. May's teaching Pilaf about the dragon. So Bulma has 2 and Goku has 1. How do you know about it then? A lot of good exposition to let you know. Yeah, what happens if you try to destroy it? Like, so she wants a boyfriend. But this is where she tries to tease him. This is pretty crazy for a kid's show, too. Dirty old Fanny. Because he hasn't been through puberty yet, or he doesn't care about that. I love how she tries to do that. Ruthless businesswoman Bulma. You're giving me mixed signals, trying to tell me to hunt balls and tell me to take a little peek. You're kind of manipulating here a little bit. I actually kind of want to play a game like this now. Not a Dragon Ball Z game, which I played plenty of, but how about just a Dragon Ball game? That'd be so fun to do along with this. There must be one that lets you do that. So her aim is very small. So she's manipulating one boy to trying to get another boy. You're trying to tell me you couldn't get a good boyfriend with how badass and smart you are? Like, look at you, dude. And her voice acting is so on point. Like, you barely notice the difference from Z. Even though she should be a little younger sounding, maybe. But just fly on his little flying Nimbus. So Goku can't fly yet, though. I know that. But he jumped up pretty high to break the log. Oh, you already got your capsules and stuff? Now this makes it seem like, oh, this is just how the world outside is. That you have all these capsules, kind of like Pokeballs, where you can just make stuff up whenever you want. But the ordinary people... Oh, everyone has them? Dino Caps. Why are they called Dino Caps? I thought they were just called capsules. But no, that's like... Not everybody has them. You're just rich and you own Capsule Corp, or your dad does, or whatever. But he could probably go this fast anyway without the car. So their age difference is what's going to confuse me a little bit. But no, there was a lot of good exposition. They explained the Dragon Balls. They explained, a lot of the main plot exposition, like... Yeah, like how you just ran into me earlier. You're an expert driver. Bulma wants a boyfriend. Goku just wants adventure and to get out of his, boring place. So he hasn't gone through puberty. Now you're giving mixed signals again. So there are obviously dinosaurs in this world, that we already know that. But I didn't know they could really talk. I'm having this nice young lady for dinner. But now he can easily break out of this, though. This is why he's always like playing dumb or playing weak. Like, how did he even do that when Goku's so strong? How did he even get him like that? So he'll always be innocent like this. But I can't fly. I don't have my flying Nimbus yet. He's just too innocent for his own good. Look how easily he just gets out of that. Oh, that's at least good confirmation that he doesn't know how to fly. Oh shit, he's gonna do a sick wheelie flip. It's not like you'd be worried. Even if he crashes, it's not gonna hurt him, because he just seems invincible. But no, with his guard down, or not really powered up, you would think he would be more weak to bullets. And you would think Bulma would sort of have some reservation about doing that, about just shooting a little boy. Although he does seem like a monster with lifting up your car and stuff. So Goku wants to adventure, Bulma wants to wish for a boyfriend, Pilaf wants to rule the world. So we're like introducing all the key players and what their motivations are. Pull extension. This is rule number 1 of Japanese anime. Say the name of your, I want the magic stick. Say the name of your attack before you do it. So your first enemy, first fight is concluded, and it was just that easy, huh? But since you can't fly, how are you going to do this shit? How did you just do that pole extension thing? What is that? Wait, I thought he gave you the stick, so what did that do for you? That really introduced a lot of information. So they're on a race and they don't even know it yet. Or why does Bulma look so much older here in the credits? She looks like a full-grown woman here. What is this? Huh, her hair maybe just looked different or something. So she's trying to take advantage of him a lot, but you got to be careful because he can kill you with ease if it really came down to that. As you just tried to run him over with your car, you just shot him in the face. No, but I don't like that portrayal of him getting shot with a gun. I don't really believe that. Yes, he's strong, but it would still hurt him a little bit, or it would still require him to really power up and focus. Because just remember that scene. Super Saiyan Goku, who is currently Super Saiyan, not even like he has the potential to become one. No, like he's just that powerful. No, he's actively Super Saiyan, laying on the ground. So yes, his guard is down, but he's still Super Saiyan form. And even Krillin says that. He throws a rock. Now yes, Krillin's stronger than the average person, but Goku is also a lot stronger than, this version of Goku. So Goku is a Super Saiyan, so he's way stronger than Krillin. Krillin just throws a little rock with some effort and some force, and of course Krillin is strong, but that should be no better than a bullet to Kid Goku's face here. It should at least hurt him a little bit or bother him a little bit, right, the way that hurt Goku, the rock throwing. So again, it shows you have to have your guard up and be actively trying to resist it. He didn't even know what a gun was, so how could he have done that? Well, that was pretty good. I actually am inclined to give that an A because it covered so much ground, so much exposition. You learn about Grandpa Gohan, you learn about the Dragon Balls, you learn about, Bulma, they meet, you have this encounter with the dinosaur, you learn about the caps, you learn about the everybody's motivation, you see Pilaf. So that was a really good episode from all of those perspectives. And, it's just simple, to the point adventure series. I think what might get a little boring, though, is everything still seems so easy for Goku, to the extent that, he's tied up, but then he just escapes. Like, when is he going to face a rival that's actually strong? And he might never do that because, like even the Red Ribbon Army, are they really going to be any match for him? He can just do whatever he wants. So there's going to have to be some strategy or some other element where you feel like, who is really going to be the strong... Like, Piccolo will be a villain, but that's... that probably comes much later. I don't know how strong any of these other characters would really be. So Goku's just going to be the odd one out who's always too strong for anybody to do anything. And the reason why that's relevant is because it just maybe could make it a little boring with the dynamic of... It can make it a little boring because everything's just too easy for him, and the only challenge that appears is just, it's sort of fake, like he's just pretending and playing along and letting the dinosaur tie him up, or, just sort of too innocent or naive to really apply himself, or he's not really trying, or he's just messing around, or he's just doesn't really know what the danger is, but nothing is really going to be a big major threat to him. So is Pilaf the one who leads the Red Ribbon Army? And I think he might be. Right? You would think. I'm pretty sure. So they control the Red Ribbon Army and this whole... He's already called Emperor, like in the subtitles. So how does that work? Like, he's the Emperor of the whole world? Or like, what is his real influence here? Like, we live in a dystopian society where he's actually the ruler of everybody. And the only reason why he isn't in Z is because he beats him here. But no, he's going to keep reminding me of Garlic Jr., even though they aren't. Maybe they're related somehow. Or like maybe he's his son, although I don't see how that can happen so quickly. Because like, yes, there's a time skip, but it wouldn't be that significant that it should be... I don't know. So yeah, it was a good episode. I like the character dynamics. I'm a little disappointed in Bulma for both being a bit of a slut by just showing off her backside there, and also by being having no desire other than, I just want to wish for the perfect boyfriend. Like, that's really what you want the Dragon Balls for. This is going to come back to bite you in the Shadow Dragon saga of GT, where you try to wish for panties or something, which I think Roshi or somebody does that here. So now you have, what else happens? Like, it was pretty much to the point, but it was still a very good episode. Or maybe I'm being too generous because, I don't know, I'm fine with giving that actually an A. Because it just introduces so much information so well. Right, and it didn't feel that long. I mean, it's only 23 minutes, but I mean, it didn't feel like even that long. So you have a situation where, again, what other dynamics got introduced? You get an idea of his power level, like where he's very he's able to break a log with his bare hands easily. He's able to have the magic stick, which has nothing to do with his own power. I don't know how that really works. And then he has like he has the ability to take down a dinosaur, pterodactyl thing. And he also has the ability to, I like that though, that dragon, whatever, dinosaur goes all Hannibal Lecter. I'm having this nice girl for dinner. And then you have, what else happens basically? You see Pilaf, you see obviously where Goku lives, so now they're on an adventure. So this rebellious older girl who's obsessed with boys is going to kidnap this young boy to work for him and do slave labor, child labor, to try to collect the Dragon Balls, to try to wish for a boyfriend. And so, but we've already seen how insanely powerful he is, that, he could lift up a car and throw it. That's a very impressive feat. So you have, but just think about for a second, everything he does here is still small potatoes compared to Raditz, like, so the whole show, the whole Dragon Ball story, he's weaker than Raditz through all this experience, all the fighting, everything. And then you have, from there he becomes weaker than Raditz all the way to being a fucking god, basically, in a very short period of time. So that's kind of the time skip, or like the power creep, unfair circumstance. You could say the reason why it happens is because, he's going against like stronger opponents and stuff, but even that I don't really acknowledge because it's all relative. So like Vegeta was going against stronger opponents out in space too, but he didn't become stronger than fucking, he didn't become stronger than, what you would expect in that amount of time. Like his whole life, he only becomes kind of weaker than Dodoria and Zarbon, but then all of a sudden it just jumps up. Like, that's really a hard thing to explain. I guess it's a little bit easier to explain for him because, like, okay, he never had like a life or death situation because everything was so easy for him. He was never really fighting a stronger opponent. But for Goku, he's gonna fight at least Piccolo and a couple other people. So I guess the only way to really explain it, if I was trying to show for the show, is that, well, he's going against like weaker people the whole time, so he's always holding back, and he's never having to exert himself, and so that's why he doesn't get much stronger. But it's amazing how much the series would trivialize itself, right? Or like Z would trivialize this. The entire show, you're weaker than Raditz. The Cybermen can kill you. So who are you really going to fight that's going to give you a challenge? And I can't really figure out. Because, no human being is going to be this strong. Or if they are, then they're definitely the exception. And it's like, if Hercule is the world champion, why couldn't any of these other people be that? Or it sort of makes a mockery out of it too, like, how come Krillin and Yamcha and all of them are so strong anyway? Like, they're easily stronger than Hercule, so forget about, they're human beings too, right? Or, I mean, I guess Tien is a Cyclops, but the point is that, Krillin and Yamcha are easily stronger than Hercule, so they could easily beat him and be world champion that way. But yeah, don't these people see Goku in like the world tournament? So why wouldn't they think he's stronger than Hercule? Like in hindsight, like all the amazing feats that he must do when he fights Piccolo, even back then. But they haven't introduced any sort of ki blast and stuff like that. He must learn that from Roshi, and so, you know, what have we really seen? He has the magic stick, he has the ability to jump really high, he has the ability to tank bullets, he has the ability to lift up a car and throw it, he has the ability to break a log with his bare hands. So those are all like his feats of strength so far. Okay, so today I was going to do episode 3 of, Yona, the warrior princess, whatever, and not even anything against it, but whatever. We introduced the randomizer Crunchyroll Gauntlet, where I sort of pick random series and watch them until one gets a C grade, until an episode gets a C grade. So I'm not necessarily even going to do it, but that would have been, we can always continue it later. And then also I watched the first episode of Dragon Ball, which I think I've decided maybe I won't do those, I won't even continue. It was good enough just to see that, and I'm satisfied. I'm not in the mood, ready to do that, as a committed thing. So whatever, we'll do the Netflix thing one time, right, when the subscription ends. I forget exactly when, but I'll go ahead and do that. It hasn't been that long, actually, I don't think. Right, it's only been maybe 1 week, but whatever. So today I'm not actually watching anything, at least not right now, but this could be like a YouTube session, but I'm trying something different. I'm listening to music, and I have this sort of obsessive ideation sometimes with music or other things, where I'll listen to the same song over and over hundreds of times, right, or whatever, during a period of time. And so I'm sure a lot of people have that sort of tendency sometimes, and so it can sometimes be when you're writing or when you're working on something, right, it can be nice in the background and whatever. So this is some sort of song that you hear sometimes in meme-type videos, but it is Mr. Twin Sister Meet the Frownies, and it's some slowed reverb version of it. There's some other version that has some other annoying song in it that's obnoxious, that's not meant to, it doesn't really work as well. But no, it's it's similar to how, when you're in the shower, you come up with some of your best ideas or whatever. It's this lucid state that you try to get into. And so what you have is a situation where that's similar to, how mediums and psychics will meditate under a waterfall, right? How, the water is there in both cases with, when you're in a shower. So it just creates, this hyper-focused state where you can, really, I don't know, it just sort of enhances your thinking, and you're very focused and relaxed and whatever, right? So you go into almost a different state of mind, not unlike using drugs, recreational drugs like marijuana and stuff can sometimes do that. And so what's sad about that is you can simulate those sort of mental states just by using your brain. But what society does is it reduces you to some sort of half-mass functionalistic state that you don't realize your own power mentally, or it's considered somehow weird, right? If you think freely and openly, normally, it's a bad thing. You got to think only about what you're doing at work or some other reactionary lowest common denominator stuff. But then, in those moments, now society gives you permission to think because you can use marijuana, or you want to overcompensate for that restriction. So it's still an imbalance that you're acknowledging, and so you're not really at peace, and it's one extreme to sort of compensate for the other. And so you also have a situation where you have a situation where you're trying to get in this hyper-focused, hyper-fixated state, and what that allows you to do is, the point is you can do that anytime you want. You don't need marijuana, you don't need anything, but you're led to believe that you do need those things. Why? Because, again, you're restricted so much that you get used to it. You treat the restriction as the inherent, and you treat the inherent as a outward weird thing that's marginalized or criticized. You're crazy if you just stare at a wall and think, but that's called being a human being. You should try it sometime. It's called thinking. You should try it sometimes. Not just thinking in terms of zero-sum half-mass function, how can I do my job, or how can I do this thing better? It's thinking inherently, objectively, right? The notion that this is somehow a negative is fascinating to me. but it's easier to control people that way, obviously, an overextension. And so you have a case where, this notion of everything is a process. So if you understand the nature of the process or identify it, then people will be like, oh, well, now I can't take it seriously because I understand the process behind it. So in other words, you'd rather be ignorant to the process and therefore be controlled by it rather than be aware of it and be in control of it, or at least be able to counteract it. To be aware of it is not to be above it necessarily, but what you have is a simple ability to, that's one of my, court of reason debate format things. But what you have is a simple ability to, you realize that, maybe it's a little distracting having the lyrics, but so you're not really listening to it anyway, it's just sort of in the background. But I have a whole bunch of songs that I would listen to for that purpose, just whatever, like a meditative sort of, you're just thinking or you're just writing or whatever, doing something creative. So what you have is the ability, I keep losing my train of thought though. The point is that don't just think in terms of function or physical, lowest common denominator reactionary means. You can think in terms of everything objectively, etc. But then if you identify a process, people are like one of three things. Like, you want to be ignorant on three levels, that there is no process behind something, even though everything does have a process to it, whether it be something in nature, like, oh, you're only attracted to that person because that's called, that's the stimuli acme, where, it's just nature's way of inspiring reproduction, and you're being controlled by that process. It's the base, banal sort of stuff of animals to just hump because you're horny, because that's what nature tells you to do. So it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, it just means you should be aware, okay, that's the process too. Like with entertainment, people say, oh, it's a dopamine rush. Like, to understand how that works doesn't mean that you can't still enjoy it, but oftentimes people view it that way. You want to be ignorant to how it works, but we should know how it works, and then whether it's worth doing or not should not be determined by your ignorance of it. So you'll pretend like there is no process, or you won't want to know how the process works, or you won't want to be aware of the process as it's happening. Like, you want them to bypass it. Like, oh, they're just trying to have sex with you, but oh, they're so nice, and et cetera, as if they're not just overextending all those other things, right, whatever other elements of the process. It's just a way to get there more efficiently, right? So they try to deceive you, and you want to be deceived. So somehow honesty is a bad thing to say, oh, we just want the stimuli acme process, which is clearly the defining dependent overextended pretense, but you're going to remove that and pretend like, oh, it's not there, and then you'll be shocked later. How could I let it get to this point? Or how come there's conflict of contrivance? Because you're pretending it's something other than what it is. Usually you're pretending it's an absolute when it's not. Right, you're pretending, oh, it's an absolute process or it's some above process, but it comes down to the same base banal criteria of, again, a process that you refuse to acknowledge even exists, or is a process, or a process that you don't want to identify exactly how it works, or a process that you want to ignore as it's happening actively. So you might think, oh, that's being cynical, and then you'll be sort of jaded to it and not take it seriously. But the problem is that it's a process anyway. So even if you ignore it, you're still going to suffer the conflict that goes with it. So why not be aware of it and then say, okay, it's only natural that these conflicts would exist because this is how the process works. So you'd already be aware of that. And so at least you're choosing to be a part of it, instead of this reactionary basis like, oh, how did I get to this point? I never wanted this kind of thing. But you chose to engage in the process. Like, most conflict that people are involved in is by choice, in this sort of contrivance context at least, right? You choose to be part of something, some sort of process, again. But just be aware, everything is a process, so what people don't like is being made aware of the process, not necessarily the process itself, because they refuse to acknowledge it, or they somehow just don't think about it. So I love that as a substitute, like, oh, don't take it so seriously, don't think so hard. Like, if a process requires you not to think, then something's wrong with it, right? That's like shooting the messenger. Oh, this is perfectly fine as long as you don't think about it or criticize it, like, but then that could apply to anything. Like, you should be able to think about it as much as you want, and if it's a sound process, you can always understand how it actually works, or you can, So what else do we have here? I don't even know what I want to talk about. I like doing this on a regular basis though, just because, but there's a lot of, it's one of those things that you sort of just give up trying to even do something. Like, what's the point in trying to do it in a serious professional way when people are so dumb anyway, honestly? And it's not even that, I think I'm anything special. It's just, again, to be aware of it is not to be above it. But how can you not be aware of it? Like, people are so unbelievably dumb, just collectively, all of them, including myself. They're like, why even bother? But that's the real challenge of something, is like reducing it to a lowest common denominator. So you'd be surprised. Like, the people who seem intelligent, they're not just like that inherently. They spend plenty of time. They're reading, they're thinking, they're writing, they're working, right? Like, they're doing stuff to hone that. They don't just magically wake up one day or they're just born like that, right? I hate when people say stuff like that. Like, you're shortchanging the amount of work that goes into that. Like, yes, Albert Einstein might have been naturally very smart, but also he put in the work. If he was just a lazy bum and didn't want to do anything, then you think he would have been that smart? Obviously not, right? He doesn't want to study, he doesn't want to work. So I love that sort of preconceived, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy that you would basically say, well, like, there was this girl in my school who would always say stuff like that. She's like, oh, I'm not good at this, or I'm not smart, right? This is like a typical stereotype. A lot of people are like that. But how do you know you're not good if you won't even try, right? You assume you're not good, so you don't try. But if you're not good, then you should counteract the fact that you're not good by working extra hard at it. Or you assume that somebody who is good is just naturally good because you're not really thinking about it. But if you don't see how much work they put in, he's studying every night for 2 hours. Like, if you really wanted to, you could do that too. Like, so this notion that everything is just reactionary is strange. Right, you have a lot more control than you think, but you just concede to the fact that, I'm not good at this, so I'm not even going to try, instead of, I'm not good, so let me try harder, or let me realize what would go into being good in the first place. Or yeah, this is a good way to simulate the whole bathtub bathing or psychic medium waterfall effect, to just, like, it's raining and you probably can hardly even fucking hear anything I'm saying, but the subtitles tend to work pretty well on these though, so even if you can't hear what I'm saying, they usually still would make up for it. Not that, whatever, but these are like very long form types of content. Like, every week it's at least like 7-8 hours worth of something. Yeah, maybe I didn't think this through well enough. Like, I've talked about the election enough. I guess let's analyze it a little more, though. Like, the real threat to democracy is the one-party state, that when the media takes a side with a particular party or individual or whatever, right, that can be very dangerous. Like, what they have in China, even though it's a little different circumstances, the same idea that, like, obviously the major mainstream outlets, all except for, like, one, are all in favor of the Democratic Party. And so that can be very dangerous. And so that shows you it's just like switching out one little figurehead for another. It's not important who it is. Biden, Harris, they're all just negligible. Their own party didn't like them, but now they become the next best thing just because they can control you. So that's how they control you. Like, we'll get you to vote for whoever we want as long as the Democratic Party wins, as long as you you don't even care who you're voting for because we brainwash you that, like, you're voting against. But just remember the incentive behind that is that you could vote against Trump by not voting for him at all, or you could vote for an independent, or you could vote for an independent thinker within the other party. But instead, you do none of those. You don't simply not vote. You don't simply vote for an independent. You don't simply vote for an independent-minded Democrat. You just vote mindlessly for whoever they tell you to. Right? So even if you want to pretend like, I'm voting against Trump, it's still not really how it works. Now it's raining heavy, so I'd love to see what the actual thing is. Like, whether you can actually hear me pretty well or not. But no, it'd be interesting. Like, will it really be picking up now, or It's impossible to block shit like this out, too. Like, what if it did this every day? Then I just wouldn't be able to do this, or what? No, not to jinx it, but I have such a perfect driving record. Like, I've never gotten a ticket. I've never gotten in a crash, anything like that. Famous last words, bro. But I tend to be pretty safe. Like, so that's a good ideology. Like, what would you rather be? Would you rather be fast or would you rather be safe? So people think, like, define being good at something. Are you good because you get it done quickly or something like that? Or are you good because you do it safely and efficiently? Right? Is it speed? Is it efficiency? What is it that you're actually valuing? So this is actually pretty bad. Well, good thing I'm not watching something because that would kind of ruin it a little bit too. But I like how when I did the first episode of this, like Girls with Allison Williams, you could actually hear the thing in the background, and I didn't get in trouble for it either. So you can apparently just do that. I won't show the video, but I could just play the audio, which is good, at least to make up for the timestamp element, that you would know what exactly I'm reacting to, but then it might get confusing if you try to watch along. You don't have to mute your own thing. I don't know, like I'm trying to simulate something here that I would do in the past, but it's sort of like a stream of consciousness, but I tend to have like a little more organized structure than most people with it. But this is where the power of YouTube comes in. You got to upload everything, because if you do that, at least it'll be there forever. So what you have is a simple ability to basically, if you do it like this, I mean, at least it's uploaded, but it's not exactly the same thing. You got to upload everything so it's there forever instead of just streaming it like what I would do in the past. And then you have to also do it in short form clips, like do a 30-second clip. So instead of doing each of these, like I could talk about 100 different subjects in like an hour-long session, but you'd rather do a 30-second clip of each little segment, and that'll get more views because people have low attention spans. Not because it's actually good or better like that. Especially when you're a small, sort of unestablished creator, you're not going to have a following. So you have to do that. Or like one form of bait content you could do is like doing stuff for the first time. Like playing a game for the first time. Or, just keep every week, play a different game for the first time. And there you go. That's going to get a lot of views just from that community. And then you also have the simple ability to do that with movies and reactions too, like watching a movie for the first time. So it doesn't matter about the quality of it necessarily. It's more like, we want to live vicariously through it. Just make sure you do face cam and actually show and steal parts of it. It's so unclear how that works. Like you can show part of it within fair use, but then not really. Or if enough people show that, you can show X amount of minutes from it. But by that logic, then between 5 different people's reactions, they can show the whole movie. Because how do you know that the clips they're showing are not the same, right? So what if they're all different? So between all of them, you can see the whole movie, right? They'll all be showing different parts that they're reacting to. What else do we have here to talk about? I don't even know. Or something I would do sometimes is like I would write, I'm something of a writer. I would do short stories and stuff. But what I might do is I might do like almost a fan fiction interpretation of something. So I had this really good idea for an alternate ending to The Mentalist, where in The Mentalist, right, the way that Red John goes down is very disappointing, and I guess even who Red John is disappointing. And so what that shows you is that I came up with a couple of different alternate interpretations. Maybe I won't do it right now, but I have to kind of raise my voice too high now, so it's kind of hard for me to even fucking do this. The last 2 times I haven't even felt like doing this. I was so tired the other day, like on Wednesday, that I didn't even want to do it. So I was like, I'm going to react to Dragon Ball Episode 1. And then I just didn't even do it. I did an intro, like talking about Dragon Ball Z the whole time, and all my thoughts on that. And then you have, then the next day I did it, and then today I didn't do anything. That's why I would play certain games sometimes. It would be an excuse to just watch stuff in the background while playing the game, or am I playing the game in the background while watching stuff? But either way, or like listen to music and stuff, it's just a good excuse to do that. Sort of like mindlessly doing something in a game. Interestingly enough, I would play like chess like that sometimes. This whole React content is kind of funny because it's like, in this day and age, you have a case where it's basically like somebody just randomly watching stuff in their own time, except now they're doing it in front of other people, and apparently that's interesting. Like, it's the sort of stuff like, oh, I'm just gonna go home and watch some random videos before I go to bed or something, or whatever. In your free time, you're just bored, so you're watching random stuff on your phone. But instead of just simply watching it, you're recording and reacting to it. Like, why would anybody want to see that in theory? But it's like the most lowest common denominator stuff that you would do, but people get interested in it somehow anyway. Right, the dumber it is and the more short form it is, the more views, the more attention it might get. Which is sad, but you kind of have to play into it a little bit, so you become the very thing you swear to destroy in doing that. Right, so of all these long form videos I posted, like 8, 9, 10 hours for some of them, like in the last 2 weeks I had like 20 hours worth or something, right? So it's like, nobody's actually watching this, but there are some really good moments in there. It's a good way to sort of immortalize some of my takes, because I'm too lazy to actually do it in a proper way and upload it as like a short form video, which I should probably do. Like, I haven't even done all my defining terms from the debate format. I should just have those done at least, like just all the anti-fallacies and all the different terms. This is really hard to do. Like, I can't even, I don't know, it's mostly the rain that's the issue, not the music or the, whatever. I've been doing stuff like this anyway, right? I'm like, oh, I'm going to react to stuff on YouTube, and then I just don't, because I just kind of end up talking about random stuff. So that shows you my imagination or whatever, just that I don't need some external stimuli to react to. I can just do it myself. I am the reaction. React to my own ideas and thoughts on subjects. Like, that's the whole larger process. Like, people don't realize that's what it comes down to anyway. It's not really about the external, it's about you, but you lack the imagination or creativity or whatever to do that. That's what initial-minded people are like, where they're defined or limited to entirely just the external reactionary element to where you have as if that's all there is. Like, you have no other self-awareness or thought of a larger process or anything. It's all just reactionary. So unless something's physically in front of you, you wouldn't ever think about it, right? This is how people are in society. And they're molded that way deliberately because it's easier to control them, but the awareness of this is, as you can tell, very hard to get through to them. But then again, that's not even the purpose. Like, you can just observe it for yourself. In fact, in a way, you'd rather just take advantage of people that way, but it's just strange because overextension is something that just sort of feeds into itself, right? The more of something there is, the less value it has. So like with population, I'm not even saying, overpopulation or depopulation, whatever, but it's like the village of 100 concept, that like you don't have to, the more people there are, the less alive, truthfully, everyone will be, because you'll be more inhibited, more overextended, etc. And so your contrivance becomes greater and greater to account for that. And so people have to become less and less human and less free, in a manner of speaking, because they have to be controlled. And the reason why is because, it's otherwise there might be too much chaos or whatever. Right? So everybody has to be less of a person, less of themselves. And the way that works is, again, it's an endless process. Like, there's always going to be more and more people. So you're feeding into a zero-sum cycle that you just don't realize what you're actually doing. Those who truly value life wouldn't reproduce so flippantly. You would treat it as severe as what it is. It would be more a choice. It's not about depopulation. It's about making a choice. Like, I'm going to choose not to have a kid, or I'm going to adopt, or whatever. Yeah, like eye contact is one of my favorite fallacies. Like, oh yeah, anybody couldn't just look at you and tell a lie. Like, do you realize how stupid that is? Like, what kind of banal reactionary world are you living in, initial-minded clown, that you think that's actually serious? Yeah, nobody's ever looked at somebody eye contact-wise and lied. Like, it's really that simple. So somebody could make eye contact and say 1 + 1 = 4, and they're telling the truth. And they could look away and say 2 + 2 = 4, and they'd be right. Or, I mean, they'd be wrong because they're not making eye contact. Like, are you really that fucking stupid? I mean, my God. You realize how dumb that is, right? It's something you can easily control and easily manipulate. It has nothing to do with anything but one of these crackpot psychology type of things that is taken as an absolute. There's nothing really behind it. People just assume it. Like, some people just don't like making eye contact, or some people do it anyway. Like, it's so idiotic that you would gauge anything by that. The superficial elements can be controlled. That's why you can't judge them too severely. Like, oh, this person looks trustworthy, therefore they must be. But you realize they could just put on that as an act, or they could just, and oftentimes successful people are like that. Like, they're good at manipulating people and perceptions. The reason why they look like that isn't because they're actually like that, but because they want to look like that to give out the appearance of being like that. Like, you can't just control that. Like, it's just, again, the initial basis that takes everything at face value. Like, oh yeah, the reason why something is the way it is because that's the way it's meant to be, or that's the way, it's like this overcompensation that you don't get. Like, the society that needs to keep up appearances most, it's one that has, not because it's good, but because it's bad. So it has to overcompensate on the surface and appear good. Whereas if it was truly good, it might not look so good because it doesn't need to pretend, right? It lets it speak for itself. So the person with more to prove is going to say more or put on some sort of false confidence or something. So these performative aspects are highly effective. Or again, people would rather embrace false certainty than uncertainty, even if it's genuine. Things like that, unwillingness to be puzzled. That is basically how human society operates in a nutshell. Just, appearances are more important than reality, or you'd even value them at the expense of it. Either despite it or at the expense of it. So preconceived notions are absolute. They tell everything, like whether it be age or gender or something, like just some superficial element. This is why race is apparently a big deal to people. Like, they'll judge you so much by those things, even though it's too broad. Or that's why I don't even say it on like, a moralizing level. Like, oh, look at how I treat everybody as equal. I think everybody's equally stupid and flawed, right? So I don't really, I'm skeptical of human nature or aware of it, etc. But so I'm not glorifying people. What I'm saying is that basically you would be in a position where you can't judge people by race. Why? Not because, you're so open-minded and you're such a person who believes in equality and wow, what a great moral thing. No. The reason why you don't do it is because there's too many people. So, I can't say all people of a race are good or all people of a race are bad because there's literally millions or even billions of them. So how can I do that? In other words, I don't know what they are because I have to judge them as an individual because I don't know, right? I can't do that because there's simply too many of them. So just like every group, there's going to be good people and bad people in it. So the vast majority of any people, regardless of how you define them, by some superficial element, are going to be good. And there's going to be a small number of bad ones. So it doesn't have anything to do with it. But that's always the term I would use. It's not a function of it, right? X number of this people are such and such, right? But it's not because they're part of that superficial identity that they're like that. It's some other circumstance with a causal correlation. People who are poor tend to be criminals more. So that doesn't mean anything. And it happens to be that in this one time in history, this one race of people might on average be more poor than another. So they may see more crime because of it. But again, it's not because of their race. It's because of their circumstance that they happen to be in. Right, so it's sort of confusing. Correlation is not causation. And you also have this with other things women are this or men are this. Whatever you're saying is probably not accurate because it's too broad. All 4 billion men are exactly like that stereotype. I understand your desire for oversimplifying things because you don't want to use your brain too much, but it just doesn't work on a practical, logical level. And so you have certain societal expectations and standards that might create that. And then you have, whether it be man, woman, whether it be age, whether it be, there was this guy who was 6 years old and he's a genius and he, wrote a book and this and that. And then there's other people who are 50 years old, 40, who are morons. So, it has nothing to do with age, but this is how people think. So they'll define you by all those elements. You can make a striking example of an exception. So, it's kind of strange to look at it that way because it just shows you your desire for oversimplicity. Not that there's actually any value or merit to it. So everything operates on a superficial level that can easily be controlled and manipulated, and so there's no self-awareness or awareness of a larger process, because if there was, then you would realize that, that can easily be manipulated, or there's something else at work, so I should try to be aware of that, or at least acknowledge the possibility, right, that if I judge everything based on appearances, then those appearances can be manipulated, right, just make something look good, and then therefore it's good, but that could just be used to overcompensate or something. So what else do we have here? Just I don't know. I didn't really have a good plan for what I was doing here, and I'm already tired because I already have to project my voice a little bit, but now I have to do it even more because of this stupid ass rain. It didn't start off like that, raining. But no, the conclusion is people are dumb, and that obviously includes me, so to be aware of it is not to be above it. But at least if you're aware of something, you can kind of account for it or counteract it a little bit instead of pretending that's the worst thing you can do is pretend like it's not the case. Or, you don't want to acknowledge that, but why not? Why not be self-critical? Because one of two things will happen. You can pretend you're not that way, but then you'll suffer the consequences and be controlled and manipulated by other people because of it, right? Taken advantage of. Or you can acknowledge you are that way in a negative sense, and then you can at least be careful about it, right? So would you rather be aware of it and try to counteract it, or would you rather be ignorant of it and be controlled by it? Be aware of it and control it, or don't be aware and be controlled by it? Yeah, everything is some sort of performative, insincere aspect. So I find it shocking how important that is to people, and in fact that's insisted upon through social contrivance in a way that is very, undue emphasis based. So you can make anything seem important if you just keep insisting upon it. But that is the function of speech often, is it doesn't serve a purpose, it serves to overextend something, like something that wouldn't be real, but you have to keep insisting upon it as if it is. So some sort of standard or contrivance like being in love, for example. You have to keep saying I love you because you really don't, because it's just a pretense. You have to actively uphold the appearance of it as if to convince yourself or deceive yourself to specify your stimuli acme with one person only. That way you can convince yourself to do that. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to, because you wouldn't be able to, and the reason why you wouldn't be able to is because of the simple fact that you might have cognitive dissonance or have some other criteria at work, because this is the whole stimuli acme nearness postulate element, the idea that you have a criteria like, okay, the stimuli acme inherently people are just gonna want to have sex with anybody, everybody, no restriction, etc. Right? So how does a person convince themselves to be with one person and one person only? And the way that you do that is by posing like an absolute, that, oh, we're in love. And how do you maintain that absolute? Well, you wouldn't have to if it was actually absolute, but of course you have to constantly contrive it and keep up appearances. So you have to keep saying I love you, you have to keep kind of insisting upon it, but by that criteria it's arbitrary and interchangeable. You can do that with anybody then. So it's just the amount of effort you want to put in to keep up appearances, but that's all they are, is appearances. So now you put yourself in a position where if it was absolute, you wouldn't need to keep up appearances, but also you have to decide on what the criteria is. So by your subjective standard, even, you say, oh, because they're beautiful, but is somebody not more beautiful in the world or equally potentially to you? So you can't say that, oh, what are the chances the most beautiful person by my subjective criteria happens to be in the same area as me geographically, right? So it's not any criteria that you're using, oh, it's because they're funny or nice or sweet, but there's other people who are funny and nice and sweet, maybe even more so, right? Oh, it's because they're handsome, but they're attractive, because there's other people who are attractive, maybe even more so by your own standards. So you're not saying, oh, I'm with this person because they're the most attractive person in the world, or because they're the nicest or sweetest or whatever, right? Because objectively that there would be other people who would be just the same or even more so, right? Oh, yeah, clearly the person you're with is the most attractive person on the planet, and even by your subjective standard, and not some supermodel or celebrity or whatever. And so now you try to, convince yourself it's an absolute, even though you, by your own criteria, objectively can see that it's not. And so you also have a situation of, again, the nearness postulate, let's suppose this is an absolute, and then be surprised when it's not. Or when we suffer a conflict of contrivance from it. So it's the difference between the appearance you're keeping up and the reality of it inherently. And more to the point, you have the simple ability to again, what are the chances that my soulmate, 1 in 8 billion people, happens to be in the same geographical environment as me? We work at the same place, or we live at the same, go to the same school, or we live in the same area. What an amazing coincidence. It couldn't just be that you're doing that psychologically to, again, bypass your cognitive dissonance and specify the stimuli acme. Just say that you would, that's why even if somebody disputes a concept like this, you can still see the signs of it. That's how it's validated, right? You can say, oh, there's no such thing as this, and I'm just making stuff up. But okay, that's fine then. There would be no conflict with it then, right? Because the burden is on the claim maker. So if you say that, okay, love is absolute, right? And if it's not absolute, then it's arbitrary, interchangeable anyway. But if you say it's absolute, then what that means is that basically you'd have to hold it absolutely accountable. So, for example, it wouldn't be subject to some sort of arbitrary interchangeable criteria such that, what are the chances they'd be in the same environment as you, something like that. But also you wouldn't suffer the conflict of contrivance, like, okay, it's so absolute, but then why would 50% of marriages, etc., end in divorce or have all these breakups? It's almost like you're trying to create an absolute where it isn't there, right? So you're struggling with society's desire to specify it, and not with your own inherent standard of something or an absolute. You're just saying society wants you to be with one person only, just because it's easier to control and create like a family system, which again, you can argue for it on a functional level, but you can't argue for it on a personal, inherent level that that's really what you'd want or the absolute. Right, so that's the tendency to counteract that you have to always be aware of. Like the simple fact that you're able to basically, you have the ability to basically do it like, you want to, everybody wants to be with multiple people. You want whatever you want inherently. Like, you'd want to have sex with anybody, whenever you feel like. And you'd want to have, all the indulgences. But just because you want to do it doesn't mean that, you try to counteract it and control it for society's sake. But let's say you can get away with it, then what's the problem, right? Who's stopping you? So we get into this sort of warped morality where we don't realize it's just merely functional, right? Oh, you're doing it because it's useful or easier to control, not because there's any inherent thing. But let's say you're a billionaire and you have sex with somebody different every day and you enjoy it and there's no problem. There's no health concern, there's no pregnancies, nothing, there's no issue, right? You can take care of it just fine. And then what's the problem? In other words, the only reason why those standards exist is because, you're not a billionaire or something, right? So it's not the inherent standard that, inherently this is wrong. It's just that, you can't handle it, or it's easier to control it a certain way. So it might be useful to pretend that, but you can't acknowledge it. You have to pretend like, no, it's an inherent absolute standard, when really it's just your own lack of ability, right? Ability invalidates all morality. Even in a literal sense, like, you can commit a crime, and if you're good enough not to get caught, there you go. Morality out the window. It doesn't matter, right? So that's an objective way that it works. If you're good enough not to get caught, you're not a bad person because they don't know, and they can't do anything about it. So you'll realize how artificial all those standards are, but you have to pretend that they're real or absolute. And the reason why you have to do that is because of the simple fact that you have to pretend, because you have to kind of almost fool yourself. Otherwise, again, why can't you just acknowledge the functional basis, which I would almost encourage, but then it becomes harder for people to rationalize it, because then they say, why not? And of course, people break this illusion anyway, but why not just do whatever I want then? If I'm just doing it for the sake of some contrived standard in society, why should I sacrifice my inherent tendency, nature, inherent desired, suggested element, right? Why would I give that up for the simple fact of for, again, just this overextended function in society? And again, people struggle with that anyway, but you're not struggling with an absolute, you're struggling with a functional contrivance state. At least acknowledge its true nature and then deal with it as you see fit. But then there's an outward overextension, outward insistence, as if born of insecurity. You see that a lot with social contrivance, that it's, again, there'll be pretenses of other things, but it's based on either preconceived notions or dependent overextended pretense, which just means like, there's something to be gained from that. So you can see this unconditional basis that isn't, the unconditional basis is not actually valuable. right, or it would really throw people off, like, so non as a standard that you would basically say, so if you, by just simply not practicing a contrivance state, like if you're just neutral, by not practicing a contrivance state, you expose it because it requires outward insistence, so it's artificial anyway. But you have this standard of basically being able to if you have to actively contrive something and place emphasis and etc., then it's not real or inherent, so it's just a contrivance that you can arbitrarily interchange with anything else. And so people, all the value is just artificial anyway. So why would you value a process that's completely fake, but also then it comes down to how well it's faked, like, one is more convincing than the other, but that doesn't matter. It's still the same process at work. When you artificially do something like that, what you have is you have the simple ability to recognize that if a process is constantly contrived, it's arbitrary, because again, you could just do that with anything. So if the reason why you value something is you keep hearing positive things about it, but you could theoretically do that with anything, say positive things about anything, and collectively, and then you create the illusion of it. So, so it doesn't have inherent value, and it might even indicate the opposite. Again, just the fact that it's necessary to keep up appearances or whatever it might be. Okay, so today I may watch one of those other two series, Yona or Dragon Ball, and I'm kind of debating, and I almost don't even want to, but let's start off with some other topics. So, for example, the randomness and the flaws of fiction, and then also sort of non and emphasis. So, for example, let's start with the non and emphasis idea. So, if you simply don't do contrivance or emphasis, which means if you're simply neutral and sort of a blank slate and you don't put up any sort of positive or negative appearance, people will take it as a negative because you're supposed to put up like some sort of positive contrivance state, right? Sort of pretenses and keeping up appearances just in society in general. And so what happens is, by simply being neutral and sort of putting up non as the basis, like there's pro, non, anti, so non is in the middle, where you're neither doing something positive outward or negative outward, however you want to define those. You're not doing anything outward at all is the point. So by simply doing that, what will happen? People will project their own zero-sum sort of application to you. So you could be doing nothing. You could have no expression, no anything, right? You're just neutral. So they'll project their own thing. So they think, oh, this person must be up to something, or this person must be suspicious, or this person must be trying to steal something, or they must be interested only in zero-sum means, or, some zero-sum end that they want, like material or something else, right? They're up to something. They're only projecting that because that's how they think and that's how they see the world, right? So there'll be some zero-sum projection. Oh, they must want this. You might not want anything at all, just like, again, you're neutral, but people can only see the world in terms of those own zero-sum terms, so you might be doing nothing at all, but they'll still assume it, or you might be doing something positive, but then they won't see it because you're trying to overcompensate for it, and even when it's actually there. And so there's something interesting about that. Like, again, by simply doing nothing at all, people will project and reduce it to their own zero-sum end. So one person will think you're trying to steal something, one person will think you're trying to sell them something, one person will think you're trying to do something else, like all different things, none of which you might be trying to do. But again, just because of the lack of emphasis that you're placing, that you're expected to always constantly overcompensate for something, just because you're not doing that, now they see it as something strange, right? So it's like an outward state, an outward contrivance state is taken as a false inherent, where you have, you're not really realizing or recognizing that it is indeed outward, again, not saying whether you should or shouldn't do it, but you should always recognize, it's an outward, constant, contrivance state, so it's not the inherent state of being, it's not natural, it's just not an inherent. So basically what you have is, you have this problem that's posed where, again, you could be neutral and have no incentive at all, but people will assume it for you, so then it becomes a fallacy of the assuming intent, where everybody has the same zero-sum intent, which isn't even clearly defined as a measure, but everyone just assumes it, like the longevity process. Everybody's trying to live as long as possible, right? We just assume this in society. It doesn't mean that that's actually what you're after, because you have all kind of half-assed hedonism that comes at the expense of it, like you would drink and smoke, so clearly longevity isn't your main or only intent, right? So you don't even know for yourself what it is, or you're not even defining it fully all the way. And then beyond that, you have a simple case of being able to basically being able to do it in such a way that you're assuming intent in other ways too. Like, people can only be after sex or money or other incentives, right? Like that zero-sum reactionary. And what's interesting is I will often identify that same element, like dependent overextended pretense, but that's to sort of dispel the fallacy that positive emphasis and overcompensation is a substitute for that, right? You can reduce all that and realize, they may as well be neutral, because that's, they're after something anyway, or they may as well be more direct about it, instead of trying to disguise it in some sort of positive undue emphasis, right, to try to achieve it. That's the defining factor. So all the other things are simply overextensions of that. And then beyond that, you have the simple ability to look at it from a perspective that, again, people will project certain things. So you're assuming intent, like a person couldn't simply be unconditional and just be a certain way, or be neutral, or be non. There always must be some half-assed zero-sum incentive, because this is how you perceive the world. And so even by simply doing nothing at all or being neutral, right, people will assume that because they're assuming your intent, right? Your intent can only be zero-sum, and you cannot perceive the world in any other objective or, again, neutral way. So it's really a fault of the observer. It says more about the observer than what is being observed, that you would reduce all reality down to this half-assed zero-sum perspective, which may indeed be functional, because, of course, you are yourself a zero-sum being, that you have to sustain yourself, you're going to die eventually. That's what you mean by zero-sum. Like, it's, you're going to die, and you have to constantly uphold your zero-sum existence that is going to end, and you have, zero-sum incentives, like you have to eat food, and you have to do this, and you have to do that in order to survive. So those are all the reactionary zero-sum basis that you don't even choose for yourself. You're just born and you have to do those things. However, that does not mean all things have to be bogged down to it, but that's why. It'll be a fallacy of ability rather than of will. For example, it's not that somebody just doesn't care about that or chooses not to do it or has a different measure, because of course no other measure can exist, because no measure is even defined by most people. They're just mindlessly going through and assuming them. So they're assuming intent that, you must have the same exact only measure that's the only measure that's valid. So it couldn't be like an unconditional or neutral perspective, or just a different perspective, or it couldn't be ability versus will. Like, this person must just not be able to do it. Like, they're trying to do the same zero-sum process, but they're just not doing it well enough or something. Right, they're struggling to do it, or they're challenged in doing it. But realistically, what if they're just not trying to do it at all? Or what if they're doing a different measure altogether? Right, that is, they're just after something else, or they're not after anything at all. Right, then you have to question, like, what we reward is the artifice of well-formed contrivance, and we sort of mistake its lacking for, again, inability to practice the absolute measure that everyone must be having, instead of just that measure isn't absolute and it could be a different thing. And then beyond that, you also have, so you're assuming intent, you're also looking at it like, again, willingness versus ability, and it's just a sort of closed structure contrivance state where you wouldn't even consider anything outside of it, that somebody could be after something else, or just nothing at all, etc. So what you have is you have this idea that, again, people aren't even aware of those dynamics or don't even think about it, and so you treat it as like an absolute standard that you have, and so any deviation from it must be framed sort of as inability. There's a different way of putting this that I'm trying to remember that I've said I can't quite say it. It's like you would never question the sort of basis of something. You would only question so like it can never be like a process or a society or a contrivance state that is, or the expectation that is at fault. Like, for example, it cannot be that we're upholding a flawed process and we're trying to do something that is objectively adverse or, just flawed by its own measure of standard. It cannot be that the process or the plan of society or some sort of structure within it, that's never in question or never at fault. It's only your fault for failing to overcompensate for it, or your fault for lacking ability to execute it, right? So the structure in place is absolute and unquestionable, and any flaws and failures of it are attributed not to the structure itself, but to the individual, again, for failing to overcompensate for it. So, again, you could have the most flawed process ever, and something goes wrong, but you say, oh, that's not society's fault, or the government's fault, or the workplace's fault, or the, a structure's fault, the contrivance's fault. It's actually your fault because you just didn't practice it correctly, or you didn't, again, overcompensate for its flaws adequately enough. So you're never allowed to question that contrivance state. Right, this happens with, like, authority figures. It's not somehow, it's not a teacher's fault or a parent's fault or some other, any sort of authority figure's fault. It's always your fault as a student that, oh, you should have worked around that, or you should have, again, overcompensated for its flaws, and so it assumes that it has no flaws, or that, again, it just can't be questioned. So it can't be that, like, for example, students fail at X percentage rate because there's a flaw of the education system. No, it's just your fault as a student that you're just that dumb. Now, in an absolutist perspective, you would say that these structures don't even matter at all, right? And you would be doing it from a base inherent state to the maximum ability that you have. So really, they exist just to inhibit you and hold you back and control you and reduce you to a very easily controllable state, because education doesn't exist to enlighten or educate you truly. It exists to limit your reality and your perceptions to only this indoctrinated state that's easy to control, or, again, only functional zero-sum half-mass knowledge, things like that. So you're not really, and society as a whole could be seen that way. Like, society exists to inhibit you, not to enable you, because from an inherent standpoint, like if you were born in the jungle, now you're totally uninhibited. You can do whatever you want. You can do anything that you're capable of doing, right? Instead, society strips away and takes away most that you're able to do and might try to overcompensate with the machination process, but that's neither here nor there. The real point being that you have this case of basically being able to do it in such a way that you're like, I forgot. You're basically trying to do it along, a lot of this is like me trying to remember things that I've said in the past, but it's sort of the same idea. Like you're trying to do it along the lines of, this is my Joe Biden role play, but even this, like, I've always been a fan of Trump's style of speech making, at least on that basis. Yes, he might make mistakes, and not to say that Biden even didn't make mistakes, but it's more improvisational. So yes, it might lead to weird little rambling things that he does, but it's more authentic because you're usually not reading from a script. So it's like, are you going to reward somebody for being inauthentic? Like, you can be perfectly inauthentic by reading a script perfectly, or you can be imperfectly authentic by trying to come up with it yourself on your own, which sometimes can have negative elements to it, but it's at least not just them simply reading a piece of paper or teleprompter, right? So isn't that better? You're punishing somebody for at least trying to be authentic. Like, this person who does, a girl who doesn't wear makeup, you're going to say, oh, they're ugly, and then you're going to reward somebody for wearing makeup, but you know that they're doing it, so the process is fake, but you're rewarding the fakeness and falling for it, basically, or not even acknowledging it and taking it as sort of a baseline for granted, right? The false inherent, for example, wearing makeup, etc. Whereas you're not taking the other side of, that the inherent is just taken as a standard. the whole point just being that you have this contrivance state that is outward, that is taken as a false inherent. And again, the fault can only be of the person practicing the process, never of the process itself. So no process or structure or society or expectation like that can ever be flawed. It is absolute and unquestionable, even if it's not clearly or consistently defined or held accountable, but it's absolute. And then we only focus on the minutia within it, like, whether you're practicing it well enough or overcompensating for its flaws well enough, or, somebody's good at the process or bad at it, or you have ability or you have lacking, but you're never actually questioning the process itself. That's not to say you should question it at the expense of your own, to excuse your own lack of ability perhaps, but it means that you don't need to do that because, again, there's an objective basis. You could always say, well, the only reason why anybody would ever criticize this structure or process would be because they're just bad at it, right? So they're just trying to make an excuse, which is sometimes fair. That might be what people do. But there's also an objective basis. So you don't have to be the best at something or perfect at something to realize it has certain flaws, right? Or anybody can just observe those flaws objectively. So not everything needs to be personalized to this extent, or you have... anytime anybody criticizes something, it turns back on them as an idiosyncrasy, but you can still objectively observe something. Like, you can point out something that, whether it makes sense or not, you should judge that on its own. It should not be that, you have flaws and idiosyncrasies, therefore what you say about someone or something else is invalid. But everybody has flaws and idiosyncrasies, so then it just becomes a myopic framing of like, whether people are aware of them or not, and perceptions being controlled by the media. But the reality is, it's like being embarrassed by some quirk that you have, right? You realize that everybody has some weird quirk, and so it's just a question of, like, you would think, you're embarrassed of having this weird habit or tendency, but you realize that would assume that nobody else ever has anything like that. You realize that everybody has those idiosyncrasies and tendencies, so now you feel like, okay, it's not a big deal, and I won't judge other people's too harshly because I know I have one, everyone has one. We're all flawed, imperfect people. So that's the more enlightened perspective, that rather than insisting upon them, like, look at this person having this tendency, you realize, you have that too, something similar, something equally strange by whatever criteria you're using, which often, in this sense, people don't even define a criteria, they're just purely base reactionary. But what you have is the basis of, realizing that everyone has a tendency like that, so you would be more willing to realize, like, okay, it's just arbitrary, interchangeable, thus not requiring undue emphasis, but instead there's like this insistence upon a lack of awareness of your own, and insistence upon those of others, for example. And then the other point I was getting to was the fictional basis. Like, fiction is often lost on its own subject matter. So, like, even in some of the best works, you say Lord of the Rings or something, people get caught up on all this minutia, like, why didn't they just fly in the eagles, or why didn't they, whatever, like game theory sense and things of that nature. But the reality is that you get into a situation where you get caught up on all the minutia of, the ring and the ring rates and all this kind of stuff. All that is just part of the world building, and I can appreciate it, but doesn't it feel arbitrary at some point, or doesn't it lose the meaning of whatever deeper meaning and actual life applicable lessons and values, etc., would be there? So, for example, getting caught up on the dwarves and the elves and all these kind of things, why does any of that matter? None of that is real, so how does it affect your life, or how is it useful or poignant to you? And the answer is, yes, the character dynamics and interactions can be valuable, but I've always felt, or you can look at this on an inherent level, we often lose sight of what the meaning or the message of fiction is with all that little intricacy and minutia. Like, a good example is superhero movies or stories. Like, you're getting caught up in, who's stronger, Clark Kent, or, in this form or that form, or, even Dragon Ball, like Super Saiyan X versus Super Saiyan 4 or whatever, right? You get caught up in the minutia of all that, the powers, how does this power work, how does their ability work, who's stronger, who's weaker, this and that, right? But why does any of that matter? The real purpose of fiction would have been to have some meaningful, enlightening basis as to a meaningful, enlightening basis as to real life and certain lessons and things that you're trying to do. So you might think, well, it makes it more effective if you sort of cloak it and disguise it in, the guise of fiction and fantasy. However, the problem is that in doing that, you sometimes defeat the purpose, because what you have is the basis of being able to the reason why you frame it in fiction is often to avoid censorship, for example, right? You can't censor it because, you're not criticizing the government or something openly, or something that people would be sensitive to. You're sort of, like Animal Farm or something, even though that was still banned, I think, at certain points. You're framing it in a fictional sense, so now you can't censor it, but you can kind of still understand the meaning or the deeper idea. So that's one reason why fiction exists, because you're kind of criticizing something that exists in the real world, but you're trying to bypass and subvert censorship, etc., or hurting somebody's feelings or whatever, right? So that's number one. Number two is that you're sometimes potentially losing the value of what you're doing, right? So Tolkien sits down and says, I want to share these certain ideas and philosophies that I have, but I'm not going to simply write them out directly, which might be more immediately useful to you, right? Just writing a philosophical work that is not disguising itself in fiction or framing itself in fiction. That would be more direct, but instead we get bogged down by it, and then it turns into escapism, and we focus more on those details, like, look at the artistry, look at the, the visuals of a movie, or look at the, it almost becomes ostentatious, because what value does it really have? Who cares whether, Frodo or Bilbo or all these who cares about all that? None of it is real. So you might get immersed in it nonetheless. However, you have to question, none of that is actually inherently useful. So on that basis, fiction could just be replaced by those same ideas within the fiction, but just not burying them and obscuring them, because that's often what happens. You kind of lose sight of all that because you feel like, again, you're getting bogged down by the nuances, whether it be, again, superpowers or the fantastical element or these fantastical characters and races and environments. They can be engaging, but it's either only escapism or it's only something more poignant that's sort of masked in something more valuable and poignant and useful and enlightening to your life, but it's only masked and disguised in fictional context. So what that means is you kind of lose sight of it, because, again, people fixate on those other elements. So you might defend it by saying, well, it avoids and subverts censorship, and maybe it can affect people more this way, but it really doesn't, because, again, you're losing sight of what you're actually trying to say, and so a lot of that meaning will just be lost and bogged down. That is a legitimate objection. And then the other point is, the randomness of it. Again, going back to Lord of the Rings or something like that. Again, great works of literature, but what you have is, you're getting bogged down. it's just elves and dwarves and trolls and all this kind of stuff. At some point, it's just sort of random, right? Why does that stuff exist? Just because it does, just because it has to, So you can look at it in hindsight and say, it makes sense. Or, because it was such a great work of literature, we're not going to question it. But at some point, it becomes arbitrary, right? It's just random stuff. Why do certain things exist? Just because it does. And a lot of the, in that universe, so you just have to suspend your disbelief, but then it becomes sort of arbitrary in the process, because if you're willing to do that, you can just do it for anything then. So it's interchangeable and it almost doesn't matter. So then it becomes a challenge of, the skill of writing is to sort of make those fantastical things believable, but then why even make them fantastical in the first place? Because, again, you're just reducing it to base escapism, or what you're saying is basically that, again, even whatever profound elements you might have, you are losing sight of them to some degree on the basis of, being able to basically do, it's always the form. People care about how you present something. So somebody could say something profound, but they look weird, or they say it kind of weird, and so now you're not going to value it as much. Or somebody says something that's not as profound, but they dress it up more, and it sounds better and eloquent, etc. So you're losing sight of the meaning, right? You focus on the form, but not the substance. And so you kind of reward that artifice, and therefore you shall be ruled by it. But the point is that again, fiction often gets lost and bogged down by its own basis, because that's the same way people would justify it. Like, what's the point of fiction, right? Just mindless escapism, fine. But on a more basic point, the reason why you would value it is because, okay, it might have certain life lessons and values and certain ideas that are actually of use to you. But then getting bogged down by fiction is almost like calling you dumb, that you're too stupid or too controlled and censored in society to actually see something for what it is and just discuss the topic directly. So instead of doing that, you disguise it in fiction, and then you sort of lose the meaning, because the conversation changes to something sort of arbitrary like that, where you have you get caught up in the minutia of the fictional elements of, how something works, how the fictional, magical, fantastical elements work, but then you lose sight of the actual supposed meaning that justifies it behind that. So there's two topics we can look at here too, like overextension to the extent of why do something if you can't handle it, or if it creates an imbalance. So the idea of a balance is like, why do a job that makes you miserable or something like that? Maybe you feel like you don't have a choice, but there's a sense of like, somebody who's doing a job that makes a lot of money, right, and then they're so stressed and complaining about it. Or like, again, somebody in a relationship and they're complaining about it, like, then why be in it? You're choosing to do it. So be in something that you feel like at peace, where you don't have to feel like you have to overcompensate and have an imbalance. Or like, I have this stressful job and I have to take this medication to deal with it, or I have to drink to deal with it. But then why would you do something that forces you to be in such an imbalanced state that it would allow you to basically have to overcompensate in such extreme ways? Why not do something where you're more at level and more at peace and not... So again, you might make less money, but you shouldn't do something that forces you to be in that way, like where you feel that... do something that forces you to do some extreme overcompensation, imbalance, poly favoritism, other substances like, you have to drink, you have to smoke, whatever. So that's what society sort of shows as an imbalanced state. You'll do one extreme reduction to structure or function and sort of just create an imbalance. So you're at one extreme all day where you're reduced to structure, right, like at work, whatever, and then you'll overcompensate by doing something outside of it, partying, etc. And so someone more at peace or in a balanced state would not feel the need to do that. You're doing one extreme to compensate basically for the other. And then another element here, like how people are sometimes enslaved by sort of the contrivance state socially with respect to like terms like thank you. Something like that is a meaningless thing, and it's actually a negative thing. This is like opposite interpretation, because what you're doing is you're placing false value and meaning on words, right, instead of function. So you can be enslaved by that, like, you'll do certain things, and instead of actually it being worth your time, you're trying to overextend and place false value on the social element, but it doesn't really mean anything. Or not only does it not mean anything, it's like anti-meaning, because everyone's expected to say it, so it loses meaning, and it's just done, as a routine. So there's no actual value or sincerity or substance behind it, so why even bother pretending? But then if you don't pretend, then you're defined by that. Like, for example, you're in a position where you have you would be defined by not saying it rather than being defined by saying it, which means it doesn't have any meaning. Right, that's a perfect example of being taken as a false inherent. what you have now is, again, you can be enslaved by it because it's like, as if that has meaning, as if that's, you know, there's a better way of putting it. I can't remember always what I would explain this. Like, this is a topic that there's a certain amount of meaning that is undermined by doing that. And the reason why is because it doesn't have value, it doesn't have meaning, it's just done as a routine. And so it sort of upholds this objectively adverse half-mass functional state, which allows you to uphold some sort of false appearance that's not actually there. It's very integral for a societal contrivance. So, for example, pretend you didn't say things like that. Now you would see things for what they are, and that's still fine. It's a zero-sum process. But you try to paint the artifice that it's something else. And, of course, most people are initial-minded in this sense, so they'll really take it for what it is at face value. But, again, false inherent has no meaning. You're defined by not doing it rather than by doing it. And it's just a way to reinforce a negative state as if it shouldn't be necessary if it was an inherent, state of balance. And so you also have it's this sort of massive, ripe overextension of everything. So the very basis of social contrivance is as such with respect to overextending self-interest into a collective, where that's the defining element. So you might pretend in a certain way to value something, but you have, it's like the non-basis of self, so everything is just dependent on that. So, like, this person is so nice, but they're only doing it for their own zero-sum self-interest, and if you take that away, then they won't be. And so it doesn't really mean anything. It's like, oh, you're willing to contrive that level of effort for zero-sum ends, but then, it's artificial, so why even bother doing it? So any level of thought would invalidate it. But it's still you're still indoctrinated to operate on those lines, like, you're supposed to take it seriously, but it's a half-mass process too. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a way to overextend things. So let's pose a hypothetical. Let's say you looked at a society that acknowledged its own zero-sum functionalistic state, then you wouldn't have all these pretenses. And so you shouldn't need those to connect. It's just a way to connect one zero-sum self-interest to another in an overextended collective way, right? Whereas if you take that pretense away, now you see the zero-sum nature of it for what it is, and that's taken as a false negative, but that's just the reality of how it is anyway. So you're basically just wasting everybody's time and insisting upon a false inherent and overextending in such a way that is actually adverse to everyone, because it creates an imbalanced state that is just not real. So this notion, like, constant contrivance is going to create any sort of appearance. So if you pretend enough to do something, it'll make it seem real, but the fact that you have to constantly pretend is the whole point. Like, that shows you it isn't real. What else do we have here? Basically the idea that it's sort of along the lines of why thinking is stigmatized, because these are all obvious things you can just see objectively, inherently. So when you observe an inherent objective process, what you have is what you have is the ability to look at it along the lines of you're either observing an inherent state or tendency or process or a contrivance response to it. So the two might seem at odds with each other, but they're part of the same process. So it's not making a claim on what you should even do, but like the rebuttal to observing an inherent objective reality or state might be the contrivance response. So it doesn't answer it. It doesn't say, like, it doesn't disprove that that's the inherent tendency. That's just the contrivance response that you put forth to it. So, for example, like, people are not inherently moral creatures, and you'll say, oh, but they are, because they do all these, good things. But you're realizing that morality is a construct that is made in contrivance response to the inherent state of man. So all the things that people would do naturally that would be considered undesirable are condemned, and you have laws, and you have indoctrination, and so now those things don't disprove the fact that that's the inherent state of man, that they would naturally do those things. It's the fact that it actually validates that and tells you that, because if people were inherently moral, then you wouldn't need all those structures. You wouldn't need to indoctrinate. You wouldn't need to stigmatize. You wouldn't need to enforce, punish certain things. So you're acknowledging the inherent state of man, whether you acknowledge it truly, inherently, or whether you even acknowledge it by contrivance response, because the fact that you have to put up those structures in response to it tells you everything you need to know, right? That it does exist that way. So either way, you're still acknowledging the inherent state. One, that you're just kind of pretending the contrivance response is the inherent, which can sometimes be very detrimental, because now you're pretending that what you want to be the case is the case, rather than recognizing the inherent nature, and then still you can work around it or counteract it. But you can apply this to many, many things, right? It's not the way something appears to work a certain way because it's in direct response. So it's the opposite interpretation. So much of what you probably believe is in response to what is actually true, rather than actually being what is true. And again, people might take that for granted, like, oh, well, obviously that's the case, but it's useful, so why bother? But again, it's the difference between pretending something is true versus seeing what is actually true, and then you can best react to it more clearly. So, for example, what you have is the ability to basically like, let's look at the inherent stimuli acme, where you have, people's inherent nature would be they would just have sex with no restraint and with anybody, everybody, like that. But people's contrivance response would be, oh, but there's love and there's all this kind of other stigma and morality to do with it. Those things are acknowledging that's what people would want to do, or their inherent tendency would be to do. And so it's not a question of whether you should buy into this, but again, you're only saying that to try to specify it. So you're saying, no, for everybody, there's some hypothetical absolute person who happens to often be in their same geographical environment, nearness postulate. And so therefore, you should be with that one person only, just because it's easier for society to control and create a family system, which again, this is where cognitive dissonance comes in. I would rather you just say that, oh, that's why we're doing it, that's why we're specifying it. I'm doing something that would be objectively adverse to myself or my own tendency or preference, because it's more useful for society to control, etc., at least acknowledge the functional basis, but instead people will pretend it's absolute and bypass their cognitive dissonance and pretend like it is something more. So rather than controlling your inherent tendency, you are being controlled by it because you are not aware of it all the way. So you're still adhering to hedonism as the highest measure of stimuli acme, but rather than acknowledging it for what it is, what you're actually doing is you are pretending it's something more, only to practice it in a half-mast controlled state. So you pretend the inherent stimuli, you're pretending hedonism is not the measure, only to practice hedonism anyway, but just place undue emphasis and overextend it, so now you're only practicing it at half-mast, where if you acknowledge what it was, you would practice it fully, or if you acknowledge it, you might not practice it at all and recognize it in a negative sense. So you're still doing it, it's a defining factor, but in pretending it's something else, you end up actually in pretending it's something else, you end up actually being enslaved by it more, like because you pretend it's more just to control it, or rather, society wants you to pretend it's more so it can control you through it. So again, it gives you the illusion, like, oh, you're doing that because you're somehow in control of it, like love or some undue emphasis, but then you're actually showing that you're being controlled by it because you're placing such emphasis on it. Like, oh, hedonism is just the stuff of animals. It's horny animals humping because it feels good to inspire reproduction. And rather than recognizing that basic natural process, the egotism is actually turned on you and used to try to control you. And the reason why is because it still is that base hedonistic process. But what you have happen is the basic reality of if you realize that's what it was, okay, it's just a base tendency, the stuff of animals, you wouldn't be obsessing over it your whole life. So instead, again, you place emphasis on it to control it and say, okay, you have to do it in this way, you can't do it in this way. And what that leads to is, again, you obsess over it more. Inherent hedonism would realize, okay, it's just a pleasurable process, there you go, and that's why you do it and that's why you like it. Instead, it turns into this sort of worship where, oh no, we're going to base our whole life around it, base our whole finances, live in the same house, create a whole family structure system around this. Like, even if you want to make a functional argument, that's typically not what happens. So instead, that's the best way to control people. Don't say, oh, that's just a way to control you and create a family system against your natural instinct tendency. Say that, oh, it's love and it's meant to be, and appeal to their ego, like with moral gratification. You're not avoiding committing crimes because you're afraid of getting caught in the same self-interest for which you would commit them, but you're actually doing it because it's morally good, inherently, objectively, absolutely, and because of God and because of other things. So you feel good about yourself. It was a good way to trick people into doing it without even the need for enforcement, but then again, enforcement is still the baseline. It's still there, but that's the second layer of control that you would try to do it through indoctrination, and if that fails, then you have enforcement. So indoctrination is sort of proactive. Enforcement is reactive, because you can't stop someone from doing something. Once they do it, you can punish them. whereas indoctrinating them would stand to try to prevent them from doing it in the first place. But the two almost contradict each other to show that, like, if it was inherent absolute, you wouldn't need the secondary process. That's why religion has such contradictions in it that way. Like, oh, God would want this. Like, wouldn't want you to kill people. But then why create you with the possibility? Why would he allow you to do it? Oh, it's to teach you a lesson or something. But, if it's an inherent absolute standard, you wouldn't be able to do it in the first place. You would be like, you just wouldn't be physically capable of doing it, right, if it's an absolute. So that shows you it's not an absolute. Or what kind of absolute being would leave their will at the whim of both your acknowledgement. You have to acknowledge that they're real, first of all, and you have to, if God wanted your acknowledgement, then they wouldn't make themselves so hard to acknowledge, like, obscure and invisible man in the sky sort of mentality. So, again, either God wouldn't want your acknowledgement, or they're not even real, or if they are real, then they're not absolutely powerful, because all the things they say to do come down to human whims that you can easily disobey. So it's a hard thing to justify. And there's always the fallacy of, like, you'll thank God for saving you from some bad situation, but you won't blame them for putting you in that bad situation in the first place. So it's like a one-sided, non-accountable false absolute. And then you also have, I swear, I almost would have to upload these individually, though, for anybody, because it's too long otherwise, and it's all just mixed subjects. But, you would say God would do it from the perspective that, God would want your acknowledgement, but he would be veiled in mystery and shadow, and you'd never be able to see him or anything, apparently. So you want our acknowledgement, why not just make it more clear and obvious and inevitable? So you give us the choice, and you let your very validation come down to our whims. So to think that they would, on one hand, they would want our acknowledgement, on the other hand, they would make that difficult or our choice, and then, also their will is divine as to you should do this, you shouldn't do this, but then they give you the option to do it anyway. So if you do it anyway, then you have a situation where that's all it takes to subvert their will, is you just feel like doing it with the very same abilities that they potentially gave you to do it. Again, either they don't want your acknowledgement, or they're not even real, or they're evidently not that powerful because, they don't want you to do all these things, but then they still allow you to do them. So all it takes is just your will to just subvert them so easily at any turn, or even just to not believe in them is so easy to do. So evidently, they would create you in such an image that you wouldn't be able to even do those things at all if that's really what they wanted. So it's another example of the same egotism, that it can't simply be that these are things that people would like to be the case, or like to believe, or like others to follow, like don't hurt other people or something. It must be some divine will. So you think the whole world revolves around you, or you're made in the Creator's image or something like that. So that's like the cui bono effect again here that we can use, is that, who benefits is that, how convenient that this godlike figure would exist and would have this same set of rules that your laws would be very similar to. Almost like these are just human standards, that people don't want people to do certain crimes and hurt them and wrong them. How self-serving and how convenient, right? Just that you have a slightly greater amount of self-awareness than animals, and all of a sudden now the world revolves around you, right? It couldn't just be that you're very egotistical and very, almost narcissistic. You think the world revolves around you. You pose these false absolutes. They're conveniently close to what human standards would be anyway. So the main thing is just remember those things come in reaction to the inherent nature, not the other way around. Right? That's why certain laws would exist or whatever. I'm almost sad to be doing it like this, but I guess it is almost like a midlife crisis style of doing it. Like, I always did this stuff in the past, but I honestly did give people too much credit. Like, it didn't matter to me, and I thought much of it is obvious or something. But people are both dumber than I thought, and it's more cynical of an environment than I thought. That, like, you should just have done it for money, or you should have done it for some other purpose, right? Instead of just... And so it's that people are cynical, and they're also... everything is cynical, and everything is just shallow, and it's like, if you don't do it now, you'll never get the chance to do it, so you may as well just, like, audio journal. And what I like is that by doing this, especially by uploading it, it is there. So not even that, I'm worried about somebody stealing my take, but oftentimes I will hear that, like, not saying that they know who I am or anything like that. Somebody will say something similar to what I said, like, 10 years ago, and it's like, I didn't get any recognition, but now it's the biggest groundbreaking thing ever. Let's put it on Joe Rogan. Like, it's just this very vain record of stuff you have to have. So a lot of takes are... Because I always thought, I'll upload it just nice and perfectly in a clip form, or I'll do it in some other professional way, but then I just never get around to doing it. So it's just sad. Like, it's sad that any of this would need to be said because it's so obvious. And people would assume a certain function with it too. Like, what is it supposed to do for you? Like, to consider things objectively or certain concepts. What does it all do for you? The same way that I was questioning fiction, like, it ends up being a lot of it's wasted. But the point is, it lets you see things objectively inherently and, like, define your own measure and be self-aware and think all the time about everything and then come to your own conclusion. So it's not telling you what to do, but it's telling you the nature of how things work instead of falsely framing them as either a false inherent or, some reactionary basis that you just never question. Right now you can look at, okay, this is how things actually work, and then you can decide instead of, oh no, they work exactly the way we want them to work, and the way that we contrive in response to the way they actually work is actually the inherent way that they do work, which is, not... It's just disappointing. I don't know. I don't like it, but... So yeah, I don't even feel like watching anything really. And I'm listening to that same song again. I don't know what I even want to talk about. Like, let me try to rehash some other old takes. Or I could watch random stuff on YouTube, but it's so hard to find. Or yeah, I could continue my little skibbity toilet reaction and deep analysis. We watched up to part 4. Or now I saw somebody's like... This is the kind of shit I'm getting in my recommended now because I watched some of those. Like, I watched Skibbity Biden then, right? Where Biden's head is in the toilet. Trump is using Hitler's language, the whole whatever that is. And then from there you get to basically see that somebody's trying to remake the whole series. Right, Skibbity Toilet 1 through 13, but it's Skibbity Biden 1 through 13 now. Like, somebody's going through and doing that, so... But no, that dude overuses the song, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of shows I should watch that I just haven't seen, like Game of Thrones and... Walking Dead and Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I was going to watch Monk at some point. So there's a lot of things I could do, and some of them just sort of intimidate me with how long they are because like, Dragon Ball is 150 episodes, so it gets kind of intimidating. Thinking about how long that would go on for. Even if I watched one episode every day, or every other day, what probably is more what I would do, that's going to take a year to get through, which I don't mind, but I don't know. There's no other way I would do it. I'm not going to I could react to maybe 2 episodes for one every time, but then it feels like you're not really appreciating it. There must be a certain amount of filler even in Dragon Ball, the way that there is in Z, but at least it would be less centered around fighting, so you wouldn't care. It's not just 2 characters staring at each other before they fight. And yeah, speaking of fiction criticisms, that's one that I always levied is the lowest form of conflict is physical in nature. That's too easy. A character's going to get killed and they're trying to stay alive. That's pretty basic. But what you have instead is the simple ability to, again, look at my 3 favorite movies of all time, and none of the conflicts in there are really physical. The Truman Show is more existential. He's trying to escape. You could say, yes, he's physically trapped there, and they might physically try to detain or kill him if he, maybe, not really, but, they do kind of try to kill him by putting him under the water and the boat and stuff. But the point is that that's more existential. He's having a midlife crisis, and it's not even entirely about the TV show. It's about the fact that he's looking for something and he doesn't even know what it is. So the implication that I always see is that it doesn't even matter that he's in Sea Haven. This is the kind of thing that people go through in the real world anyway. So it's not that, his life was on rails and predetermined by Sea Haven, by the TV show, but by society. It would have been the same thing. I'll make a sequel, Truman's World, instead of Truman's Show, the Truman World or the Truman Life or something, where he gets out into the real world and he sees how similar it is. You're born and you don't choose where you're born or who you're born to. Then you go to school, then you're on rails there. You go to school, you get a job, you get married, you have kids, you have a white picket fence. This is how society works. So everything is very rigidly controlled and on rails anyway. So again, even before he knew it was a TV show that he's on, or he knew what was up, this is a normal midlife crisis that he's having. So that's what people don't maybe realize entirely. The point of the story isn't that, he realizes it's a TV show. He realizes it's a TV show and something is up because he's having a midlife crisis already where he wants to go to Fiji or something. So the point is he would have had that anyway, or people do have that anyway in the real world. So you realize how controlled every aspect of your society and life is that we sort of just take for granted, right? Everything is on rails. You're born, you don't choose where, to who, you don't choose, you go to school, then you get a job, then you get a wife, family, kids, picket fence, live that sort of middle-class existence or whatever. Now, there are obviously exceptions where you can do better for yourself within the free will, but it's still within that very narrow structure. That's one of the problems with respect to I don't know what I even want to talk about here. That's weird. If you talk for a long time, sometimes you get congested. I always find that strange. It can make you sick how much you're actually talking. Or here's a little preconception test. You can have 2 people do exactly the same thing, but because one is older, they'll take it differently or do or say the exact same thing. Right, so most of society and interaction is, or whatever, they could be based on whether they're male or female, or based on age, or based on other things, even if it's not actually relevant. But most of society is operated under preconceived notions because people are unwilling to be puzzled. So they operate on an initial basis, whether by appearances, whether by preconceived notions, superficial factors like age or gender or race or whatever. So that's the whole interesting element, is that an absolutist philosophy would show that you wouldn't be prejudiced against people for those reasons, not because, again, you're so open-minded or you're so morally superior to others and this and that. It's not that. It's that you're harshly critical of all people based on their inherent nature and ability and tendencies. So you're aware of their inherent nature. So you would say, it doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter about all these other superficial things, right? I only care about your base nature or your ability. So it's too broad of an interpretation. It doesn't mean that, again, you're not saying anything good or bad about people. You're observing that those things aren't important just because it's too broad. Again, there's 4 billion men and women in the world, so how could you marginalize that just on a logical, basic level? And on a functional level, too, like, you're a CEO of a company and you can't afford it. We don't have the luxury to discriminate, one of my old lines, or maybe I stole that one from somewhere, actually, because it almost sounds like something Olivia Armstrong would say in Briggs in Full Metal Alchemist. Sometimes, that's where a lot of ideas come from. You're not really copying it, but you come up with the idea because you're seeing that's basically what she's saying, but she's not actually saying it like that. So you take inspiration. We don't have the luxury to discriminate because we have to be competitive and hire the best people. So even if we wanted to, and even if we had something against them for strictly cynical, zero-sum, greedy reasons, we would say, we're going to hire this person even if we don't like their race, because we can't again, not that you should think like that, but because even if we don't like that, we don't have the luxury, because if we keep doing that, then we'll have less qualified people, and it'll be harder to find people, and therefore we're going to fall behind the competition and make less money, etc. So for that reason alone, you would do it. And that's more along the lines of how the world actually works, but so you can solve all inequity with greed, that, we want Republicans buy sneakers too, what Michael Jordan said. It doesn't matter how you feel about something, just because of money we'll look past everything. It's like goblins in the Warcraft universe, how they always broker peace in their towns, not because they're actually peace-loving people, but because they know that violence is bad for money. So the one place in Azeroth you can find where the Lions and Horde are actually peaceful with one another is in the goblin towns, just because, again, they're all about money, and so it's bad for business. Yeah, preconceived notions that way, and then, again, a good way you can test it is, look at it this way. Okay, have a 50-year-old person who doesn't know what they're talking about, but they still talk about it. People are willing to listen and give them chances and be nice about it. Whereas somebody who's 25, who does know what they're talking about, right, won't be given the same benefit of doubt and might be dismissed. So they could be saying exactly the same thing, or even better, they could be saying something better, the younger one, but they'll be dismissed potentially that way. So that's one factor. And then you also have the ability to have other performative, superficial aspects like, you make eye contact, that means you must be telling the truth, as if that has anything to do with anything. Right, anybody could just do that. I love how that's one of those things that just, if you really look at the world that way, that is the initial basis. Or this is one of my good little quotes that I did for a character, which is what need do I have to look at them when I already see through them, basically, right? I don't look at people, I see through them. What use is there in looking at them when I already see through them? But it is sad, because what it really shows you is people don't understand their own nature. There's a lack of peace with the self that happens. So what it means is that people are not aware of nor at peace with their own inherent tendency and nature. rather than acknowledging how it works, and then you can understand it better and counteract it even better. But instead you pretend, it's falsely inherently something else, and contrivance response is false inherent, and now you get confused by it and have conflict of a contrivance. So people are never aware nor at peace with their own inherent nature or tendencies, and beyond that, they never define a measure for themselves in life or a criteria. So for example, they'll have these sort of standards that are just floating, like, we kind of believe in this and we kind of believe in that, but you won't clearly define it. You won't sit there ever in your life at any point and just say, this is exactly what I believe, this is exactly my standard, this is exactly my criteria, this is exactly how I'm consistent in performing along those lines. Like, whatever you believe, again, it's not saying what you should believe, it's saying that you should define clearly and hold fully accountable and be self-aware at all times of what your own criteria standard measure is. Maybe in about 1,000 years, these will still be on YouTube, and then they'll see. With the machination process, that's really what the framing is. Like, you're not... Anybody can be objective. Right, it's kind of strange. But that shows you it's like the strategic indoctrination to try to stop people from thinking and somehow stigmatize thinking as though it's bad. Right, they'll associate it with like, if you think too much, you'll go crazy, as if that's the fault of thinking, not the fault of what you're thinking about. Like, again, like shoot the messenger. If you think too much about this subject or society or life or anything, you'll go crazy. But clearly that's your fault. That's not the fault of, or that's thinking's fault, not the fault of those things that you're thinking about that might have flaws to them, or you can observe or try to counteract or fix or at least be aware of. So I love that. It's a total shoot the messenger fallacy. And beyond that, you have the ability to basically what was I saying? You have the ability to look at it from a perspective that there's so much indoctrination to try to prevent it, and again, stigmatized thought, especially objective thought, not rooted in half-mass zero-sum reactionary functionalism. And so you have, if people thought as deeply about their actual life, like, as I always say, if people thought as deeply about the why as they do the what, it would be transformative, right? So think about why you're doing, what your measure in life is, etc., what your standard is it longevity process, is it hedonism, etc. If people thought as deeply about that as they did about the actual function that they're doing, right, the specifics and what, like for example, how hard do you think or work at work or school, if you thought about the base inherent measure of your life in that sense, it would definitely be enlightening. And so, for example, you have the ability to look at it from a perspective that, even scientists can be objective in science, but then they're not objective in their own lives or something like that. So it might not be useful, or it might even fly in contrast to the, again, physical, limited initial state of human beings, but that's the core contradiction of human beings, is their infinite objective mind versus their subjective, limited initial physical state. You have to reduce one to the other or allow both to exist separate. So your mind can be objective despite your body being so limited, or like even so oftentimes what happens is the mind is reduced to the body in the physical state and its limits in a physical reactionary way, or a true absolutist would try to raise the body to match the mind, but of course that would be very difficult given the modern state of technology. But no, you have all this indoctrination to try to stop that, and you also have, again, if you think, like this is why ideas are specified to people, right? Don't specify the conflict is an expression I would use, or don't give any man a monopoly over sin or virtue. Anybody can have, anybody can do something good, anybody can do something bad. The human variable is very much a real thing. Like, people can do anything at any time, potentially, you have the ability to. And so you have this reasoning that, you see this like with Trump. Trump does have flaws and idiosyncrasies. What a shock. A human being has flaws. But then don't specify it and act like only he has it, right? And you don't see the same things anywhere else. That's the problem. So I always say, you shouldn't worry when they say somebody's bad, because, okay, fine, he's bad, he's flawed. But you should worry when they try to tell you somebody's good, right? That, they're perfect, and you should blindly support them, right? I'm never skeptical when you say, a politician is bad, because, okay, sure, they all are. They all have flaws. But don't try to tell me, one is actually good and one is actually perfect. Then I start to get worried, because something's up. But no, I don't specify an idea to a person or a person to an idea. So, for example, anybody can think anything and an infinite amount of things, and from one moment to the next, they can think and consider two opposite things. So, for example, somebody will be like the first to be at least recognized as saying an idea or writing it or publishing it or whatever. Right? Doesn't mean they're the first person ever to think it, but whatever. You can still give them credit for it, but that doesn't mean that person's defined by that one idea or those ideas. They have millions of other ideas that they had throughout their life, right? They can consider anything. So anybody can consider any idea at any time. And again, even ones that conflict with each other from one moment to the next. That's why the mind is objective. Just because you consider something or think about it or talk about it doesn't mean that you're defined by it. Because again, imagine doing that. Okay, I talk about one subject today and I'm defined by that. Then I talk about a totally different subject tomorrow and I'm defined by that. So how am I defined by two conflicting things based on that? You see how arbitrary that is? Like, right, like I'll criticize Democrats and be like, you must be a Republican lover. But then I'll criticize Republicans tomorrow too. And then, you must be a Democrat lover. But you see how that's not how it works. You can be objective, even if people fear that somehow. So what you have now is, again, just because you have an idea, state an idea, doesn't mean you're defined by it, because you can just turn around and have an absolutely different one the next moment. And so you're objective and capable of having infinite ideas and thoughts and in various directions. It doesn't mean they define you. So again, don't define a person by an idea that they have at one point, because they're a variable and they can consider countless other ones. And if you try to define them fully by any given one, then you could turn around and define them by the next as well, and it'll have an issue. Every day, define them by a different idea that they have, even if some of them are at odds with each other. So, like I just said, and then you have then you also have the ability to basically say, don't specify an idea to an individual, the idea that, just because they were the first one to come up with it or prominently focus on it, doesn't mean that they own it or that nobody else can think the same thing. Or so you'll point out an idea that you have on your own, and people will be like, you're just copying what that guy said, or it doesn't matter who said it, right? The idea is objective. So you'll say, you'll associate it with that person and then somehow diminish or discredit them. Again, it's an objective thought process that anybody can consider, that the human mind is capable to think, right? Every human mind is capable to think. And so it has nothing to do with the individual at that point. They might get credit for, popularizing it or something, but, don't limit them to the arbitrary subjective person or the idiosyncrasies. None of that matters. Sigmund Freud came up with this idea. It doesn't matter. Is it useful? Does it have value? Does it have truth to it? Right, so don't let it get bogged down by that. A good example is like, what if Hitler came up with a cure for cancer or whatever? His regime, you would still use it. So you wouldn't say, oh, that's Hitler's cure, you can't use that, right? You would still say it's good. The idea is good, even if the person behind it was bad. Or I always say this too, don't give anybody a monopoly over certain words or language or symbols. So like the swastika was used, that same symbol at least, was used in some previous, like Shinto Japanese religion, right? Long before Hitler was around. And so what you do is, yes, you can condemn what he did, but don't overextend it. Like that symbol doesn't need to be tarnished for all of history. And what you're actually doing is you're giving somebody that's already dead and been defeated, you're giving him too much power. Anytime you hear his name, it's like a buzzword and everybody's shocked. And like everybody's scared to say it and this and that. And the symbols are like always associated with him and sort of tainted. It doesn't have to be like that. You've beaten him, you can learn from history and try not to repeat the mistakes, but it doesn't mean you have to give him such a monopoly over expression that, oh, you can't say anything to do with this, or you can't show any symbol to do with this. The best way to illustrate that is, don't give them so much power now when they're already gone. But the best way to show it would be like, what if it was a more basic symbol? Like, for example, instead of putting the hand straight up like he did, what if his symbol was a thumbs up? Now, nobody can ever use the thumbs up again because, oh, Hitler used it, right? Or the OK symbol. There was something like that with supposed white supremacists using the OK sign, but you can't take a monopoly over that and say, oh, you're not allowed to use that now because somebody bad uses one symbol one time or happened to do it. Therefore, you can never do it or you're associated with them. You see how stupid that is. Did you know that Hitler ate his food with a knife and a fork? So I guess if you eat your food with a knife and a fork, you're basically Hitler. And so you have to ban all knives and forks. Like, he used them thousands of times throughout his life, so clearly they're associated with him. It's the same thing. Like, so he used the thumbs up symbol as, let's say, instead of other things. He used the thumbs up, so now you can never use the thumbs up. He used the OK sign, so you can never use OK. Right, you're giving them a monopoly over this form of expression instead of recognizing what they did was bad. Focus on the actions. The Holocaust was bad, etc. But the symbols are just symbols. They don't need to always be associated with that. 1,000 years ago it could have been Shinto Japan, then it could have been Nazi Germany. Now 1,000 years from now it could be something else. So you don't have to make it where you're limiting it that way. And again, other forms of expression like anything that was like very basic, like I don't know, a certain word or something that would be used that's very common. Like now we can never use that word again. Like that would be so stupid. You could associate everything with someone that way. Again, don't worry about the symbols and all those things. Worry about the actual actions. Because again, the symbol isn't necessarily bad. It's just a symbol. Now you can say, well, we associate it with that, but we get it. But again, don't condemn. Again, it's just lines on a map, or it's just colors. It's just, that doesn't mean anything on its own. I've never, looked at that. Countries are just lines on a map. Condemn the actions and the specifics. So for example, if you use that symbol, but you did good, then nobody cares about the symbol, or if you didn't do anything. But again, giving somebody ownership of it, because Hitler used that symbol, now nobody can ever use it again for all the history of humanity, and that's it. And even other people used it before get overridden by that. And again, that particular symbol might not be so common, but imagine if it was a more common thing, right? Like, again, it's just like he used a cross. So now you can't be Christian and use a cross, otherwise, you're associated with that. Like, it's such a stupid way to limit speech and expression. So again, focus on the individual and the actions, not the symbol or something else. And then beyond that, this sort of false duality that everything about somebody must be bad and everything about somebody must be good if that's how you see them. Right? Like Hitler had a family and all this kind of stuff. So what you realize is, again, he's obviously bad and what he did was bad. That's not the point. People will always try to, this is a great thing, though, misquote, misframe. Obviously he's bad. That's not the point. But if you say that the reason why those terrible things happened was because he's just a bad guy, that's always a bad premise, because what you're basically saying is that you're at the mercy of somebody being bad in the future. Well, all it would take is somebody just as bad as him and the same thing could happen again. Just a bad person walking down the street. There you go. But instead, you can look at it as a failure of society to allow that particular individual to come to a position of power, and then to allow any individual, regardless, even if they were good, bad, whatever, to come to a position of total power, like having control over the media, etc., having so much power. So it's a failure on those two levels that, again, society should have had better judgment than to allow that bad guy to come to a position of power. But even once he's there, there's only so much bad he could do as long as you maintain checks and balances, etc. And so even then, and especially not let him control the media, but even then, you would say, okay, if those checks and balances are in place, they could be the best person ever, but they could only do so much good, or they could be the worst person ever, but they could only do so much bad. And so what you have is, so that would still secure it. So you feel like in the future, what could we do? Just say, oh, the guy is bad, so that's all there is to it. That wouldn't stop you from then falling prey to another bad guy in the future. Because, again, there's always going to be good people and bad people, however you want to define it even. But the point is, don't leave yourself at the mercy of it. Say, oh, well, he was just so bad. Let's just hope nobody bad ever exists again. Right? But if he was just some random guy walking down the street with no power, he could be as bad as he wants, but he might kill a couple of people and get arrested, but he wouldn't be able to do what he did. And so the point is that that's the good ending. He's just a crazy psycho, roaming the town, and he kills a few innocent people, and then he gets arrested. Right? That could have been a possibility. But what I'm saying is, don't allow that particular bad person to come to a position of power. That's failure number one of society. Then failure number two is to allow anybody, regardless, even if they were better, to come to a position of total power. Right? Nobody should have that, even if you think they're a saint and perfect. Why give them that much power that they could potentially do whatever they want, which, again, led to something terrible. But those are the two main failures that, and again, it's not ever just one individual. You had the party, you had other people behind him, right? So people try to oversimplify it, yes, he's a bad guy. We get it, right? You shouldn't have to keep qualifying that. But it wouldn't have been oh, he's a bad guy and he just did all this stuff on his own. He needed the help of soldiers. He needed the help of the party. He needed the help of the media, even if he, was strong-arming a lot of these elements. You needed a lot of help and structure and infrastructure and government. You needed, genuine support of the people to a degree, at least at the beginning, right? So I know that's something people wouldn't want to acknowledge, but he did do very well still. He didn't win an election outright, but he still did very well. He got almost enough to win, and then they found some loophole. But the point is, he still had genuine public support. That's what you have to realize. The worst people don't just come to power by accident. He was a good speaker, obviously, and he did have genuine public support. Now, again, at the very least, you should have stopped short of allowing him to get so much power as what he did, or again, even. So it's a failure of society's own judgment to allow both of those things to happen. So again, it's a little more nuanced of a take than, oh, he's just a bad guy. We get it, but how does that help us in the future? Let's just make sure we identify the bad guy next time, but you might not be able to so easily. And again, oftentimes it doesn't come down to the individual. It comes down to, how many dictatorships have there been throughout history? How many, I'm surprised people aren't more cynical about governments because of that. Look at history, or even look at the modern time. With Maduro now and stuff, everybody is like that. China is like that. Russia is like that, where they have certain overextended power structures, one-party state, whatever you want to call it. So why would you be so trusting to think, oh, that could never happen here? In the United States, we almost have a one-party state with the media and the Democratic Party working together. So what you have is that's the point. That's the whole irony. You'll compare Trump to Hitler, for example, right? People will do this just because anybody I don't like is Hitler, apparently. As Skibbity Biden said, Trump is using Hitler's language, whatever the fuck that means. Like, I could find a million examples of every leader in history saying some of the same things as Hitler. How do I know that? Because that's what rhetorical speech making is like. You say a lot of the same things to encourage people and, like, you know, positive things, but the point is that that's how arbitrary it is, like the human variable. Anybody can say anything at any time, right? There is no, but we look at people in this narrow way where we specify it, like we want to define them so solidly, and we want to basically do it in such a way that very, very simplistic. So any idea they have, we're going to define them fully by that, etc. And so we look at people like that. Like we look at them, this is your personality, this is your identity, this is your way of thinking, as if you couldn't just objectively, infinitely consider everything, period. And so you're not so easily defined by it. And of course you're defined by your function as a human function. That's a term I would always use, where again, people are reduced to that, this sort of functional state where you're defined more by your job or what your function is to do in society than you are by your ideas or your inherent self or practice or whatever. Your mind, your body, physical state defines you more than your mind. But yeah, like if you look at it, why would I feel encouraged by Trump winning more so than a Democrat right now? Is because he's always pushed back on by the media. So as long as we keep it that way and don't let him take over the media, everything should be fine. If he's getting constantly pushed back by the other party, even sometimes by his own party, even sometimes by the media, that doesn't even necessarily tell me he's bad. That tells me that they're finally paying attention and finally holding somebody in a position of power accountable. Whereas on the other side, you have this case of basically being able to like, again, one is getting pushed back and held accountable and the other isn't. So I'm surprised people can't see that other layer, or a lot of people are seeing it now because it's been made so painfully, blatantly obvious. But again, why does Obama seem better on the surface than Trump, for example? He's a pragmatist, he might be a little better speaking, presenting himself. But what you don't realize, my friend actually said, this is actually a funny story. My friend commented something on some old Obama video from like 8 years ago or something, right, talking to the press. And all he said was, he responded to somebody's comment saying, oh, it's nice to see a civil president for once or whatever. And he just said 2 words, it's fake, right? Just that, oh, it's fake. And then it was deleted by YouTube, and he got like a notification that said like, oh, that's like hate speech or something. So by saying that his pragmatic nature or whatever, that, oh, he's nice, is fake, how is that hateful in any way? You see way worse stuff in the president said about Trump, but that's okay. You can call Trump Hitler, and that's not hate speech. But you can say, and I'm not saying it even should be stopped, but you can't say something in a 7-year-old video about Obama just saying that he's a little fake or his performative aspects are fake. That's amazing that they would do that. Like, people say negative stuff about Trump all the time. That doesn't get banned. But no, it's the performative aspect of if the media treats you a certain way, right? Like you have people yelling at Trump and being mean to Trump all the time from the media. It doesn't mean they shouldn't be. It means they should be that way with everybody else too. But people will somehow misinterpret that like, oh, that just means he's bad and he deserves it, as if everybody else is just an angel. So you see how the perception creates reality. they all have flaws. They should all be held accountable. But, again, one side will get coddled by the media and one side will get attacked by the media. That doesn't mean who is good and bad. That just means the approach and presentation is different. Right? Like everything one guy does will be taken negatively. Everything one guy does will be taken positively. They could be doing the same exact thing. But again, it's all just artificial, superficial. Yeah, that's how you can judge a good YouTube commenter, that you have subscribers despite having no videos posted. So you're getting them just because people like your comments. Even though by subscribing to you, I don't think they'll be able to see your comments. Right? You can't really see somebody's active comment history. Yeah, the selective nature is what I question. I almost was always wishing for that. I wish the media would be critical of certain people. I wish they would hold the president and powerful people accountable. But when you only do it with one side, I have to question that. Okay, so today I'm going to do another random YouTube watching session, but I tend to not really watch anything. I think last time I was just listening to a song on loop. But this is what it takes. This is for me to actually feel motivated to do it. This is a net positive, free real estate type of moment in life. You may as well just do it if you're going to do it. I arguably could do it on stream, but that's too complicated, so I'm not sure how much of a difference that would really make anyway. So I've talked about the election. I've talked about... I watched the first episode of Dragon Ball, but it was actually so good in a way that, I don't know, I guess I don't feel ready for it, or I want to do it in some sort of better setup. Not even to do with face cam, not even to do with showing the video, scenes from it. I mean more so just the audio being better, my mic being better, or again, not doing it while I'm driving, but that's, I don't know, I can't decide. Episode 3 of Yona was waiting in the wings. It's nothing against the show. That show was good. Between the first 2 episodes, I liked it. I would have maybe waited a little bit longer for some of those revelations to happen, but I like it, and it's just a case of, I don't know, I don't have the focus to watch something straight up. I'm just feeling very caught between different subjects and different things I want to do, so let me see if I can't find something on YouTube. The problem with this too is I go in unprepared, so how do I even know? Or here's an interesting topic to do with gaming that I feel I talked about this maybe a little bit, but the lost art of the blind playthrough, that people feel I don't know, if somebody really plays something blind, everybody acts especially in multiplayer type stuff, MMOs and stuff, that people have played for thousands of hours, everybody acts oh, haha, look how bad this person is. But I guarantee you, when the game first came out, or when you first played it for the first time, right, you probably weren't perfect at it either, so, or you didn't know everything because you couldn't have known everything. So my style when I would do gaming content is kind of like that, where you kind of feel something along the lines of, I don't know how to explain it. People just want to act, on one hand, that's the funniest sort of flex ever, weirdest flex ever, right? Oh, I was better on my first playthrough of this game than you are, right? Okay, even if you were, so what? You're just taking your time, you're trying to have fun. I don't know, it's just a bottom feeder type of effect that you see with certain games like chess, that's almost a fun idea. I should almost try to play a game of chess while driving, using voice. That would be pretty funny, actually. It would have to be, that's actually awesome. It would have to be a long game, and it would have to be an audio kind of game. But no, then I'd have to look at the screen too much. I'd have to look at the screen too much to concentrate and all that. I've actually become pretty good just from whatever. But you realize how, well, compared to the average person, I guarantee you, any random person on the planet could play me, and I would easily destroy them, but that's because I've played, at least for like the last 2 years, again, even if only like an hour a day, and I haven't really studied. In fact, I specifically tried to avoid studying. I could almost react to some of my own ideas, my own videos and stuff, but like I should do that. Like I should react to my own fucking videos on this channel that I've been posting. I just at a total loss. Like I'm doing this just to do it, but I don't know what the fuck to even react to. I was doing Skibbity Toilet like maybe a week ago, where I watched like the first 3 or 4 parts of that and giving it sort of deep analysis of from a film critic's perspective. Like I almost want to watch a movie, but then I was trying to save that for my Netflix gauntlet probably when the Crunchyroll thing ends, so I almost feel obligated to watch something from Crunchyroll, but I'm satisfied just sort of introducing it, and I don't know if I really, you got to be in the mood, and I'm just not in the mood right now. I'm in the mood to discuss something or react to something, but I don't know what it even is. See, when I do something, I like to be like super immersed and take it super seriously. So if I'm not feeling that, then I just won't even do it at all. Right? Like you might think, oh, just watch Dragon Ball. It's just a kid show. It's just, whatever. But to me, it's got to be more special. And like that first episode was very good. It covers a lot of ground. Like an insane amount of things are introduced. They explain how the Dragon Balls work. They explain, I'm looking at it from a perspective like you haven't seen Dragon Ball Z, obviously, because it didn't exist. So you don't know what the Dragon Balls even are. You don't know who Goku is, Bulma is. You don't know who Pilaf is. You don't know who anything is. You don't know that there's dinosaurs in this world. You don't know that there's, that there's cars. I actually like that in fiction as sort of a little trope. This notion of like high fantasy, low fantasy, right? Like the fact that Goku is so strong. How do you even know that that's abnormal? What if everybody in these, because you're seeing all this stuff for the first time. Oh, this little boy is lifting up a car. But what if that's normal here? Like, oh, we're on the sand planet, and so only when Bulma comes in do you realize, oh, it's supposed to take place in a pseudo-realistic setting where this isn't normal, but what if Goku's the normal one and Bulma's the weird one? Like, what a twist. But Bulma's a bit more vain than I thought, like worried about boys and stuff. And like, yeah, that was going to be my title too. Dragon Ball Episode 1 is wild. Like, between Bulma's booty, something like that, Bulma's booty and attempted child murder, the first episode of Dragon Ball is absolutely wild, because, she tries to show off her butt to him to get the Dragon Ball, and I've heard of being blue-balled, but this is getting out of control. The Dragon Balls obviously aren't blue, but what you have is the case of, and then she tries to shoot, like really, yes, the kid can pick up a car, but you're shooting him in the face with a gun multiple times, and that was sort of a contradiction of power levels where, at that level, even though Goku is strong, he's not that strong that, you gotta remember, even in Dragon Ball Z, he's not as strong as Raditz yet, so no matter how strong you think he is, right, like Raditz catches the bullet with his hand and knocks it in the guy's face, the farmer. So like, oh, for him, wow, that's no big deal. But for Goku, it is a big deal, especially when he's not focusing and when he's not, he doesn't know all his powers and he's not like charged up. He doesn't have ki, whatever, the aura. But he's literally just a kid with his bare skin and he's able to tank a bullet. I almost don't feel like that makes sense. The same way that, Krillin throws the rock at Goku and it damages him even though he's in Super Saiyan. Maybe that's what I should do. I should watch random parts of Dragon Ball Z using my Crunchyroll thing. there's a lot of, people will glorify it, but when you look at it on a closer analysis, there's a lot of junk content in there, whether it be filler, whether it be just a bunch of nonsense, right? So even though Dragon Ball Z is a great show, there's a lot of junk. I could cut it in half, right, and it would be a masterpiece, but as it stands, I can never say it's perfect because there's just a lot of shit. Even people who love it will acknowledge that. And it's kind of like, that's what Kai was supposed to do, but I don't feel like it really even did that. Those are two things I was disappointed by. Kai and like Ace Attorney, this show, they were both sort of bland and not really what I thought they would be. It feels like, it's trying to be like the games too much, but that's what it's supposed to be. But with even some of the animations that they're doing, that only make sense in the games because they're limited by sprites. But here they're sort of like, I don't know, it felt weird. Something about it I just didn't like. So I'd love to, I almost need some generator, like random YouTube video generator. Just give me, because even the suggested doesn't work that well for this purpose. Because it'll keep doing the same type of shit. You watch one video and then you'll see a million others like it. I'm honestly just at a loss. I don't even know. Kamala's pick next. We should react to this maybe. I'm just so disappointed in people though. That they can't see the one-party state is a real threat to democracy between Democrats and the left is anti-child and anti-family. It's kind of true. I agree with that though, but for a deeper existential reason. Having kids is selfish because, not because of some stupid ass global warming, but because of some deeper overextension concept that village of 100, the less people there are, the better lives you can live, and the better, sort of less you have to overextend yourself in areas of society. Because again, it's a process that never ends. You have 8 billion people, it's just going to go up. It'll never stop. So like, at some point you do have to make that decision. So I sort of agree, but not for the reason that they would say it, right? I'm saying it in an existential inherent sense, like a lower population is always better because then on a basic level, okay, there's more resources for everybody, but also, again, society doesn't have to be as artificial. Like, everybody knows everybody, everything is more like, on a basic local level instead of overextending it so much that, so it's something interesting when you say that, but this is something I've always said, like, again, the best way to explain it is just a village of 100. If the world was a village of 100 right now, everybody would be a trillionaire because you'd have, you know what I mean? The world is your oyster. You can just go wherever you want, do whatever you want. That's it. It's all yours. And it doesn't even matter because, yes, there would still be authority figures. Yes, it'd be a tribal thing. But you could just run away and do whatever you want and nobody can stop you because, you might get killed by animals and stuff. But here's one problem with this argument. Don't mistake collective machination process for that. Right? The fact that, all this technology exists. Don't give the collective population credit for that, right? Because it's often, that's a separate issue, right? If the world was a village of 100, yes, you'd say, well, you wouldn't have all this technology. But for the most part, you wouldn't need all of it because, if you take away running water and electricity, now a lot of people are in trouble and a lot of people might die, whatever. But that's not the point, right? You only need those things oftentimes. It might be a convenience, but you only need those things half the time because of the simple fact that you only need those things because of the simple fact that, what was I saying now? Driving turns me into Joe Biden, where I have to think about what I'm saying or use like all these filler phrases, but I end up talking a lot faster than I normally would be used to doing. whatever. Population can be a thing where there's like a minimalist philosophy, because how do you really defend it? Like, we have 8 billion people, and everybody's going to have 2 kids, so let's say on average, if they do, and then we'll have 16 billion. And then those will have 2 kids, and they'll have 32, and it'll keep going forever. So again, I'm not saying anything, but it's a zero-sum process that never ends. So, and yeah, you look at like social contrivance and overextension, none of that would be necessary or be a real thing if you didn't have so many people. So again, the quality of life, anything mass-produced suffers in quality. It's a basic common idea that I always say, like, if you truly value something, scarcity creates value. So the more people there are, the less of a life they actually live. The more it gets overextended, the more it gets sort of watered down, the more you're controlled by these overextended structures. I can't explain it exactly the way, let me think. Everything becomes more of like an assembly line process, not just because, technology and stuff, but because that's how it has to be, because it's like, like education, instead of it being a more intimate, whatever experience, now it's like, we got to mass produce it, mass scale public education, because, there's so many people. You would never argue that's the best quality of it, just like food. You would never argue that, fast food or mass-produced food is the best quality food. You're just saying, it's necessary because there's so many people. Whereas if there were fewer people, now you can focus on quality instead, or at least that could theoretically be the case, even if in practice people don't think like that. It makes it at least more inevitable or more possible. The people sometimes use that in a fallacy, like, what would you do, these people today, you're spoiled by technology. But what I would do is I wouldn't need to be held down by society either. Like, you take away technology, but then you also take away the inhibition of society and contrivance response. Now I can just do whatever I want, you're telling me. Don't tell me that, you can't go to this land, you own this land, or natural resources are controlled by the government, or no, I can just go wherever I want, do whatever I want. The world is my oyster. I can kill and steal and take whatever I want, because the world is just open and free to everybody. So bring us back to that Darwinism style of the world, and then I could easily deal with not having technology. So don't act like, or even just society in general, like, don't take away all these inherent abilities that you would normally have, and then act like society is doing us a favor for giving us anything, little in return. Like, society will protect you, but society is also obligated to protect you, because it's, for the promise of protection, it's inhibiting you in every way, right? You can't do any of the things you naturally inherently would be able to do. Just take for yourself, or fend for yourself, or live off the land, or live in a log cabin, in the middle of nowhere, or just live wherever you want. Like, just do whatever you want in the world. You can't, because society controls every little last layer of everything you can do. It controls where you can go, what you can do, what you can eat, what you can think, what you can, whatever. Like, it just controls and bogs down and inhibits every area of your life. But then you're supposed to act grateful for, I get the permission to do this one thing, or I get this one little benefit, but it's not really a benefit because of how much you sacrifice from the inherent state. And you might think, why would you want to do all those things? But that's the point. It's like, how would you ever deal with not having electricity? That's easy. I would just fend for myself, like, with no inhibition now. I don't care if I have to take and steal and whatever, because now, you know what I mean? It's a level playing field. Maybe you think it's wrong to even tie those two arguments together, but it's like, if you take away the benefits of society, then why would I even sacrifice all my inherent capability to be a part of it, right? Like, this is where they trick you into sort of being willfully enslaved to something. Because you have all this technology, now it feels like it's okay to be controlled. So that shows you just by its nature that overextension is not even sustainable. If you take away electricity and running water, tomorrow everybody dies. So it's not even practical, right? You're upholding a process that's not even sustainable. But anyway, that has nothing to do with this political thing. The one thing I disagree, though, I'll actually defend a little bit. Kamala Harris might be the VP pick, or I mean, she's going to be the nominee, everything now, right? She's running for president, obviously. You might think, oh, nobody voted for that, but technically, even though I disagree with them, technically 81 million people did vote for her to be the VP, which means if anything happened to Biden, like he died or got sick or he's in the hospital, right, or even if he steps down willingly, technically the VP does take over, and then, very likely she would run, obviously, and everybody would jump on the bandwagon. So when you do vote for them, it's not that big of a stretch or a surprise to see that the VP would take over. But, again, I'm not saying that means she should win. It means she should easily lose because, whatever, she's even less popular than he was, but no, I don't think that's entirely unfair to say, like, oh, that's subverting democracy because nobody voted for her. 81 million people did vote for Biden knowing that she was going to be the VP, knowing how old Biden is, knowing that he could take over, that she could take over. I was even saying that the first time, like, I predicted that she would take over during his first term, which I guess I was wrong, but, almost that's the implication that you get. And I would have respected Biden more, actually, if he stuck to his guns and even said, I'm never dropping out. And then he's basically forced by the party to drop out. Only God Almighty can make me drop out or something. What's your point with Bill King? The only Shapiro I want to see in politics is Ben Shapiro. Isn't he the governor, though? So he would just give up his duties as governor and fuck it? A lot of people said terrible things about Trump, though. It's hard to find somebody who didn't, because they jumped on the bandwagon of the mindless, what you have is take somebody from the other party, take Tulsi Gabbard, and you're both falsely accused of being Russian assets. Like, you can't win when the media is against you, because what you have is this realization that Donald Trump wasn't a Republican or a Democrat. He was an independent, and he just happened to run as a Republican because Republicans didn't like him, Democrats didn't like him. So what does that tell you? Is that they're just trying to look out for their own interests, and they're both part of this corporate media, whatever. And so the American people like Trump, even if both parties didn't. So don't fall into the trap that, like, oh, Republican this, Republican that. It's like, Trump changed the party. The party didn't change him necessarily, because they were all forced to agree with what the American people said. Like, what were they supposed to do? The American people voted for Trump, and so what? They're supposed to reject the democratic process and say, well, we don't like him, so we're not going to work with him, because even though the American people voted for him. Like, what is that perspective? We should reject the I'm talking about 2016 to 2020, or even now. We're supposed to reject what the American people want or say or pick just because we don't like somebody. That's not how it works. Like, it's not up to you. I don't care what Lindsey Graham says or Ted Cruz says or whatever. I care what the American people say. Right? So, in a way, you shouldn't reward them and backbite them so much, but that's the whole beauty of it, is like, he changed a lot of people's minds, and they had to come together, and they came around and, like, they kind of come together. Like, Ted Cruz and him said bad things about each other, but now they like each other. Like, you have to come together, even if you have your differences, for the sake of the party, for the sake of the country, for the sake of whatever, progress. So the problem with the Democratic Party is, too, they do the same thing. Like, Harris said that Biden's racist, and then, oh, I'll pick you as a VP pick, like, and then she's even laughing. It was a debate, haha, it was a debate, like when she's on Colbert Show or some shit. But yeah, he should have picked somebody that maybe you could have picked like a black woman just to show, like, oh, look at me, and then they'll say, oh, he's pandering, but, like, what do you want him to do? Or pick, like, who is that guy, like, Ben Carson or somebody, or Tim Scott, and you might think, oh, it's cynical to look at it because of race, but actually, yeah, you pick somebody who's maybe too similar to Trump in terms of the superficial element, like, oh, he's white, he's whatever, like, you know, pick somebody who's a little outside of your sphere, so now it'll appeal to people who you maybe didn't appeal to entirely all the way. Rand Paul, if he's even so interested, or somebody, Elon Musk. Would that even be possible, though? Because if he's born in Africa and he can't run for president, then he can't become president from being vice president. So, I don't know how. Probably you wouldn't be allowed to do that. But no, yeah, pick somebody a little more noteworthy, or, you know, again, normally the VP pick doesn't even matter, but I guess given how old he is, maybe. But yeah, this is what I don't like about Democrats. They have like goldfish memory, where they just jump from one talking point to the next. So what you have is a simple case of being able to look at it like, now all of a sudden being old is a bad thing, but you didn't care when you voted for Biden in 2020. Like, and again, it's not an either or, because just don't vote. If you don't like him, just don't vote. It doesn't mean you have to mindlessly jump on the bandwagon. So, Jennifer Aniston. Tulsi Gabbard. Russia and China. But why is he saying that? It should be like Russia and India that might be overpopulated. John Casey. Yeah, who is somebody that I would have chosen if I was Trump? I would have done somebody weird, like, again, Elon Musk, even though you can't. Like a political commentator type of shit, though. Like, he's saying something about the Olympics, or who cares about all this random shit, but I just love how selective it is. But the exact same thing could be happening. This is what I don't respect. Like, oh, you say Trump voters are uneducated or something, but then who do you vote for instead? It must be a genius. It must be somebody prim and proper. It must at least be somebody who's pragmatic, like Obama. Oh no, we get Joe Biden, so fumbling Joe Biden. Which shows you your standard is not really there. So the same thing's going to happen with Harris. She might be garbage, but, you know, you're just going to use false duality to say, well, Trump's worse or something. That's not a very good way to look at it. You should always have higher standards, but again, this is like the one-party state effect where the candidate is interchangeable. It doesn't matter whether it's Biden or Harris, right? We have a one-party state. We have the Democratic Party. We have the corporate-owned media taking sides with it, in bed with it. And so that's how you know you're the good guys, is that the media loves you and the media is on your side, because that never happened. You know, that's never happened in a bad country, even if the circumstance is a little different, right? Corporate-owned instead of state-controlled, but That totally doesn't happen in China. That totally doesn't happen in Russia. That totally didn't happen in Nazi Germany. That totally didn't happen with Joseph Stalin, where the media was on the government side. That's a bad thing. So that's one reason to like Trump, is that it's not on his side. So even if he's still bad, at least they'll tell you that he's bad. Whereas here, Biden can do anything and they won't tell you, or they'll take his side. Right? So something feels just very unnatural about it. Because it's unnatural from the perspective of, I don't know. Like, nobody really liked Harris, even in our own party. Now everybody's going to pretend like they do. That's how you know you're being controlled. Like, you have no actual belief in what you're doing. You're just doing it, whatever. You'll just vote for anybody just because they tell you to. Right, and again, they'll use this little prop of Trump, the obsession with Trump. So that's like the cult-like mentality that people say, oh, Trump's followers are a cult. But the thing is that, what does that mean? He has genuine public support, and they like him, and they feel like everybody's out to get him, which at times is very fair and validated. Like, if ever there was a time where it feels like everybody's out to get somebody, that's what I'd have to agree with, right? Even, again, I don't really like him, or I'm not going to vote for him necessarily, but it's just not, at least again, there's conviction there, because you have 2016, he had genuine public support despite the media telling you how bad he is collectively, every network except for maybe Fox. And then 2020, same thing, he had genuine public support, 74 million votes. And then now he has genuine public support. So that's true no matter what. What is not true is that you have that on the other side. Joe Biden ran before, he never got many votes, never was his party's nominee. Same thing with Harris. So you're falling into this false duality that, again, we'll vote for anybody mindlessly without thinking, even though it happens to be for the other major political party. Again, you won't even stretch your brain far enough to say, well, I'm going to mindlessly vote against Trump just because the media is telling me to. Again, just don't vote for him, and that's good enough. But I'm going to mindlessly vote against him, but I'm going to mindlessly vote for the other major party and strengthen them in the one-party state, and then I'm going to allow... Because think about it, all the things, you say that this country's so bad. 3 of the last 4 presidents have been Democrats. You had Obama, then you had Trump, obviously, and now you had Biden. So most of the problems in the country would probably be attributed to Democrats, because they've had 12 years, whereas Trump's had 4. So how could you even blame so many things on Trump? Like, you know what I mean? He only was there for 4 years. So if all it took is 4 years to tear down all your stuff, then probably you didn't do a good job building it. I had a quote like this that I used in a short story a number of times. Like, I have these different archetypes of stories that I do. So it's like this, it's, what it kind of reminds me of is there's a line in Warcraft 3 that's like, your father, Uther saying it to Arthas, right? Your father built his empire spent his whole life, like 50 years building this empire, and you've ground it to dust in a matter of days. And then his response is, don't be so dramatic, Uther. But my whole thing with a similar line would be like, actually, if that's all it took, he evidently didn't do a very good job, right? Something snarky like that. If all it took was me a few days to ground it to dust, then maybe his work over those decades wasn't that impressive, wasn't that good, right? That's the kind of absolutist phrase, right? A kingdom that was properly built wouldn't be able to be torn down that quickly, right? It would hold up much better, even against a double agent who's going against their own kind, like Arthas. But no, I always do something like short form, but I never really try to make like a full thing, which maybe I should. Or again, I wish I could draw better, then I could make a manga, because that's more like a dialogue type of thing, right? Like where it's just, you're always just dealing with dialogue. You're not really describing stuff because you're showing it instead. I'm not the biggest fan of that in writing. Like if I was to write a book, which I kind of have actually, but whatever. I never pursued publishing it like I could have, but then again, it might only sell like 10 copies, right? Like it was agreed upon, but you might only sell 50 copies and then that's it. So like I'm too much of a perfectionist, like it doesn't matter. But you should maybe just take a chance and just do it anyway. But what you have is like, look, you have I don't like all the description in between. Like I'd rather the dialogue is good and then you kind of just, it gets kind of bogged down and it's kind of annoying. Like you're describing something in such great detail for so long and it's like, you know what I mean? It feels sort of arbitrary. You just have passages and passages describing, oh, here's the hallway, here's the desk, here's the thing. Like, who cares, right? Let's just get to the point. That can sometimes be what ends up happening. Or like, oh, the way he described the desk is actually an analogy for the way the character is feeling, and it actually represents something, and it's symbolism. It's like, dude, it's just a fucking desk. Like, what do you mean, dude? It sometimes just gets bogged down. Again, whereas in movies or something, at least you can visually tell that, like, oh, so August 31st is a good example that we just reacted to. Obviously, I've already seen it, but, like, the way he's sitting there in the cafe listening to everybody talk, right, and he's sort of looking from the outside looking in, that's why he's good, because that's showing you that rather than just telling you something. I don't know. It's just better. And it's easier for people to follow, too. But yeah, that's one thing Trump did that was good. Like, he went to North Korea and met with Kim Jong-un. I don't like this whole perspective of like, oh, it's somehow a bad thing to meet people or talk to people. Like, you know, Tulsi Gabbard meets with somebody, I can't remember, that was controversial. Like, what's wrong with meeting them with them? Like, if you could go back in time and talk to Hitler, sure, I'd talk to him, right? And you might think, oh, that's somehow, you know, acting like he's a good guy. No, it's like maybe I could convince him of something. Maybe we could learn something. Maybe it would help us, you know. Right, how would it hurt? What's the worst case? He might end up killing me if I piss him off or whatever, right? But assuming that's not on the table, right, either what's the worst thing that would happen? I would just fail to convince him of anything and he would just end up doing the horrible things he did anyway, or I could maybe tone it down or get him to change his mind. So, right, why would that hurt? Right, simply having a conversation, especially when you're a world leader like this, why would it hurt to go to North Korea and talk to him? Right, why is that a bad thing? Even if you don't change anything, you should at least be willing to have that conversation. So he failed the metal detector inspection on the way in because he has balls of steel to even go there in the first place. That's going to screw up my whole world completionist run in real life, where I want to visit every country in the world, because going to North Korea or somewhere, I would save them for last, just in case I don't make it out. Right, I want to go to every country in the world, even though countries are just arbitrary lines on the map. So you could say, I want to go everywhere in the world, but like, how are you going to define it? But what you would do is you would basically say that, I don't know, this section I'm just completely at a loss or even what to talk about. But no, I would have done somebody who's a little different, right, than Trump. J.D. Vance, like, I would have done just somebody totally off the wall, again, playing into identity politics. Even, like, again, if you pick a woman, oh, but he hates women, and he's just doing that for points. But as if, you know, Joe Biden explicitly says, I'm picking her because she's a woman. Or, like, I'm picking a woman, I haven't decided which one yet, as if to imply, you know, you're not just doing it for that reason. And, of course, it couldn't be an independent thinking woman like Tulsi Gabbard. Really, they're acting like it's a bad thing. Oh, she criticized her own party. But you should do that. That's a good thing to do. Just like, I love that double standard too. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard criticizes her own party. What a horrible person. Also, you spend all your time on that side of the political aisle relentlessly criticizing your own country, right? Saying, oh, everybody's racist, white supremacist, this and that. So, like, what is the standard here? Right, oh, make America great again. That implies it's not great. What a horrible thing to say. Also, everybody's a racist and a moron and uneducated and terrible and white supremacist. Like, that's not you criticizing the country and saying it's bad? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Now, all these standards are so selective that anybody with a remote level of objectivity is going to have some issue with that. should go in with at least more of a plan, but I do this stuff sort of on a whim, almost like I'm just driving and I'm not really, setting aside time to do this specifically. But watch the 2024 Olympics. Yeah, Noah Lyles proven correct that, whatever. Not, again, that the U.S. would lose basketball, but that, it's a world championship. It's just a geographical thing. I hate these suggested, actually. YouTube suggested isn't the greatest because it'll be stuff that's too similar to each other. Yeah, how much you want to bet it's going to be an identity politics thing? So it'll be somebody who isn't white, and it might be a woman again. So it'll be like, female power. It'll be the first female president and, I guess, not vice president, but... Yeah, who would she pick if I had to predict? Like, maybe she already has, and these are just old videos, but it's like... It's going to be somebody who can give you virtue signaling type of points. Right, so who's some mindless puppy? It could be like AOC, but she's too crazy even for Democrats. Right, but somebody like that who's somebody who seems like harmless, but also you can use them as a prop for identity politics because that's all these people do. You wouldn't have the guts. Make it Bernie Sanders, and then you feel like, okay, at least an independent thinker, even if I disagree with them. Make it Obama, even though it couldn't be, because again, the third term thing, that in case he has to take over, like we just saw. So to be fair, maybe it's not the best time to say, like Trump said, the VP pick doesn't matter, but we've just seen for once how it actually does matter, that, you're so old like Biden, that you would, but you see how, again, I don't respect Democrats at all, because you see how sort of slimy it was. The whole time you're putting on the blinders and acting like, the fact that he's old doesn't matter, Biden. The fact that he's senile, that he's rambling, that he's all these terrible things you ignore. And now you'll act like, but we have higher standards than that. You might say, that's why he dropped out. But that's disingenuous. You wouldn't have voted for him in 2020 in the first place if you cared about those things. No, I've probably done more of these random sessions than actual watching stuff. It's got to be in a certain mood, and I don't see what... I love these people they hire, like, on the side of the street to, like, hold up a sign. Like, whatever. There's a sale going on here. There's something over there, like... Is it really worth it to have somebody do that? Donald Trump on women, only Rosie O'Donnell. Let me watch some of this biased media stuff reacting to him winning. He's again considering a run in 2016, and he basically ran in 2000 if you want to be technical, but he kind of dropped out on his own volition because, and I think he picked like Oprah to be his VP pick, which is interesting. But I like how everybody was so sure, like, nobody wants you to be president. But how do you know? You're not the American people. How do you know that? He was running as a joke. I mean, Donald Trump is a clown. Yeah, don't all these people lose credibility, but instead they double down and say, we weren't wrong. The American people were wrong. But you don't get to say that, like... This is one person who was actually right. Of the declared ones, Donald Trump. I guess I'm not even saying what I'm watching. All these people with ridicule, but where are you now? This is at least somebody backing up their words. Trump says Obama might be the worst president ever, and then he wins afterwards. Like, that makes you look kind of very smart. beginning of the end. Like, so there's no credibility. You can be wrong the whole time. You're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. Fucking George Bush, unconvicted war criminal clown. All these polls. I love it. Yeah, you talk about voter suppression. That's one of his lines, Trump. I'll give you voter suppression. Again, somebody objective like me. I didn't care about either one of them, but so they convinced me, even as cynical as I am of the media, like, okay, I'll take it with a grain of salt. They say there's no chance of him winning, so I thought, okay, maybe there's a little chance, but he's not going to. But he actually does. So even for somebody like me who's already cynical of the media and doesn't take them seriously, even I was sort of fooled by their extreme bias. They're like, I'm assuming, okay, they're biased, but still, they can't be that wrong. But I like how for ordinary people, it made them as cynical as I originally was. But it made me even more cynical because, wow, they're just not even trying to hide their bias anymore. It just shows you, like, the media's out of touch. What they're saying is not accurate. It's either they're out of touch or they have their own incentives, which of course is obviously true. These people are doing it for a paycheck owned by billionaires who have their incentives, and like, we don't need to see this for so long. But yeah, see, nobody gave a shit about Mike Pence. Like, it didn't matter. Rachel Maddow over here. And I like all this negative spin. Like, the American people are worried, but a lot of them are happy because they voted for him. Like, what the fuck do you mean they're worried? Like, what other election would you say that? Like, you're taking the side of the people who didn't vote for him. When Obama won, American people are reeling today. They're very upset. Like, a lot of them might be because they didn't vote for him and didn't want him to win. But also, people, right, you're ignoring, like, oh, people actually voted for him. Like, how did he possibly win? As if tens of millions of people didn't vote for him, right? Why are you acting like taking such a negative attitude? It's hard to even explain that. Your immediate reaction is, oh, where do we go from here? What a horrible day this is. Not that, oh, tens of millions of Americans are celebrating and they're happy and it's a good thing for them. And let's see, you know, like, okay, this dude's laughing like crazy. It's just interesting, though, because nobody ever considers that they might be the one who's wrong. Like, it's not I love this. This is the ultimate way to sort of sum up Democrats, right? It's never an indictment on our candidate. So, like, in 2016, the fact that Trump wins isn't an indictment on Obama's 2 terms, that people are sick of Democrats, or that his presidency was somehow bad in some way. It's not an indictment against Hillary Clinton that he beats her, right? It's not an indictment against Biden, even that he gets 74 million votes against him, that's still a very strong showing. It's not an indictment that when you win, or that he might win this time, that you assume he's going to. It can't be that, oh, he has genuine public support, and he's done certain things right to deserve that. Or it can't be that, oh, it's an indictment against you, that they would vote for even somebody so bad as him, supposedly, right, if he's as bad as you say. It's not an indictment against you as a party. It's not Democrats' fault. It's not Biden's fault. It's not Obama's fault. It's not Hillary's fault. And you know what they do then? When they don't get their way, it's not that, oh, you know, whatever, we just disagree, but we can respect their opinion. It's the fact that you actually say, oh, well, they're still bad, but the people who vote for them are bad too. Like, think about what a salty, sore loser, moron, clown take that is. It's not that, oh, we're going to be introspective and say, maybe we lost because we have certain flaws. Maybe they have a point about certain things. Maybe these are corporate appointed candidates. Maybe, you know, there's other incentives at work. Maybe any of these things. No. It's just that our candidates are perfect, theirs are bad, and they're so bad that anybody who votes for them is bad too. Like, imagine actually saying that, but that's kind of what people have done, where they can't just ever admit that they're wrong or, you know, reconsider their own position or perspective. That, like, again, Donald Trump is bad. If he loses, he should lose, right? Like in 2016, Donald Trump is a bad guy and he's going to lose. There's no way he's going to win. Then you're proven wrong, and then you say, well, you don't admit that you were wrong. You just say, oh, you call into question the fact that he won in the first place. Oh, he couldn't have won. Or, what I really see it as is a good indication of what would happen if an independent, right, somebody from neither major party won or had a chance to win. And this is kind of what the reaction would be like, because, yes, even though he ran as a Republican, people kind of forget exactly that point, that, how much Republicans hated him and didn't want him to win, but they couldn't stop him. They couldn't stop the American people. And so now you have, it's a case where now you see how much they hate it. Both parties hate it because they feel like they're losing their stranglehold. Like, it shows that somebody else could win. It shows that somebody else could win that isn't a Democrat or Republican, so they both disliked it. And they both felt threatened by it. And they both, opposed it. So that shows you, and the sort of corporate-owned media power structure as well. So the framing is always like, it's just an invalid decision and you're not allowed to make it. But that's what creates even sympathy, and a lot of people vote. That's why his vote total increased from 2016 to 2020. That'd be a validation, like, he must have been a pretty good president. And so everything about that is unnatural. Typically, when a president gains, 10 million votes plus from his first term, he got enough the first time to win in 2016. So if you got enough to win, then how come when you get even more by a wide, by a lot, you get even more votes the next time? How could you not possibly win again? Like, just as a contrast, Obama, who the other side swears by, he's such a good president, this and that, but never mind that. From his first term to his second, what happened? He lost votes, but he still won. So you can lose votes and you still win the election the second time, and it doesn't call into question your performance that, you might have been bad. Donald Trump improves his vote total from 2016 to 2020, but that doesn't mean, he was a good president. He's still bad. And, it doesn't mean that he should win. Right, so it's like you're putting on these blinders to kind of objective criteria that's hard to match. Right, there was some other, belt, I forget what the term is. It's some belt of certain areas that if you get those, you always win the election, but this time you don't. Which, again, these are all reasons why people say the election is rigged, but I would state objectively how it was rigged. Factually, objectively, the 2020 election was rigged. How? Because of the corporate-owned media, and how can I show that? Is that Joe Biden, who wasn't popular with his own party, suddenly got 81 million votes. It doesn't mean it was rigged at the polls necessarily, although there are questions there too, but it doesn't even have to come to that. It could just be the fact that, all of a sudden this guy who was never popular with his own party got 81 million votes. How come? Because they're running full-time propaganda in his favor and against the other side. So the media is basically campaigning for him openly, and nobody minds. That's totally fine, because, Trump's just that bad. But even if he is bad, again, it's hard to even say that. How can you say somebody's bad who gets 74 million votes, which is more than Obama got either time? How can you say that? Right? So by that logic, I could just dismiss it. Obama was terrible, and everybody who voted for him is terrible too. And they're just racist against white people, so that's why they voted. This is the dumb logic. If you vote for Trump, you're a racist, even though he got millions of votes from all kinds of, from people who are not white. So it's not like it's just a white thing, but this is how people think. 74 million is a record for an incumbent, right? So it's kind of hard to explain that inflated total, 81 million, just like that. This fallacy of voting against, that's not a real thing. Taking the hobbits to Isengard is in my recommended. This guy passed away, I think, a couple years ago. The guy who made this video, obviously. Why is the Rum Gone remix? Alex Jones Goblins remix. These are all just stuff that's suggested alongside this. I guess I wasn't that impressed by this, truthfully, but maybe for the time and the music, I guess he did himself, because it's like a remix version. He's just playing the line over and over. Like, I get it. I don't know. I don't think it's as impressive as people make it out to be, but compared to like Melody Sheep or whoever, some of these people make these crazy remixes. But this is really old, so I get it. And obviously Isengard is where Saruman is. I never understood that part of the Gandalf the Grey to the white, like he dies and becomes white. I forget how that works. Because he like basically dies to the Balrog. Tell me where is Gandalf. I much desire to speak with him. A Balrog of Morgoth. What did you say? I really like those scenes with Gollum and Frodo and Sam. Basically, you could interpret almost in a religious sense that Gollum was sent from the heavens by the Eru, Avatar, whatever they're called, right? The godlike beings. That Gollum was almost that. It was divine intervention against Sauron, that Sauron was undefeatable and nobody could ever destroy the ring and he would never have lost, right? Sauron was going to win. Nobody could destroy the ring, apparently. Even though I could come up with all kind of tricks and gambits, like just push somebody in who's holding the ring, like Sam, push Frodo into the fire and he'll die with the ring, like that simple. But, you know, just like Elrond could have done it to Isildur, or something like that, just grab it and throw it. Like, you might think, oh, no mortal can do it, but what if it happens again, like by happenstance, or you're not even the one holding it, or again, I would have switched it. Like, Frodo's had the ring the whole time, Sam just yoinks it at the last minute and throws it in, and you might think, oh, well, Sam would be corrupted too, but he wouldn't be as corrupted, because he hasn't had it the whole time, right? He would only have it 5 minutes ago, so you should know to do that. But, no, look at it in this deeper existential sense, like, Sauron was undefeatable. The ring could not be destroyed by anybody, and nobody's strong enough. And so, you know, basically the gods almost had to intervene by creating this Gollum creature, who, again, is just a weird oddity, but somehow nobody ever kills him, and somehow there's even some dialogue like that or some writing from Sauron. Like, Sauron somehow feared something in Gollum, that he was like sort of incorruptible and whatever, his nature was just, he wanted the ring, but he wasn't beholden to Sauron in any way or anybody else in any way. And so therefore, you know, that came back to bite him, because his indomitable will basically was just, again, something almost of divine intervention, that Frodo and Sam are lost, and he guides them to Mordor, and he ends up being the one who's, even if it's incidentally fighting for the ring, he ends up getting causing it to be destroyed sort of inadvertently, and so because they're both fighting for it. And so the point is that it is like some sort of serendipitous divine favor moment, even if that diminishes the story, like it just happens to occur that way. But if there was some sort of divine intervention, Gollum has that written all over, because everyone else was doing their best to complete this quest. But even that's not good enough, and so he's like the X Factor, who's not really even doing it to try to help. You would think he would be more obedient to Sauron, though, because he's the one who made the ring. Like, I'll make you your own little ring, and that'll be good enough to occupy you, because it's weird, too, because the ring doesn't seem to work. Like, it's not really beholden to Sauron either, because like it corrupts Gollum's mind, but it doesn't make Gollum just give it back to him or something, or whatever. Like, it betrays Isildur, but then it sits at the bottom of the ocean for a long time, maybe waiting for Sauron to regain its power, and then somehow it attracts somebody. It glistens in the light unnaturally. Like, it makes it seem like, oh, it has a mind of its own, but it doesn't always make sense what it's doing. Right? It's perfectly content being with Bilbo for a long time, and is content being at the bottom of the water, and is content being with Gollum for a long time, right? It poisoned his mind, but it's almost counterproductive because whenever it corrupts them to keep the ring, not to give it back to Sauron. So what good is that? Right, whereas the ring wraiths, for example, were corrupted to obey Sauron, basically. I don't know, there are certain contradictions, I feel like, with that. The ring has a mind of its own, supposedly, and it's trying to get back to Sauron, but it's really not. Like, it wants to be found, but it also is fine being at the bottom of a fucking water for 2,000 years or something. That's what how they say it in the movies. I did read the books, but I can't remember them because it's been so long. And I remember criticizing that a lot, how much they changed things from them. From the books to the movie. Not just like minor changes, but major things, like the way Isildur cuts off the ring from Sauron's hands. That's not how it happens at all. Right? Like, 2 other people die, I can't remember. 2 other, like, godlike beings die fighting Sauron, and then something like that happens, right? But they make it seem like, Sauron's just reaching to grab him, and he just gets the ring cut off. No. Like, everybody else, like, multiple very strong characters are fighting Sauron, and that sort of thing is not represented there at all. So that's such a massive change that seems kind of dumb. Like, Sauron just fucks up, and all you have to do is cut his ring off his finger, like... Right, 2 other godlike beings are there fighting with him. Okay, so today I decided, I'll watch something random like on Crunchyroll just because I happen to subscribe. I always do this. I'll subscribe for like one thing, so more so just to introduce the randomizer, so it didn't matter what we watched in that. I didn't even dislike that. I was ready to watch episode 3 of Yona, but I just don't really feel like it even. Nothing against the show. And then Dragon Ball, I watched episode 1, but then I don't feel like really continuing. I'm more so just trying to introduce the formats of doing stuff, and then I can always come back and do it later. So, Dragon Ball, I was just watching like a normal series, so I just watched episode 1. So I might watch something else random on there regardless. So it doesn't mean that, the real measure should be not that, like, I could make the randomizer more harsh. Not that I'll watch until an episode gets a C, but I'll only watch if every episode gets like an A, which is pretty much never going to happen. Or I'll only commit to watching it if the first episode gets an A. And I guess Dragon Ball sort of did by my metric, but that wasn't really... It's just like I'm trying to save it for like, once I'm more established, or, like it deserves it to be more, whatever, more of a big deal. But also, you should do it with a better mic, and this is the kind of bait content that you would do, like react to whatever. Like, doing stuff for the first time is exactly how people bait views, because, watching Lord of the Rings for the first time, or that's a good idea, actually. I should watch the Lord of the Rings cartoon thing. I was even saying that too, like I should read the Harry Potter books, or no, that was another format too. There's so many formats that I have. Like, I should listen to audiobooks of the Harry Potter books, and then watch the movies and accompany with that. And the reason why is because I haven't actually seen very many of the movies. I've only seen like the first 2 I remember. I remember something in the bathroom stall. Like, they go to the bathroom, like a urinal, and then they somehow get into the Chamber of Secrets or something from that. There's some scene like that has to do with the bathroom. And so I remember that, and that must be from the second movie. And then the first movie I've seen, obviously, when I was younger, and then I saw it again, like only maybe a year or 2 years ago, just I randomly felt like it, and I had completely forgotten what happens, and sort of like the twist at the end, or sort of the twist villain. And so the point is that I could do audiobooks with that. I could do some sort of other harsh column with this. I could do something on Netflix. I could do... What else was I saying? Audiobooks, but also... like Lord of the Rings, the old school thing. The problem with some of this stuff is it's so hard to find, or sometimes you can just find it on YouTube, but quote-unquote, maybe you're not allowed to, so I'll pretend like I'm not. But, like, even that climax thing was so hard to find, or Lane was kind of hard to find. This So yeah, we could either do an audiobook, like we'll listen to The Sorcerer's Stone. So let me look when I stop in a minute here. Either an audiobook for Harry Potter, or either the Lord of the Rings cartoon. Those would both be fun. So like there's some old school animated version of it, right, that was supposed to tell the story of it, and there's probably multiple old school versions of it. There might even be some old movie version of it that is just more obscure, and you see that a lot, like with there's something else like that, where there's some super old school version that nobody knows about. I guess even with James Bond, that's true. Like the original James Bond isn't Dr. No, it's actually Casino Royale, and not the Casino Royale with Daniel Craig, but the actual Casino Royale. So yeah, you have this capability to see. I was going to do something on Crunchyroll, but then I just remembered that and decided. So let me see how these things work. Like, how would I do an audiobook? And the point is, you don't even know really what I'm reacting to. That's the problem. Or I guess you do. I could still do a timestamp. Like, this is what part we're at. But based on what I'm talking about, you can kind of understand. So, like, I'm reacting to a book rather than reacting to a movie. But it's the same idea that, like, you're just hearing it and sort of as if characters were, talking in front of you. That's the one thing that sort of turned me off of reading books, though, at some point, why I like movies more. Because, like, movies will show you rather than tell you. Like, oh, so, here's this, we enter this chapel, and it's all white, and look at all these pretty colored glass, and, right, it'll spend, like, whole passages explaining that. Whereas in a movie, it doesn't waste any time. You just go in, you see it, and then you focus on the characters talking or what they're doing, right? So, you could express a whole page worth of descriptions in, like, 10 seconds of just... whatever, in 1 second of just entering a room and showing what it is. So that's why it gets across the same exact material and point, potentially, just a lot easier. So either that, or we could try to track down the Lord of the Rings thing. But yeah, that's the interesting thing with Harry Potter, is the fact that you have, I haven't seen all the movies, and I haven't even read necessarily any of the books. I think I read a little bit of the first book as a kid, and maybe the whole thing, but I don't really remember it either. And so... it's always fascinating to see how, like, I have to give it credit. I can't take away from, obviously, what she did. And I guess what you prove with that is it obviously wasn't a fluke. Like, oh, she just wrote the first book and she got lucky. Maybe she did, but for all the other ones to do so well too, if she really was a hack, or it was just not really that good, then people would get bored of it. But they, you know what I mean? The consensus is they even maybe get better, or they at least are still very good throughout. So certain things maybe I would have even avoided watching for that reason, either because of a stigma, like, oh, it's just the same shit over and over, I don't want to see this long series, or it could be that you're almost saving it for a special occasion. So yeah, look at those two elements. One audiobook that I like is Contact by Carl Sagan, because Jodie Foster, who plays Eleanor Arroway in the movie itself, which is one of the best movies ever, who actually plays the character in the thing, actually reads the book, which is good. Right, that's a great level of commitment and dedication that she would take the time to do that. And, probably they paid her, obviously, or as part of maybe her contract or something she just chose to do, but it just seems like a nice thing to do. So if we do an audiobook of Lord of the Rings, we could have Ian McKellen read it or something. Or Christopher Lee even, assuming they had done this, obviously, in the past. Or even like the Star Wars novels, they could be read over through by, they could be read by somebody in the movies. That's the whole irony with the Star Wars universe, too. People will defend the movies, especially the prequels, but then that some expanded source material is probably better. Like, I haven't even seen or read a lot of it, but I had done, the books are probably better written, even in terms of just the dialogue, than the movies. Or... the Clone Wars, the TV show or something, those are probably better written than the actual movies themselves. So a single episode of that is written at a higher level than the entire Revenge of the Sith or something, just on a basic dialogue level or some other level. So that's the sad part, is that Dave Filoni or whoever is doing all this should have been a part of the prequel, then should have helped George Lucas brush up and touch up the dialogue. Right? Because people defend it in all kind of straw man ways, like, oh, well, it's a fantasy universe, you don't expect them to talk like real life, or et cetera, et cetera. That's not the point, though. There's plenty of other fictional works that do a better job, in that same context, in that same rule set. So it doesn't have anything to do with that, really. So there's a few of these things, like we're making a mental note. See, this is what's more interesting sometimes than even the subject of what I do is the format, right? The specific doesn't even matter. So what you have is the ability to basically... You have the ability to basically do it in such a way that... There's this one turn that I go on, I think I mentioned it the other day, that people are so fucking brain dead. There's like a right lane and a left lane, and they both, you're making a turn at a light, and they both continue, right? They're not going away, but for some reason, the right lane always tries to go left, even if there's a car in the left lane. I guess they assume that you're going left because another lane opens up on the left, but it's not like the right lane ends and you'd be expected to do that. They both are there, and they're fine, and for some reason, everybody's just blind on that spot. That's happened so many times, where I almost got hit the last time, like, I don't know what to do. I guess I should stay in the right lane myself, just to be sure that doesn't happen, and then I don't even have to worry about changing for a while. It's just amazing. But no, we have Lord of the Rings. Okay, these are the audiobook options that I could do. I could do Lord of the Rings, I could do Harry Potter, I could do maybe Context, since I just mentioned it. Watch it like a companion piece, that's always fun. So Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Contact, and maybe something else as far as audiobooks. So we find a way to, how do audiobooks work? I don't know, Audible or something. I have no idea. So I'll look into that. Then I'll look into Netflix for the kind of gauntlet, alphabetical or randomizer gauntlet there, where you just watch everything in order, whether it be alphabetically or just in some random order. And then some other thing like the Lord of the Rings actual cartoon would be interesting to look at as well. Right, with respect to what that is, that I've seen like little suggested things for it, but I've never seen anything from it. Like, I don't know, like if you watch a clip from the Lord of the Rings movies, it's of course going to show you that. I guess I was known with respect to that for being a stickler, like, oh, they changed this and that from the book, with the sad in the movies that I criticized a little bit, or I would even criticize a lot. It doesn't mean the movies are bad, and you could even argue in some ways that makes them better, but they changed too many drastic elements, and so what you have is you have a case where you're able to basically look at it like that's still a legitimate criticism, to just say how vastly they changed certain things. But I don't even remember the books now at all. This is many years ago, so now I wouldn't even be able to do that. There's just certain notable things, like Saruman dies in off the tower, right? And he falls down and gets shot by, or he gets stabbed in the back by Grima. That doesn't happen. And not only does that not happen, but at the end of the story, he goes back and he attacks and he burns the Shire, right, at the end of the story. So you might say, oh, Peter Jackson didn't want that, because it's anticlimactic amid all the celebration that you're having in the story, but you're in a position where you basically get to, either, okay, remove it, but then Saruman doesn't have a proper conclusion, and it's to sort of show how much they've grown, right, that the hobbits are sort of so much stronger, and I think there's some reference to them becoming taller over the course of their journey. So, like, the fact that they're powerful enough to handle their own and, do all of this. Right, so that's number one. And then number two is the fact that a lot of them are deleted scenes, even like the Mouth of Sauron scene I like the way they portray how he looks and everything, so that's a great accomplishment. Some of these are like deleted scenes too, but whatever. Or even things that aren't deleted scenes, like Isildur they fucked this up majorly. Isildur doesn't destroy the ring right at the beginning. That's consistent, I'm pretty sure, between the book and the movie. But then when he gets killed by the orcs, right, and he dies in the water, and the ring sort of abandons him, right? What is he doing in that scene? They don't give you any context in the movie. They make it seem like, oh, he just kept the ring and he's just selfish. The way that it's written in the book is very clear that he's actually going in that very moment to deliver the ring to Elrond to finally try to destroy it. Like he changes his mind or something. So he's going to deliver it to get it destroyed. He's not just going around and he happens to get killed by orcs. He's going to deliver it, and then he fails to. Not that, oh, I'm just trying to keep it and I'm selfish and I wear it and I try to escape, right? So he sort of gets ambushed or whatever. So the other point is the fact that, you know, he goes out sad, but they make him look like the bad guy when he's really not. And then the other point is the fact of this, is what else changes, like this, oh yeah, Lurtz. Again, some of the stuff you might say is good. Lurtz doesn't even exist in the books. There is now. He just dies to some orc archers, period, but they're sort of unnamed and they're not made out to be like, oh, this is the major villain of the movie and we're killing this guy, you know, this major super orc. Again, that's arguably an improvement because it at least gives you like one final boss type enemy to go against, but it's just not the way it's written in the book, so they just make that shit up. Literally, like that character does not even exist. It's not that they took some liberties with it. No, let's just invent a character, and he's the one who kills Boromir, again, instead of just some random quote-unquote orc archers. But you could have still portrayed them in an interesting way, that like these are very capable, expert orc archers, and they're sort of unnamed, but they're just, you know, you're kind of not giving enough credit to the orc infrastructure, where that's a perfect example of oversimplifying and dumbing something down, right? For example, people might even criticize that, oh, Isildur just dies to some random orcs, and even orc archers in that same way. But so what? Why couldn't that happen? Like, he gets ambushed, he wasn't expecting it, he's overconfident, he has the ring, whatever. And so you end up doing it in such a way that you know, that could happen. Why couldn't you just die like that? It doesn't have to be some final boss, epic, you know, one person doing it. It could be something strategic, like, you know, the orcs are planning something out and this and that. So again, because the orc archers were so smart and strategic, they kind of outmaneuver Isildur or even Boromir, and then they end up killing him and they're kind of outnumbering him. Instead, that's exactly what they do. They have Lurtz, like, standing right next to Boromir, right in his face, at close range, with an arrow pulled, about to shoot him. That I can guarantee you that's not at all how... That's not at all how Tolkien would have imagined it. Like, why would you do that? You're just doing it for the audience's benefit and visual effect. Why would an archer be that close to you anyway? Right? Like, why would that matter? They're just doing it in an ostentatious way, when really it would be much more cold and efficient. A couple different random orc archers would shoot him from a distance, and that would be it, and he would just die, and it wouldn't be so climactic. Right, you can say, oh, that's good storytelling, but there's a certain essence to it that, like, we're doing it just for the spectacle. This isn't really how something like this would naturally occur. I'm not saying it has to be realistic, but that's part of the strength of fiction, is you're trying to make it seem real in universe. Like, Boromir would be there fighting some orcs in hand-to-hand combat, you know, sword-to-sword combat, and then some archers would get the jump on him from far away, and they would... And they would basically be able to, you know, get a couple of shots in, and then they move on and they're fighting other people or whatever. They wouldn't just linger and show off and all this kind of stuff. Even if Boromir is a high priority target, they just shoot him in the face or something. So they make that sort of over dramatic, but the way that Lurtz just stands there with a bow pulled at him in close range is almost like a troll. I think that's a stupid image, because why would you ever do that? You could just take out a sword and stab him because he's already been arrowed enough to be weak, or you could also just, you know, it just looks silly. Why the fuck is he doing that? You could say, oh, he's savoring his prey, but it's still not necessary to be that close, or it's just dumb. It just looks dumb. for a character that, again, already doesn't even exist, and you're sort of extrapolating as it is. Again, I'm not being too much of a stickler, but if you're going to make a story about the books, why not make it stay true to the books? I hate stuff that changes the essence of it, too. Like, the Isildur one is horrible, because it makes him look like the bad guy, where, he's just keeping the ring, and he's selfish, when really, the way that he dies is as he's trying to deliver the ring to Elrond. I'm pretty positive that's the way it is in the books. He's going to deliver it. Maybe he realized his mistake or something. I can't remember. He was trying to keep it for a while and then realized he was wrong and needs to be destroyed, and he's going to try to bring it back to Elrond and try to destroy it, right? But then on the way he happens to get killed, and the orcs don't even know he has it, or they don't find it. And then there's sort of contradictions too with just the writing overall, which is even true to the book maybe. Like, oh, the ring wants to be found, but then it also sits at the bottom of a ocean, bedrock, river, whatever, for like thousands of years, or it stays with Gollum, or it stays with Frodo. Like, it wants to be found, but nobody is looking for it. Like, how did Gollum Bilbo has it for so long? So it wants to be found, but it's okay with just chilling for a long period of time, or like, it wants to return to its master, but it doesn't do anything. Like, so it's all part of its plan. Like, oh, it leaves Isildur, but then it sits at the bottom of a river for 2,000 years or whatever. Maybe that's because of the simple fact that it wanted to wait for Sauron to regain some of his strength and just make sure it wasn't destroyed. But again, there's like a certain internal logic too, that Sauron never thought that the ring could be destroyed, or anybody would even try to do it. But you couldn't just seal that shit up anyway. Like, just build a door and a gate on Mount Doom and put some guards there just in case. Either that, or maybe somebody wants to go in there and fucking make their own ring, or who knows what they could do with that shit. Right, like, why couldn't somebody just go in? That's how it was forged in the first place. But the point is that's what I love about fantasy setting. It's like, oh, they do this one fantastical thing. Sauron forged in secret a ring of power. Okay, so why can't he do it again? Like, if anything can happen, then it doesn't matter what happens. Like Roger Ebert says, like, what is the limit? Obviously, it must be very hard to do, but what is really the rule? It never, I don't think, clearly tells you. Why couldn't you have just made another one? Or why couldn't you just make another one, some other major character? Right, what is stopping you from theoretically doing that again, or just making an infinite number of them, or whatever? And a lot of the time, it's just a power level issue. Like, maybe he could do it, but only he could do it because he's so powerful. Or, like, it requires a certain powerful character to do it. Right, so Morgoth could have done something or whatever. And one thing I don't get, too, is you see, like, Galadriel with her own ring. Is that one of the rings that Sauron made / Celebrimbor, or whatever the fuck the other guy's name is who made some of them? Is that one of the rings and she can just resist the influence of it, or what? I don't really understand. And even, like, the 9 are pretty cool because, like, they say in the movie, some of this stuff is pretty well presented. See, like, that's actually good, respecting Tolkien's writing and sort of respecting the intelligence of the audience. Even though Aragorn does explain it, that's fine. Like, they show you at the beginning, 9 rings were given to men, and then you see later that Saruman says the 9 have left Minas Morgul or whatever, right? And so you can make that connection that, oh, that's the same 9 that we're talking about. The 9 kings who were given the ring, who were humans, who craved power, fell to darkness, and, they're the same ones. You might not make that connection until they tell you later Aragorn says it, but just in itself, that makes sense. They're talking about the 9, Gandalf and Saruman, and you've heard 9 before with the 9 rings given to the kings of men, right? So that's beautiful because you realize that, it makes sense that you can make that connection, but you might not immediately think of it when you see the wraiths or whatever, the ring wraiths. So are they called ring wraiths because they're looking for the ring, or because they were corrupted by the rings of their own? But no, I haven't played too many Lord of the Rings games either. There could be some good ones. There's this RTS game that people always swear by that it's amazing, from like 2004 or somewhere along that, like a long time ago. They say it's a really, really good RTS game. Something Tales of Middle-earth or something. So yeah, I'm going to look through a few things here. because I am intrigued, and it's fun to do these as a companion piece. Like I've been saying that with Harry Potter. I'll do a playthrough of a game, like play through the Sorcerer's Stone game, and then read the book, and then watch the movie too, all together in like a sequence, or do it as like companion pieces. That's such a fun idea. Okay, so I'll look through some of this, like, let me see, I want to see, how long do I have left on the subscription, first of all? We'll look through Crunchyroll, because I want to see the Netflix one, too, if we can. But no, there's so many like channels that do that. Like they'll analyze Lord of the Rings in detail, and so many things that they'll either say are inaccurate, probably, or just obvious, and just things that you would already know if you had any sort of interest in it. So it would be the 27th, which is actually a long time. So maybe I won't worry about that yet. So we'll leave off Netflix. I am curious though about this. Okay, so we want audiobooks and the cartoon thing itself. So how do you actually do this? And they had these back in the day before even the internet or anything. How? Because they would do it like on tape. They would give you a tape with the book on it. Like they always talk about that like in Seinfeld or something. What do you use for it? Audible seems like a big one. So can I... It's kind of a cool idea because for my purpose, I'm reacting to the audiobook, so you could follow along with that, or you could even just understand, I'll kind of reference, obviously, by what I'm saying, you'll kind of know, or it doesn't even matter, really, because I'm just talking about the book in general, so I'm just analyzing whatever. But it should tell you, tell me what you have on here. Do you have, you have like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. What do you have? Showing like Prince Harry and stuff. There obviously should be. No, that's kind of a fun thing to look at that I've never. History, Ultimate Quiz, Ultimate Book of Facts. Chamber of Serpents, unofficial parody. Why don't they have, the hell? They're all things that talk about it. Let me look up. There must be in existence. They must just be on some other... Audible, it shows it here, but they're not actually right. Or where is this like on? No, it still said, wasn't that the same thing? Audible. Let me see how this works. I just want to make sure. Book one, but what do you mean? Oh, like book one of the series. I was going to say there's not multiple copies of the same thing, right? Or like that's how Lord of the Rings is confusing. It's actually 6 books, isn't it? Like two parts for each or whatever. Try for $0. Let me see. No, I'll try to find that cartoon thing too. Narrated by Jim Dale. Yeah, let's hear the sample. It's like 5 minutes. They can have music and stuff in there too, I guess. Starts off with like 20 seconds of music. That doesn't sound like Jim Dale. Oh, I love that. You have a different narrator who's female, who's narrating who the narrator is going to be. I'm dead. Why do you need that? Yeah, please stop the mute. Okay, that's actually pretty good. I like his accent. It sort of matches obviously, like how Rowling always wanted English actors or whatever to be in the roles. So you have, let me see, Lord of the Rings, like animated, whatever, anime. Upcoming anime. ...1978 film, but I thought it wasn't a film. I thought it was like a series. Oh. I'm pretty sure this must be the one. You can watch on YouTube for like $4, so you'd have to like buy or rent it. Is this really the same one that I always see? It seemed to have like relatively negative reviews, but I'm sure for the time, it was very good. Cartoon version Lord of the Rings 1978. Is this really the same one that I've seen in reference? It wouldn't have to be. You might underestimate the impact of that, because that would have set a lot of standards for how a lot of these things look and everything, even if the movie's different. Right. It would still have been very important, I think. It's probably just the whole thing on YouTube if you really want there to be. Which you can watch illegally, let me see. Or there might be other old school versions of it too. 1978 full movie. English audio, director Ralph Bakshi, Fire and Ice Wizards, comedy ambitious animated version, Fellowship and Marking on Journey, so it must be the whole thing. And the evil Sauron's reign over Middle-earth, but he doesn't really own Middle-earth yet. He doesn't even reign over that because he's trying to, but no, ironically, this might be more authentic to the books because it wouldn't be hard to do that because or like there's all these clips that probably make up the thing. I almost want to watch this now. Let me go ahead and just do it. It was like $4, I guess. If you were to, how do I even do this? Yeah, Peter Jackson sure milked it. He turned it into 3 movies when it was only 1. It's almost hard to believe they could fit all this shit in there. $3.99. I guess I'll do it. Oh, but you know what? I better not. Not yet, because today you're renting it and you have to watch it within like 48 hours, right? So if I watch it today, then tomorrow's the one day where I don't really do these sessions, then it'll be the day after, so I might miss it. Because if you think about it, I'll be doing it in the middle of the day today, then I'll do it. Yeah, it might not work out. I'd say you wait, but I will do it maybe in the next session, like there, like on the day after tomorrow into the day after that. Like Wednesday and Thursday. Oh, but this probably could be really good. I'm telling you, this must have set a lot of standards for what the series looked like. and maybe it's underappreciated, and maybe it's a lot more accurate to the books, even if it might be rushed, because how do you fit all that shit in? If that's really like the equivalent of the first 3 movies, right, how could that be in 2 hours? That's insane. You would have been excused for making it a bit longer, like 3 hours or something more. That's a fun sort of series in itself that I do, like sort of throwbacks. Let's see the original, like the original James Bond. We saw that. Or, again, this. I guess Harry Potter there wouldn't be because it was so quick after. There might still be like some sort of TV special or something. There's like an Oppenheimer old school TV special that they did that maybe you should see that as a precursor to watching the movie if you haven't seen it, which I actually haven't seen it. Yeah, that's all a bunch of session I could do like in a recorded thing, like, oh, watch, go on Twitter and battle the trolls or something, or go on, use like my debate format Identity and I'll record myself doing it, or even, and sort of explaining what I'm saying too, or even, well, like going over my friend's YouTube comments or something. There are sort of fun series in that. I just wouldn't have the time necessarily to do it. Or I could do like this too. I could just read through and... But people are always so dumb and one-sided. That's why that sort of thing doesn't work on me, because... But then people even ridicule that sometimes. Oh, you're just trying to be a centrist. You're just trying to be neutral. But the point is that you don't need to dig in so hard on one side or the other. So if you basically say... you basically say it in such a way that you get to, what do you call it? I don't know, you're just reacting to dumb stuff that people are saying that people actually believe. Like you see, like I could actually do it. Let me see. I don't actually have it even installed or an account, but let me see. There's always ways to like do a viewer, like the Twitter viewer, without actually logging in or having an account or whatever. But no, I like the duality of that too. Like, Elon Musk is biased. He leans more right or whatever, right? Which is sort of true, right? Conservative or whatever. Not that he really is, but whatever. He leans more in that direction. But also, Jack Dorsey totally wasn't leaning left, or Mark Zuckerberg giving donations and things like this. So... it's like with Fox News. You're half right. Fox News is absolutely biased. But it's the fact that you realize everybody else is biased too. So it's not that Fox isn't biased. It's that a lot of these other networks, CNN, NBC, ABC, etc., would be biased as well. And so you have, selective awareness. It's only an issue when you're biased towards the right or Republican or whatever. But everybody else is just in lockstep, CNN, NBC, ABC. Again, it's not that, Twitter currently is a bastion for free speech either. Or totally unbiased, but it is clearly that it was biased before, too. Right. So only an initial-minded fool would deal in absolutes and false duality, where you have, lady, our last mayor resigned because she's having an affair with a subordinate 40 years younger, smoked crack. I wonder what dignified country leaders think of Canada when they see a mayor of the largest city dressed like this. I don't know what to say about that myself. There's this one account that really triggers me. It's Joe from Jers, who's like this very, obsessive Democrat, but in a way that she says some of the dumbest things possible to try to even make your case. I'm all in for Kamala. This could be what we do. We totally tear down this absolute idiocy. Again, it doesn't even mean you shouldn't hold the position ultimately, or it's not about what side you're on. See, even if I said that, like if I criticize her, oh, you must be on the other side, you must like Trump or something. It doesn't even have to be that, but at least whatever case you're going to make, at least make it make sense. Not only is she going to carry this country, I'm all in for Kamala, she's going to keep the melted Turkish peanut convicted felon, rapist, traitor, and future federal prison inmate from holding power ever again. You might not have to do much to accomplish him not holding power again because he's already so old anyway, but mention a 10 out of 10 non-alcoholic drink. Alcoholic drinks inherently taste bad because they have alcohol, so all they have is lies. If you have a daughter, imagine almost half a country calling her a man. These people are horrible human beings. Anyone who votes for them is horrible. Yemaine Khalif was never transitioned. She is a biological female. She is from Algeria. Algeria is legal to be gay. The idea they would send a gay or trans Olympian is insane. Let's see what they're actually saying, right? This is how you know I really don't know what to react to. Maybe they're talking about somebody else. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's wrong, or maybe he's talking about somebody else and what they're saying. He's not even naming names, so maybe you could get your way out of it. Again, this notion that you put everything on one side, like, oh, one side has to be perfect, or they always, or even like that. Like, for Biden, it would just be, oh, he made a mistake. But for anybody else, like Trump or something, they'll say, oh, he must be lying. Like, what is it then? Why can one side never lie and just, oh, it's always just a mistake? If you make mistakes like that, then you're not fit to be in that position anyway. Huge ratings, RNC. So that's the whole false duality problem. It's like, oh, you point out this one problem that somebody has, or a mistake, or whatever, and you act like that disqualifies them, but that assumes that the other side, or your side, whatever, doesn't have any problems or never makes any mistakes. Let's see what people's rebuttals to this are. Not half. He's never had half the country supporting him. That's the con. He's convinced half of America that half of us are racist cowards who blame immigrants for personal failures. Well, what does that mean? It's like the opposite. The opposite side is trying to say that everybody is racist. Like, how convenient is that? That, like, imagine... I mean, he won the presidency, so whatever you want to say, however you want to discount it, he did win that, so what you have is, you have a case where, like, imagine, again, on the other side, you're calling tens of millions of people racist who happen to be on the opposite political side. So how convenient is that, just to try to discredit them? Or even just in general, you don't vote for people in government to sort of take this moral arbiter stance and try to talk down tens of millions of people and act like, oh, you're doing the wrong thing, and wag their finger at you, like, turn their nose at you to the extent that you have, that's not what you need them to do. Don't put anything racist into policy, or even undo or stop racist policies, but this broad just like McCarthyism of this to try to shut people up, right, is not a very good standard, because people just kind of say it, and if they say it enough, it must just be true. And this notion that you need to take this moral high horse stance that, like, Biden in his address is saying, oh, white supremacy is a threat or whatever, right? Like, it's very weird. So that one is going to be, but no, this is really the lowest fucking thing you could possibly react to. All they have is lies. This thing actually harkens back to my meritocracy argument that you would have. I don't know what this comment actually means. Let's look at it. Not half. He's never had half of the country supporting him. He had enough to win the presidency, so that's what it is. He convinced America that half of us are racist cowards who blame immigrants for personal failures. But what does that mean? He convinced America that half of us are racist cowards. So does that mean they're not racist cowards? Does that mean then that people support them are just good, ordinary people, which would make sense? Like, that comment makes no sense at all. I don't even get what the hell he's saying. He's saying you would rather just say the people who support him are racist. Like, that's what people normally say on this side. He never had half the country. He's convinced America that half of us are racist cowards who blame immigrants for their personal failures. But if he's convinced America that half of us are the things that we say they are to try to discredit them, but I don't even know what the hell he's saying. Almost half. What is this guy on about? MAGA is only about 14%. So what does all this shit mean? Like, it doesn't matter who, like 74 million people voted for him in 2020. So it doesn't matter how you want to label them. That's 74 million ordinary everyday people. Republican, Independent, Democrat. Yeah, I like that. 41% independent, but independents never win. So what's wrong with that picture? Obviously, they're not really. So a lot of independents must have voted for him then. I don't know what you're trying to say. Anonymous, no need to be addicted to someone who shares their opinion on topic. Almost half has literary implications to suggest 40-45%, closer to 20%. But see, it doesn't work. You can't say that because now you'll be using all kind of other arguments like, oh, people who don't even vote, so they don't support him by default because they can't even vote, so you wouldn't know. People not of voting age, or right, so that would apply to your candidate too, like 81 million versus 74 million. Those are at least comparable amounts, so it's not like, oh, only 20% of people support him, but of adults of voting age or of people who actually did vote, it's a pretty substantial amount, so I can't discount that. Like, that's all people try to do. You're trying to discredit the number of 74 million, which is more than who voted for Obama in either term, and you might be like, well, times have changed, but they haven't changed that much. Like, the population isn't that different now than it was then, or even in 2016. So how did his vote total go up if he wasn't at least a good president? That's what it typically would indicate. And another anomaly, like, he won the Rust Belt or whatever that term is, right? And he's like the first one to do that in a long time without winning the presidency. And also, he increased his vote total by almost like 10 million or whatever. More than that, actually, I think. So you increase your vote total by a substantial amount from when you won before. So if you won, then all you would have to do to win again, you would think, is get the same amount of votes. But you could even get less because Obama from 2008 to 2012 lost votes, but he still won. And he was considered, a good president. So a good president can lose votes from the first term to the second, but still win. So you can be good and lose votes, and you can be good and win again the second term by losing votes. But Trump can gain millions of votes, and he's neither good nor should he repeat and win. So many things are anomalies that, right, they don't really make sense, but you're still saying them anyway. 51% approval rating. Democrats hate immigrants like Elon Musk. We don't love the 20 million illegal immigrants Biden subsidized. We don't love the... Looks like it just got cut off. We don't love the what? We have to do it in 2 parts because of the character limit, or... I don't know what the hell these people are even saying half the time. I like his name, though, Anonymous. That's something like I would do. XY chromosome, undeniably male. Millions of Americans decide Trump MAGA followers. He will lose again. But that's how you know you're on a good side that actually stands for something that you constantly stand against. And anytime anything is brought up, it's always about false duality. Like, oh, at least we're better than the other guy, or look how bad the other guy is. That means that you don't actually have much conviction of your own, like faith in what you're doing or belief in what you're saying. Because if you did, you wouldn't talk more about them than you do about yourself and your own ideas, because that's really all you hear. So it's like, right, that's another expression I have, like with media control. When you hear more about somebody than you do from them, right, like the media will say, oh, this person's so bad. But they'll keep telling you how bad they are, but they won't ever let them speak, or they'll censor their words. You won't hear from the source itself. And then you could decide for yourself, right? So instead, it's like, when you hear more about someone than from someone, you aren't really getting the most credible view. And the same thing here, like when you talk more about the other side than your own side, right, you're just operating in false duality and not really making a good case for yourself. You're making a case against them, but that by that logic, they could end up supporting anybody else. Right, which is where the whole independent thing comes to a head, and I'm surprised that people are so dumb, for example, as to not take advantage of that. Horrible, sue for defamation. Algeria may do it for that. So this is either a big mistake or it's something that people are misrepresenting somehow. Sue into defamation. We need a fact check on this one. Or that's such an Orwellian term because they always say, like, you know, I would always say a fact checker is the audience. You, as somebody who watches the news, can fact check it for yourself. You can, you know, you can see whether you believe it or take it with a grain of salt or whatever. So you, as the audience, are the fact checkers. All of a sudden now they want to do that. But why would they need to do that? They're supposed to do it as part of their job. Like, fact check the own information that you're reporting. And if you do a good enough job, then, right, there won't be any problem. But you do such a bad job and take sides, and now you'll only selectively check what you want to check and ignore other things and things like that. So you don't need that term. You should be doing that basically anyway. Algeria boxer. Yeah, how progressive is Algeria? Algerian boxer clinches Olympic medal after gender outcry. Refrained from bullying. Wins Olympic medal amid gender controversy. I am female. Lengthy correction to factually inaccurate. I'm so confused. But yeah, you should probably check this claim a little better. Like, what is it? Headline. Boston Globe said that she's transgender. Everybody thinks she is, but maybe she's not, or who knows. Transgender boxer advances. It's amazing how this is the best example of false duality, too, because you have, you create two false absolutes or structures. So you created them, right? These exist as a society, etc. So you have male sports and female sports, right? I didn't create them. I didn't tell you to do it like that. I said, do unisex because it's meritocracy, right? Just let the best players compete. It doesn't matter what gender they are. So I might have argued that. And then, you're called, that's sexist against women, that's unfair to women. Right? This is what I said many years back. Then you turn it around and you say, well, now we have one, false duality, like we have male sports and women's sports. That's what you're calling them, that's what you're treating them. So now when you say that, now you have to be held accountable to it. If you want gender not to matter, for example, like I was saying, just let the best players compete and it doesn't matter what their gender is, then make a unisex league and that's fine. But what you can't do is take the existing leagues that are already there and say, oh, this is called women's basketball or women's sports, whatever. And you say, well, we're not going to respect that. We're going to say, we call it women's sports, but then we don't have any clear definition of what a woman is, or we don't have... we don't have any clear definition, or we don't have... any criteria, right? So the whole premise of female sports was that, okay, they have a physical disadvantage at the highest level, right? Not on an individual basis, because, okay, like a world-class athlete, a female athlete could kick my ass, so it's nothing, and I'm a male, so it doesn't mean that. It means at the absolute highest level, the best male athletes versus the best female athletes, there is a physical advantage component that is generally conceded. If you dispute that, that's another issue, but then the point is that's the premise for it. So there's a supposed unfair advantage. So on that basis, you should have a criteria that says, okay, you're male, biologically male versus biologically female, and therefore you get to have those leagues, or again, have a unisex league. So some, absolutist perspective that I often do have, I almost don't even care. I'm fine. Let trans athletes compete all you want, because it's like the comeuppance and even though it's harsh, meritocracy, right? Like, all women got all this special treatment all these years for not being as great athletes as the best men in the world. They got all this credit. Now it gets a level playing field. This is the comeuppance, because now the actual best will compete, and you won't get special treatment because of gender. So you just got to go and do what you do. Or even conversely, you have a situation where, I don't like how people jump to these conclusions either. Like, it could just be a woman that looks manly or is kind of unusually strong who could dominate the competition. So it doesn't mean that. But no, I don't like, it doesn't mean that you're always right when you even assume that. But the whole point is that you have, a simple situation where you're basically able to confuse the issue. And this is what I don't like, is sort of the lack of conviction. You call it women's sports, right? The league calls themselves, women's basketball or women's whatever. They call it that. You're structuring it like that. The whole advantage is present only because of that. Like, if you make it truly unisex, then it's fine. But, it doesn't make sense, because you're the one who's saying that criteria exists. I'm not saying it should. Okay, stop segregating sports between men and women and just let the best players play. But if you do that, then what you realize is that you're basically able to, again, you're the one who's calling it that, and the expectation is there in the history and the tradition. So I think it's unfair to uproot that. I would make my own league then and say, okay, this is a unisex league that anybody can compete. We don't care what gender you are, and so now nobody can complain. Because even if you think, that'll be unfair to women, it doesn't matter, because you're going and saying that, so then you just don't have to play in that league if you don't want to. But I have no doubt there would still be some women in there. It just wouldn't be as prominent, or they wouldn't be as successful, or whatever. And so the point is that I love this. There's a right lane shrinkage, and the guy overtakes me and then comes right back in front of me, like, as if it's a hilarious image, actually. The right lane is ending, and he's behind me, and, like, we're in the same lane. Then he goes around me to the right, and then realizes, there's somebody in front of me. Like, what the fuck was the point? Bad driver commentary. But no, you have the simple, look at what I'm able to do. Not to jinx it, but, like, I must be a god-level driver. I can watch stuff, I can react to stuff, I can give commentary, high-level analysis, critique, and I can also drive, and I can also be safe, and I can also never get a ticket, and I can also never get in an accident. Like, who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, dude? And I might be a little slow and a little safe, but that in the that is kind of the whole point, that you're able to, do that, where you're able to, sometimes you can't hear emergency vehicles, though, when you're on the headphones in. Like, I don't know, is there a law against wearing headphones while driving? There probably would be, because they would want you to hear certain things, but I only have one in. Okay, so today I saw in my suggested, because I can't decide what to even watch, I see in my suggested 1 hour of the most disturbing stalkers ever caught on camera. So I guess I'll watch this, even though, why is this even being suggested to me? I guess because I've watched a lot of, horror stuff, so it's from some of the same people or whatever, along the same lines, creepiest moments caught on dash cam. But this is no laughing matter or anything to joke about or even to use as entertainment or whatever, to make content out of, but this is what these people do, and, whatever. You just take it seriously is the point. But the other point is that gives me a good topic to let's psychologically analyze the sort of why people stalk or what it's all about, right? Because it might be, I don't know, it's maybe misconceived, and certain things about it sort of exposed. Again, it's not a good thing, and let's see how it's even defined, but let's just look at it. It's kind of a complicated subject that sometimes people misunderstand the motivation behind it. But then it also opens up, should I even discuss this? Really deep, absolutist things. I guess if I don't, I'll be too lazy to ever do it. So, limerence and limerent siphons. This is deep absolutism that almost, think of it like the dark web or the deep web or whatever. You're going into stuff that not only could get you in trouble, but has gotten me in trouble in a manner of speaking before, especially in a sensitive snowflake clown society like what we have today. See, it's interesting how these things come full circle, with transgender sports. I said in the past there should be unisex sports, and that's anti-women, and now you have them in a manner of speaking anyway, or you're kind of, blurring the line. So meritocracy would say it doesn't matter what gender you are, just have the best athletes compete, and if you're not good enough, then so be it. And so if the majority of people who end up doing it end up being male, so what? Right? You're not saying that that's what you want. You're just assuming that's the outcome, and therefore it's anti-women, but I want to see the best people compete. It doesn't matter who they are. So you'll have all kind of logistical issues locker rooms or whatever, but it doesn't matter. In a pure meritocracy, that would be how you do it. In a purist meritocracy, you wouldn't even have sports because it doesn't serve an actual function or purpose in society, therefore it's arbitrary and folly favoritism, but that's a different measure. Absolutism versus functionalism. But now you have this idea of, okay, what is limerence? And it can be sort of a fixation, an obsession on someone or something. Limerent siphons are no human being has ever, I won't say nobody's ever thought these things, but it's something that's hard to explain. If you are objective, you'll be surprised what you see. And so nobody has ever said this, and I've said this in the past, but it's sort of been lost to time a little bit. So it's kind of hard for me to do this, but it's okay. So limerence, again, it's obsession, it's fixation on somebody, something. So in this case, you would be, let's say, fixated on someone and everything they do. It's kind of like being smitten, but there's a different characterization I would apply to it as well. But it's like this obsessive or just hyper fixated focus on somebody, every little thing they do or something along those lines. And so that's just what limerence is. So what would a limerent siphon be? And what it would be is you would use it deliberately and understand the stimuli acme, which most people do not. You would understand the way that it works. So for example, how do I explain it? It's just a zero-sum process. It's just hedonism, the stuff of animals horny, humping, because they want to reproduce in nature's way of inspiring reproduction. You would understand the inherent objective nature of the way the process actually works, but you would let yourself be deceived or sort of play into it as an unnatural form of motivation. So in other words, you would manipulate this sort of dichotomy, whereas most people are manipulated by it, or again, you could be neutral and objective and not practice it. But in other words, you would pick certain people or objects of limerence, and you would fixate on them, and you would use them as sort of idols or, again, motivating factors. Because again, you realize the stimuli acme that there's nothing that motivates a person more than hedonism and their inherent pleasure. Ergo, in this case, sex is the highest form of hedonism, assuming that premise. And thus, you would use it to motivate yourself in ways that have nothing to do with it, right? In other words, you might be doing some other function, some other practice, etc. You're not doing it to say, I'm motivated to try to pursue a person, to try to woo them or have sex with them. That's not the point. In fact, in many senses, you would deny and make sure that's out of reach so that you stay motivated. But you would somehow, it's quite a complicated application. Like, you would fixate on somebody in the as a limerent siphon, and then you would use that to motivate yourself in various ways, but you would not, again, you would not tie it to actually doing that, or I guess you could, but that almost diminishes it, and you would have presumably several limerent siphons, and so what you do is, it is almost like a religious belief system sort of mentality, where again, you're keeping things at arm's length, but you're using them to reinforce or motivate you in your daily behavior, even if they're not connected or tied to it. But in this case, you're realizing that the stimuli acme is present and indeed preserved in this era, and thus, you would do it in such a way that you would be able to, how can I give an example? Like, this is very much like, it's something that I've already established and explained adequately in the past, but it's impossible to just, you know what I mean, just explain it to people who aren't familiar with the concept. Like, it's just completely, it speaks for itself, but it's just hard to get people in that mindset. So again, and I'm not saying you should do this either, but this is like a positive application of what might seem to be a stalkerish behavior, but then again, you wouldn't outwardly practice it because you're not doing it for reactionary ends, although you might do that to sort of fool yourself a little bit and create certain structure behind it. But here's the point. You create the siphon, so again, you find somebody attractive, and then you use that as a motivating factor, like, I'm doing this for you, so I'm working super hard and trying to become wealthy and the richest person in the world so that one day I can come back and show off to you and we can be together and it'll be perfect. Now, you may never even have that intention, but if it leads to you becoming very successful, right, etc., the limerent siphon is negligible. You can just toss it away. So you might think, oh, that's a little duplicitous, but rather than actually getting bogged down by this half-mast hedonism of the social structure, as, split your life down the middle, actually pursue the person, all that. Rather than doing that, although you could sort of do them at the same time, that opens up other dynamics, you would simply use the motivating factor of it without actually needing anything from them per se, aside from maybe a surface level nearness postulate, etc., to provide the basis. And so therefore, you have this criteria where you're able to, so let me try to give an example. Okay, you meet somebody at school or at work, and you find them attractive, and you talk a little bit, maybe you're friends, maybe you hit it off, maybe whatever, just casual conversation. Then you use that now, like, oh wow, I'm in love with that person. They're a limerent siphon, but you wouldn't acknowledge it as you're doing it or whatever. You would be objective enough to see the process, but deliberate enough to still take advantage of the process, like, again, to be aware of it is not to be above it, and you can you're almost manipulating yourself in a way, but in a positive way. Now you'll use that as motivation. Oh, from then on, now I'm studying harder, and I'm working harder, and I'm getting promoted in my job. It's all to impress this person. It's all to practice half-mass hedonism, wink, wink. It's all to adhere to the stimuli acme that is the highest measure a human being knows, as reflected in music. The majority of lyrics have to do with sex and romance. The majority of profanity has to do with sex. So the highest exaltation or the lowest form of condemnation would all be relating to sex, even if you're not thinking about it as you're saying it. But the highest form of expression people know is related to sex, and thus is hedonism. Thus is sexual in nature, as the hedonism hierarchy would show. Thus, what you have now is the simple ability to realize that you would use a limerent siphon. Okay, so you met somebody at work and you find them attractive, and now you're using that as a motivating factor, and you're highly more productive, and then you move up in the chain, and then you go to a different workplace and start your own company, And now, again, you have no need for them. You have no use for them. Even as you're doing it, you don't even need to interact with them. You're using them as a motivating factor because you understand how the human mind works and how these things work. I'll give you a good example from a story, right? This isn't the limerence siphon, but this is a similar process. Light Yagami from Death Note could be perceived as being so smart that he's well aware of what he's saying and doing. In other words, he says he's a god, but he knows that he's not a god. He knows he has to get away from, getting caught. Otherwise, he could get killed or arrested. So he knows in a literal sense he's not a god. But yet he keeps saying it, or he keeps believing it. Why? Maybe that's what he needs to do to trick himself into doing what he's doing. In other words, turning himself into this messianic figure. So even though he knows he's not a god, and he's far too intelligent to possibly actually believe that, and even his actions show he knows that's not true, because a god wouldn't have to try to escape from the police or jail or something. What he's doing is he's creating this godlike figure, and again, I can't say for sure given how it's written, but it almost would be the underlying emphasis. He knows he's not a god, but he still says and believes effectively that he is a god, because he's trying to make other people believe that and create this godlike image and figure of Kira, and therefore try to live up to this state. So in other words, even if you know it's not the case, you try to create that appearance. It's sort of almost manifesting with respect to you try to create the circumstance the best you can. And so what that does is it creates this messianic behavior by him. He sacrifices money. He could become rich and famous as a detective or various other things with how smart he is and how good his grades are and everything else. And he sacrifices money. He sacrifices women. He doesn't care about Misa Takeda. He doesn't care about anything. Giving up money, women, power, everything, a life of luxury and ease and all this stuff. Just because he's using this sort of godlike deception of, to himself, that again, it's not that he believes he's God. He knows that he needs that as a motivating factor because he understands how the human mind works in psychology, right? In other words, if you tried to do what he's doing without doing that, just like, I'm trying to kill criminals to make the world a better place, that wouldn't be enough of a motivation. You would probably fold pretty easily. What gives you the right or whatever, you would have all these doubts and cognitive dissonance. And so to make himself fully commit to the cause, right, that he decides on at the very beginning, you would say, okay, I'm going to pose this hypothetical to motivate myself that, okay, I'm a god and I'm going to do God's will and this is it. And then everything else speaks for itself. So he has this absolutist focus. So I like that as the interpretation. If Light Yagami was an absolutist, which he certainly seems to be one, based on his behavior, he would not actually believe he's a god, but by all appearances, he would give off that appearance, and he would even sort of deceive himself, even though deep down he knows better, but he can't acknowledge it really. So he would do that only to motivate himself with this absolute motivation that I'm not just doing it because, I want to make the world a better place, or this, or that, because then it's like, maybe I get bored, or maybe I don't care that much, or it's just some arbitrary subjective thing, right? Or maybe what gives me the right, and it leads to too much cognitive dissonance. But no, now I'm saying, okay, I'm God, so I'm going to do it as an absolute, even if I know it's not, as a means to an end. It's to provide this incredible structure of motivation that you otherwise wouldn't have. Like, let me try to explain it a little better. You otherwise might be moderately motivated, but now you almost have to trick yourself to, like, but I killed somebody, so I feel bad about it, or something, right? So now I'm going to stop, and I'm going to be a good moral person, abiding by this and that, right? So the only way you could motivate yourself to try to change the world and reduce crime by 70% is you have to trick yourself into believing that you are a god to bypass cognitive dissonance, etc., and now you can get the job done as an absolutist tendency that you already decided is worth doing, right? So in other words, to do something on such massive scale, you have to trick yourself into believing you are that. So again, it's a form of psychological motivation that you have to play into the human ego, that it wouldn't be enough to simply say, I want to make the world a better place. It would be enough to say, you understand how the human ego and mind works. It's just kind of hard to explain on a raw level, but I can kind of picture it like somehow it wouldn't be enough. So you have to gratify yourself in your own ego, even though you're being truly selfless. You're sacrificing all these things, and you're trying to make the world a better place, and you're putting your life on the line, So in reality, you're not really getting anything out of it. Like, you could say you're getting power, but even that you're not, because, you know, they don't even know who you are, and your power is limited only to, you're trying to kill criminals, trying to make the world a better place. Even the very small relative number of innocent people you kill is not just for the sake of it, it's because they're actually a threat to you. And so the point is that you have, you have to sort of play into the human ego and motivate yourself that way, that, you know, believing you're a god, etc., would be a very strong way of doing that. And so the other point becomes that, again, going back to liver and siphons, it will be the same thing. You would realize your highest measure is hedonism, stimuli acme, etc., as is shown very clearly in many ways. And thus, as a primary motivating factor, you know how strong and powerful of an influence that could be. It's not mutually exclusive to also, again, engaging in stimuli acme or whatever, but it wouldn't be, it wouldn't have to be that person, and that person could be interchangeable. And it's, again, you're creating a specter, an idol of something within a nearness postulate, because it wouldn't be enough to do it like, oh, I'm just imagining this hypothetical person. Or I guess you could do it with a celebrity, like, one day I'll become rich enough to be with your celebrity crush. And so you could turn it into that in a very literal sense, but it has to be kind of believable. But that's how high your motivation would go, that you would actually strive to do that. And so the point being that, again, you're motivating yourself with the base inherent element that would be very strong. And the way that you can do that is, again, sort of idolizing or fixating on the person, or being able to basically, there's a better way of explaining it. This is why I wish I would have maybe saved some of my stuff from the past. Again, you're taking somebody within the nearness postulate, within the stimuli acme, and you're using it to motivate yourself, because there's no stronger motivation than that. But it's not simply like, oh, I'm going to actually be motivated to pick this person up, or to date them, or to go out with them, because that would basically taint the actual, again, you're posing it as an absolute, like, oh, this person is a god, you know, sex is God, and this person is the highest form of sex, and, you know, goddess or whatever, right? And you're doing that because now you will work and be very motivated strongly by them, right? So you're basically making them embody the stimuli acme to you. This is kind of what people do with love anyway, like the whole structure of relationships. But in that case, it doesn't work nearly as well. And the reason why it doesn't work nearly as well is because of the simple fact that you have, because you have the ability to say, now you're actually fixating so much time. First of all, you're showing it's not an absolute, because you're practicing on the half-mast, right? You're engaging in dependent, overextended pretense that's necessary and valid, evoking cognitive dissonance, because what you're doing is you're saying that, you know, you're actually doing it in structure, so it's dependent. It's not unconditional, and nor is it keeping up the appearance of being absolute. So you associate this person fully with the stimuli acme, or, again, you could have several of them and have like a hierarchy, pecking order. There's all kind of dynamics to this. But what you have is just on a base level, you take that person, you turn them into the embodiment of stimuli acme, then you use it as a motivating factor that you're working towards that in some other sense based on whatever function, etc., you wish to achieve. And then beyond that, you have you have the capability to see that you pose it as an absolute, and so you don't reduce it to actual half-mass practice. So you're not actually trying to achieve it, or again, even doing that would reduce it. So it's unconditional because you're doing it without needing to actually be with the person in a relationship, or actually engage in sex, or anything, or even have any interaction with them. You're not really, you're using it as sort of a base outline, but it's not really especially important, right? Once you establish them, you may need a few elements to do that. And what's interesting about this, you might say, oh, this is somehow a strange thing, but it's just observing what it is. I'm not saying you have to do it, but this is basically what people do anyway, but they're just not aware of it, like with love or something. Again, you're in love with this person, so that motivates you. I did it all for you. Everything I do is for that. So you're doing the same thing, but you're just not aware of it, or again, you're calling it love, and again, you're reducing it to conditional elements. The problem with that is, then you have a fight and you break up, so now it's no longer, right, you wouldn't need to even be together in the first place. That's the absolutist way, that it's not dependent on all these other things. So we're going to actually watch this now, but again, these are not limerence siphons. These are just, or we can observe. Let's just talk about why people stalk in the first place too, aside from maybe that, but clearly they wouldn't be so nuanced, or, I wouldn't put it past anybody, but just they're probably not thinking about it like that. It is often unconditional, like, for example, in a way that society seeks to structure everything and control it. Like, what if somebody unconditionally cared about you and it had nothing to do with sex, or they didn't want that? Like, you see that in some cases, like, it's a cuck, or it's a, financial domination. Like, they just want to be your sugar daddy and give you money and gifts and stuff. They don't even want sex or anything. So the point with that is, it's like society's inability to understand certain things like that. So what if somebody unconditionally likes you in that way and doesn't even want anything from you? That would be seen as weird. It's not weird to want something from you in a zero-sum sense, because that's the way that society can reduce it and control it, etc. So you should pursue it in the very set-in-stone way that is rooted in artifice. But then what you have is, no, it's bad to do something unconditionally. We want it to be conditional so we can control it or know that it can be controlled, right? So it's just as simple as the projection of a zero-sum half-mass structure. And so now you have the ability to do it in a different way. And the way that you would do it is basically by saying, what you have is, I hope YouTube's around in 1,000 years, because you may very well find something of value here. I just overestimated the machination process of this era a lot. Anyway, the point is that, again, you feel some unconditional element that is not rooted in or reduced to actually wanting anything directly or anything like that. And so you feel like, on one hand, okay, you can just be apprehensive about some approach element, but also you might not care, and so you might want something different altogether, and you also feel like, or you might not want anything at all, and so you feel like, how would I explain it? Like something unconditional, can't be controlled, can't be explained, you don't even want anything. A lot of the time people are just self-obsessed, and they might think it when it's, they don't even care about you. You just happen to be going to the same place. Like, we're both walking down the street, and I happen to, be walking behind you. We're both going in the same direction. So you don't own the street. You don't say that, you're walking 10 blocks, I'm walking 8 blocks, so or 12 blocks, and I happen to be behind you. Like, they're following me, but I was walking there before maybe, and you just came. Yeah, like, I have this as an imagery. Like, I'm walking down the street, and then you turn a corner, right, out of an alleyway or whatever, and now you're in front of me, and you're walking. Now you'll say, I'm following you, but I was already walking here, and then you just came in front of me, or, we happen to both be walking in the same direction, right, so you happen to be in the way or whatever, in front of me. So you'll assume, you're following them. So that part is stupid. And then the other element is like, what is this term? Like man slamming. I find that fucking hilarious. It's like, a man will walk in a straight line and run right into a girl or whatever, and expect the girl to go out of the way. But there is something weird about this. It's sort of a contradiction, right? Let's say I'm walking in a straight line, and then somebody else is walking in a straight line, but we're at like perpendicular angle from each other, right? So they're like, I'm walking straight, and they're walking straight, but we'll converge, because like they're coming from the right side to the middle, and I'm going from like the bottom to the middle, let's say of a room or whatever, right? So I'm going in a straight line, they're going in a straight line. So neither of us has the right of way, right? So if you were to keep walking, you'd be like, you're being rude, you're cutting me off. But how am I cutting you off? We're both walking in a straight line, you're cutting me off, right? So nobody actually has the right of way in that situation. You know what I mean? Like if you're standing on the right side. So on like a street, for example, you're standing on the right, and so somebody's on the left or something. If I'm walking in a straight line, there's no point at which somebody has the right of way over you, because, you know what I mean? Like, why would you bump into each other? I guess if you happen to be, even that's like kind of the other person's fault. Like I'm walking in a straight line on the right side of the sidewalk, and somebody's going to run into me. but they should be on the left side of the sidewalk, right, giving a distance or whatever. So there's no scenario where that would happen. So somebody's in the wrong position, basically given that metric, like, so we're both walking in the middle of the sidewalk, and then somebody has to move off to the side, but you shouldn't be doing that in the first place. You should sort of be splitting right of way, if you stay to your right. So if you're going against the wall, you're hugging the wall, or if you're going the other way, you're towards the side of the road or whatever. So you would be in two different places. But it is interesting because, again, pretend like you're walking in a Walmart, right? And I'm walking in a straight line, and somebody's like off to the pharmacy on the side, right? Those are usually right when you enter Walmart. And so what you would do is you would say, okay, they're coming out of the pharmacy and they're going to reach right in front in a straight line from the entrance in a few seconds, and so am I. I'm going to reach that same spot in a few seconds. And so what happens is neither of us has the right of way, because again, I was already walking in a straight line from the entrance to the middle, right? They were already walking from the pharmacy to the middle. So who has the right of way? Why should that be? You know what I mean? We're both walking in a straight exact line. So we both have, there's nobody who's really right there. You might say, oh, they have the right of way because they're crossing. But crossing what? Like, okay, it's an intersection, so I'm going straight. They're going straight too, right? Nobody's turning. They're going straight, but they're already at a horizontal. I'm going straight, but I'm at a vertical, right? There is no right of way there. So, and what else? We touch on limerent siphons. We touch on man-slamming. That's the one absolutist principle that I could impart to people, though, on a basic level. Don't ever let other people reduce something to them, right? If they can't understand, or they're too stupid, or whatever, lowest common denominator, let them be that way. But, you know what I mean? Like, people ridicule things they don't understand, or whatever, just anything that requires them to think, but that's fine. And it's not even like some vain sense of superiority. It's something else. Like, don't let other people reduce something to them. You should try to raise them to it, or raise yourself to it, and think as high as possible, deeply as possible, whatever. So you don't need to, cater to that or whatever. So even though, whatever, it's still fine. So yeah, why do people stalk? It's some sort of unconditional thing. It's some sort of I don't know, like in a physical sense. It is strange. Like you're following somebody down the street. I'm kind of dispelling some of the fallacies of when people might think it's happening when it's not happening. But in this case, let's say it actually is happening. Why would somebody do it? Like, okay, they see an attractive girl and they follow her down the street. Maybe they have some nefarious intention. So it's just like they're too lazy. They want the sexual element, but they're too lazy to actually pursue it. And so that's one good thing that the internet does, is you can just kind of get the same vibe online without needing to, whatever, do all that. But it's hard to explain, like, what is really going through your head, right, that you're just not really thinking, or, again, I'm not even moralizing it, although it's, obviously you shouldn't do it, but what do you hope to accomplish? Like, you're following somebody, oh yeah, that's really going to win her heart, the fact that I'm following her, look at my dedication, and you're sort of turning it into this, or what it sometimes comes with is, again, glorifying them as an absolute, again, within the stimuli acme, like, oh, they're a goddess, they're so perfect. So social interaction, or, trying to pursue them in a traditional way would not really be worth it, right? There's like some show I was watching where the guy is kind of like that, or it's just a common trope. You sort of glorify them like, oh, this person's a goddess, and they're above all banal human basic interaction, or any sort of lame pursuit or pickup line, even though they're not. You'd be surprised, how ordinary they might be. But what it means is you glorify them so much that you feel like that's not even worth their time, or it'd be somehow an insult to them to try to approach them that way, right? That, like, they're too good based on how attractive you find them, or whatever the case may be. You would have this ability to basically say, oh, they're so perfect, and so therefore, again, all these basic, like, even talking to them, I'm not worthy to talk with them because they're a goddess, or it would be an insult to them to reduce it to that, or, they deserve to be worshipped almost from afar, or, again, they embody the stimuli acme to some extent, so they have some, it would be beneath them to engage in, banal social interaction or pick up line or all this basically what you're doing is that you're exposing the process. Like, the way that society does it is artificial and easy to control and to inspire a family system, etc. You're being controlled by two things. You're being controlled by nature in the way that says, have sex to reproduce, that's why it feels good. And then you're having society always create a family system, be with one person only to create a family system and structure. And so what you realize is that, okay, you're saying they're too perfect to be reduced to these arbitrary processes, even in a social level. So you don't like that even. Like, oh, look at this lowly practice, that they're so much above that. And that can often happen with the nearness postulate. I can't remember what that show is, but it does a pretty good job. I've only watched like the first couple episodes. He's like works in the library and he flirts with this girl or something. And then it's like he stalks her all around. And so what it shows is like, you're too perfect to be with this other guy. You're too perfect to do anything, but I'm not going to approach you myself because that would make you less perfect, because then it's like you're lowering their perfection to you, who, again, it doesn't even mean you have a low opinion of yourself. You could just see yourself as ordinary or even above ordinary, but they're a goddess and they're perfect because, again, you're associating stimuli acme with God, basically with like perfection and an absolute, because that's the highest measure you know, and you're kind of treating them as the embodiment or the highest level of it. And so again, this is the one interesting rationalization, that you feel like they're almost too good for you, or they're almost too good for anyone, or for the whole banal basic process of sort of deflowering them, or that, that would kind of take away from the romanticized vibe or the absolute vibe that you're giving them. Like, you don't want to see them even in that context. You don't want to see them naked. You don't want to have sex with them. You don't want to pursue them or insult them with some lowly social interaction, because they're above all that. And, that would be like lowering them beneath the higher standard that you put. So you might be disappointed, right? Like, sometimes people glorify that, like, oh, this is the most beautiful person ever, I love them. And then they're in a relationship and they're kind of boring, they're kind of annoying, they're kind of, ordinary. So you're kind of glorifying them out to be something more than what they actually are. So we've used the whole time basically just to do an intro so I could watch a little bit of it now. But see, this is what I like. Just use it as a jumping off point for a topic. Doesn't mean that you have to actually watch it. Okay, so this is called 1 Hour of the Most Disturbing Stalkers Ever Caught on Camera. And we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Or I guess we're not. Just in case there's another video with this name too. It starts off with like a mail truck, like a USPS whatever truck. And so what it shows you is that, or it reminds me of that clip, that's like, this woman walks up to a mail carrier's car and said, "You've been stalking me, like, maybe because you've been delivering my mail or something." And the guy's completely incredulous and confused, like, what the hell are you talking about? So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I'm sure many of you have seen this video. So he's making fun of this. But maybe he's just that good. I guess you're lying about that. Caught. You do know who they are because you're probably delivering them their mail every day. His attitude was pretty funny, but... No, I'll take his side because... he could just be really good at it. But you're viral for the wrong reasons. You're viral for being a clown. Yeah, always believe women. But okay, now we have a 5-second delay. But no, you have this, like, always believe women, but you don't do that with anything. Like, somebody can get murdered. I always apply this, like, to rape. Let's talk about this. somebody could get murdered, but you still don't take anybody's word for it. You have to go to trial and prove them, so you're still innocent until proven guilty. So even for murder, so even if you say rape and murder are equally serious, or even if rape is more serious, but whatever, you still have to prove it. You still try to prove it, because just do this in broad daylight in public, like what kind of a clown? I just need to. She's like wielding a stroller, like with a little kid in it. Like, what you have is, again, even for murder, you have to prove them innocent until proven guilty. So for rape, it should be the same thing, like innocent until proven guilty. I know it's hard because it's, the victim is still alive, which is a good thing, obviously, but it makes it harder to prove, right? Because there's no dead body, so it doesn't prove, you have to look for scars and other things. So it may be difficult to prove it sometimes, but I don't like that standard. Like, believe everybody. It's not that you should disbelieve everybody, but you have to prove it. That's all. You have to prove it. The same way you would have to prove it with murder. So I don't like these accusations in public. Like, 20 years later, Bill Cosby's accused. Like, you should have something on record at the time. With the police, with the journal, with something. You should have it at the time, right? And don't treat it. If it is as serious as you say, and I agree it's serious, you shouldn't treat it so lightly. Like, we're just going to not say anything because we're scared because he's a celebrity. Like, okay. But then 20 years later, we'll all come out and say it. I don't like that as a standard. I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong, but you have to have more substance to it. So have some record at the time, even if the police didn't take it seriously. Make them, you don't want to make a big deal about it, but it is a big deal. Or, you're afraid that there's a celebrity. But so in other words, you're afraid, so then you enable him to do it to other people by not punishing him. You should have done it at the time. Again, even if nobody believes you, nobody takes you seriously, still, you should have it on record, then make a big stink about it, and then we'll look back and say, wow, you have amazing credibility, because at least you said it then when it happened. And also, it's like, be careful then associating with celebrities, because it goes without saying, like, there's a benefit to associating with celebrity, but there could be certain disadvantages too, like, they might spoil you with their money and take you on a private jet, but they also might take advantage and might be able to get away with it. So you gotta look at the double-edged sword when you're doing it. It doesn't just happen by accident, like, I happened to meet a big celebrity and I happened to go out with them and it was love at first sight. Like, there's certain incentives at work that you should always be aware of. I'm still watching, but I'm not really. I like this guy's style, but some of these people are so obvious, though. Again, I don't judge you based on what you do, because, I'm assuming morality as a constant. Like, obviously you shouldn't do this, but I judge you at least on ability. Like, if you're going to do it, at least be better at it. Right? Think about how an absolutist would do something. If they're going to kill you, they would kill you and you never know it. It'd be in your sleep. It'd be without any sign. So you'd have an argument and you'd be mad, but you'd let it go and you wouldn't say anything. And then tomorrow morning they'd be dead. Right? You would never see it coming. They wouldn't have an argument. They wouldn't have a fight. Or you might have an argument, but you wouldn't know, right? You wouldn't know that that's what they're intending. You would never say it. You would never try to do it. Like, for example, in writing, it's very valuable. Like, you wouldn't have a scene where, like, I'm super mad and I go to try to kill you and then I fail because we have a fight. No, you would bottle up the anger. You would not show it, give no indication, and then when they least expect it, then you kill them, right, when you have the upper hand. So you wouldn't give any sign. So there's no possibility of failure because they don't even know you're trying to do it. You don't even give them the intent. So, right, they would never see it coming, so they couldn't possibly stop it. Instead of what characters often do is where they make a spectacle, like, I'm going to kill you, I hate you, and they get mad, and they have a fight, and they struggle. And, like, if you really, what you're doing is defining your measure clearly. If you really want to do it, then you'll do it with certainty. And if you're not sure, then don't do it. But don't give me this halfway, like, I'm just so mad, and I'm trying to do it in a moment of anger, and then I fail. Like, so imagine, think of a character from a movie or a fiction like that. If they want to kill somebody, they will. There's no, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no, they'll try, but they'll fail. But how will they fail? Because nobody would even know they're trying to do it. And they would do it in such a way that nobody could predict. And they wouldn't also let them go. So it's a fascinating character portrait. Like, it's a game theory archetype. Because what you would say is, So a character who, try to think of an example, like Michael Corleone is at times kind of like that, but you would intend to kill somebody. Yeah, you're following him. Yeah, I love these ones in the woods. In the woods, like, oh, you're scared. You hear somebody in the woods as you're in the woods, talking to yourself and recording. Like, what do you own the woods? Like, somebody else is in the woods doing the same thing as you, maybe without a camera. Like, why is that creepy? They would find you just as creepy as you find them, so you feel sort of entitled that who would be in the woods at this time as you're in the woods at this time. Like, you see what I mean? I've seen some of it. I'm not even really paying attention to it, but I like the fact that like that character type So what we have now is, like, again, the absolutist character portrait that I'm talking about. They wouldn't give any sign of what they're trying to do. They wouldn't leave it to chance when they do it. They would do it with only absolute certainty. So again, you're upset about something. You want to kill somebody because of it. You decide it, but you don't give any sign, right? You just seem perfectly normal. And then you don't give any outward sign at the time. You don't give any outward sign later. You don't make it obvious your plans. So you do it like in their sleep, and you do it with no chance of failure. You slit their throat, you make sure. And you wouldn't, like, keep them hostage or play around with them. So you would never have those scenes of, like, oh, the main character is caught and then they escape. Like, the main character is dead and they're died. Like, they're caught and they have a chance. Because that's often what happens. Villains often win, but then they play around or hold them hostage. Like, Goldfinger has James Bond on the table and he's about to burn his cock with the laser, and then he doesn't do it. Right, for some reason. Like, he would just do it. That's it. Creepy clown moment. This almost seems staged. You're in a public place, so how much could they really do? Yeah, why wouldn't you make a bigger scene? How do you have, again, you're in a public place, so you don't run away when you're in public. I love that scenes in movies and stuff. You're running away in public from somebody. The best way to hide from somebody in public or get safe is to stand there. Here I am, yell and scream, and everybody will help you, and you'll make a big scene. It's like even Red John at the end of The Mentalist, when he's running away in public, one of the worst scenes ever on top of the scene of the church. You're telling me he's not smart enough to use that to his advantage? He would use the public to protect him, and you would also, you wouldn't run away. You would have some escape plan, or use it to get away, blend into the crowd, or use it to protect you. Jane can't just kill you in the middle of the open, so even that scene is so horrible. A character that smart, like how Light dies, he would have some contingency plan still. That's what absolutists would do too. They would basically always have a backup plan, even if they don't need it. They assume whatever. So absolutist awareness is like, if you're uninhibited, you unleash your full potential. So it's about bypassing the inhibitions of society, and it's also about it's also like you're aware of the weakness or the flawed nature of human beings. Like, you sort of doubt yourself and you want to make sure, or you have some other reservation. So it's like, oh, that means you're not very capable, but it means that you're highly capable. You're just very careful about oh, here we go with gym one. So you recognize the limits of people and you constantly doubt yourself because people are prone to mistakes. Though it doesn't mean you're above mistake making, it means you're aware and you counteract negative tendencies like that, right? So you'd be very unlikely to make one because you're always aware. Yes, of course. Let's show ourselves on camera working out because some guy's looking at us working out. So you see the irony? The guy will go now after this and look up online this very same video of you working out. It's like a thirst trap on top of it. Right, you'll record yourself working out that millions of people can see yourself working out. But it's weird if a guy looks at you working out. So let me show how weird it is that he's watching me work out by showing myself work out. So millions of people can watch me work out. Another 5-second delay. I don't even know where I am. I'm at the gym one. It's not a bad video, but the Dan Dangler. I kind of like that as a girl's name, Dan. Like Danielle or Danny, what? Or she's just telling a story. Video proof or no belief. Oh, yes, of course. You couldn't just both be going in the same direction. I love that, too. We're both on the highway, and we're both driving, like, halfway across the country. We're both going to Colorado from New York. And it's like, oh, this person's following me. What if we're just both going to the same fucking place? Like, oh, yeah, we're on the same highway, going to the same exit. Like, you happen to be in front of me. It's just dumb how people think like that. This one is fucking trash. You have to show the video. You want to make fucking videos and content out of it. The one red flag is if you're a streamer, but I guess not, because if I did something like that, but I wouldn't try to make a fucking video out of this shit, though. Well, she looks like she's really in a police vehicle, though. TwitchCon, that's the real tragedy. Must be serious to switch on TwitchCon. I love that. That was like a hashtag ad moment or something. That's an amazing event for streamers. She must be serious if it's not for that. He's gonna appear outside that window there. Right in the window in the back, like Chekhov's gun, Chekhov's stalker. Right, this is the original plot for It Follows. 10 out of 10, best movie ever that I thought was so overrated. I don't like these ones where they're just telling the story. Just show the fucking video. And it's maybe credible if it's in public, but it could be fake. I mean, all of these could be fucking fake. I'm something of a streamer myself, but I mean, is this the way you're trying to get... You have to realize how cynical the space is, that everybody's trying to get attention because of this. Equipped a blade. But yeah, there's never any payoff. Like, one of these would end, the girl actually died. And again, I'm not saying I want that to happen. obviously, but that would at least prove its legitimacy. Like, okay, obviously it was for real then, but, and again, I'm not saying that, but like, the video's out there, so it's out there, and it doesn't have to show that, but, or again, even if the police get involved, it just gives it more credibility.